That's what I'm going to do. I'm getting back on the horse. We're going to be taking calls. Had a horrible debate. Or rather, terrible show yesterday. I thought it was terrible. But it's a new day. And I'm going to get back up on that horse. Let's log in here. Okay, got that. Also going to have my sources panel over here. Okay. Let's see here. I swear it never has the correct title. Let me see if I can fix it. Oh, I'm sorry, not the title. The thumbnail. It always has an incorrect thumbnail. Where is it? Come on. Good morning, everybody. There we go. Proper thumbnail. Oh. Sick. All right. Well, while we wait, we're just going to play some Zelda Majora's Mask. Is it possible to have this game on like with like 60 FPS or? Let me look that up. Is that even possible? Oh my god, apparently Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask only run at 20 FPS on a real N64. That is wild. I can't believe I never noticed that as a kid. It's fine. Let's just play. Forget it. Just gonna play my game. Let's collect that money and go deposit it. Got to get that big wallet, you know? Got to get it. I haven't released a short in a while, but I've got a few down the pipeline. I'll probably have them going on Monday. Let's take a look here. Collect. So what are we going to do? We're going to 100% this game as well? I'm thinking about it. Does sound like fun. But there's some pretty tedious parts. Let's see. Bobro says, how am I first again? Well, it's because we just started, Bobro. How you doing? Good morning. I think I had a terrible stream yesterday. I thought I did really bad. But rather than giving up, I'm going to get right back up on that horse, man. I'm going to do it. I don't care what people think. I'm going to get back up on that horse and I'm going to keep doing what I do. That is what I'm going to do. Bobro says, good, how are you? I'm doing well. Better now that I went to sleep. Bobro says, why do you think that, 1stAmender? Oh, no, I was not in a good mental headspace. Okay, let me take a look here. I'm trying to think what I want to do first. There's so much. I mean, we can go straight into the temple. We could do the temple if we wanted. Collect more rupees, maybe. How many do you need for the... Hold on, let me look that up. Bank in... Let's see. Bank in Majora's Mask. Let's see here. Where's my Chrome? Come back, Chrome. I really should just have Chrome up top so that way I can just see it right away. Yeah, I'll just put it like here. All right, Clocktown Bank. Make that bigger. Okay. West Clocktown, open 24 hours a day. What do I get? However, the young hero is only able to deposit a maximum of 54 with a giant wallet, and once the balance of 5,000 rupees has been reached, the bank will no longer accept deposits. But where is the... What do you get? Okay. When it reaches 1,000... Okay, let's see. When 200 has been deposited, Lincoln is awarded the adult wallet. Okay. So we just need a little bit more rupees. Let's do it. Let's go get some... Let's get the adult wallet. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. All right, let's keep going. Let's get some rupees. 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 I mean, I think I got enough rupees by now. Like, I just, like 30, I think I deposited, so 99 the past 2 days. That puts me at 198. So honestly, just 2 more rupees would have been enough. Okay, let's just go. Let's go back. Let's get the adult's wallet. $38. Here we go. All right, cool. And then I think if you have 5,000, now you can carry up to 200. I think if you have 5,000 rupees, then you are awarded with a piece of heart. So we're going to have to do that later. I think there's also like a, what, like a guy here that you can like train and do some stuff. Let me see. I think this also awards you a piece of heart. Oh. Oh. Probably should have more rupees to do that. That's fine. All right, let's see here. Honestly, the first temple would probably be good. Let's get it done. By the way, if you want to have a conversation, you can just call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I will hear you out. If you're here early, thank you. Thank you for showing up early. That's really nice of you. Tiku stick. Bottle. Look how many bottles there are. Look at that. Now that's just wild. I really should have my mask out all the time. There you go. Wait a minute. Do I have to like repeat that? I think I might actually have to repeat the... Did I not get the... I'm so dumb. I could have done that. I'm so dumb. All right. We got to rescue the monkey again. Or at least we got to rescue, what is it? The witch? Curious if I can just get it from her without having to see her first. Let's see. I think I might have to see her first for her to get a... See, long ago, powerful nose of mine. Yeah, I think you just have to buy it. Red potion is 20 rupees. Let's go get 20 rupees. Oh, I forgot to mention to everybody that I'm streaming. Oopsie. Okay. Come on. Just want 20 rupees. Give me the 5. That was only 1 rupee. What the hell? You could propose a policy to government, and it had to be a bipartisan as possible so it can actually pass. What do you think you would pass and would be the policy, and why would you be proposing it? Off the gate, we need more like people centric stuff and designs, like more bikes, more bike lanes. You know, a more effective bus route, just reduce traffic overall. Like, I think that would be good. And that doesn't sound too hard to actually get past. Like, it seems like a pretty no nonsense, very bipartisan thing. But I don't know. Republicans hate it when there's like even the tiniest amount of pushback from cars. So I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be bipartisan. Maybe they'd be like, no, my Ford F-250. I need to have another lane for my Ford F-250. We need more parking lots that don't pay taxes and just take up a ton of space for no reason. It's like wild how much stuff we end up bulldozing, like just so we can get a just so that like we can have what is it, like a flat piece of land that doesn't, it's not pretty and it doesn't look good, and it blows my mind that we have done so much for the car and it's just been horrendous. Let's make our towns walkable again, you know? Make it a place that people actually want to be. There's this one spot in my area where it's like this big ass road, like this huge highway, and it's got like a bike lane. It's already like insanely dangerous to like go on this bike lane. But, you know, I'll go on the bike lane. I don't really care. I'll do it. But you know what's the most annoying part is the bike lane, there's like this one spot, it just ends. It's like, okay, no more bike lane. We just don't have a bike lane for you because fuck you. That's why. And I'm like, why? All right, fine. I guess I'll go back on the sidewalk on my scooter that goes 30 miles an hour because that's definitely what you want. Doesn't make any sense. It's like, why is it built this way? Who designed this? And then you ask your local city, hey, can you can you guys like install like a bike lane here? Because there is bike lane, and then it just ends. And then they go, no. I have to get rid of this ferry. I feel like it would have been easier to just go to the lady, but whatever. All right. There's a lot of in this game, there's like a lot of tediousness. There's like a lot of tedium that you have to get through because of the time mechanic. This is but one such example where it's like, okay, you restarted, which means you have to get all that stuff again because I forgot the teleporter. I should have gotten the teleporter. I probably wouldn't have had to have done all this if I had gotten the teleporter. But I had been streaming, I think it was like 6 hours and 30 minutes yesterday. So that was a long stream, man. That was a long one. Oh my God, come on. No, 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 no. Come on. By the way, welcome everybody. Welcome for joining. Thank you for joining. We're taking on any debates. Anybody that wants to call in, we can do so. I'm going to try to be nicer to people. I keep saying that and I keep not being able to pull that off. Let's see that. Move. Energy. Here you go, lady. There you go. Okay. All right. Now that we did that, now we should be able to go and get the boat ride, which will kill the Octorok, which will allow me access to the temple. And then we're going to hit the bird. And then we're going to do the temple. Temple. Temple time. There's only 4 temples in this game. Does that make this... Is this game shorter than Ocarina of Time? I think so. I think it is. It's padded out with a couple of extra temples, but yeah, I think it's shorter. Let's see. All right. Oh, I think you can actually get a heart piece by taking a picture of the king. And I think you could show that to the king as well. Yeah, all right, hold on. Thanks what you did back there. Okay, special thanks. Okay, nice picture. Boat. Okay, boat. Is Pepper okay? She's like freaking out in the background. Here's the Octorok. There's smack that boy. Yeet. Okay, so now that I'm here, I should be able to Are you disembarking? Yes. All right. So, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, we got to go inside. You know what? While we're doing this, let's play some. I was watching the Joe Rogan podcast with Andrew Wilson. Let me see here if I can pull that up. History.
Work record that if there
Pull up Chrome. The game is more important than Andrew Wilson.
there's any scientific gadget out there that looks like it has the potential to make something go boom, the United States military has a version of it somewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But for whatever reason, they abandoned this one during the Clinton administration. I don't remember why they abandoned it, but people can, if they have access to the area where it's at, can still go inside of it and see like what they started to build, but they never did. But it would have been larger than the Large Hadron Collider. Yeah. I want to say it's in Georgia. I don't remember though, but it was going to be an enormous particle collider. Yeah. And for some reason, they just stopped funding to this thing. But
well, they're talking about funding another one that's twice the size of the one that they have now.
I actually know about that. They stopped funding that because there was a bunch of Republicans that said that it was too expensive and that they didn't want to spend that kind of money on something so frivolous that we can't even see. And people bought into that, and then they just stopped. And all the glory, all of that research data, everything, it just kind of went to another country. It went to CERN. And they went and found some incredible things, and the United States got no credit, of course. That's just an example there. It's just awful. Just bad policies by our Republican congressman.
They say that they need more room to smash more particles together.
What are they trying to do?
I have no idea. Like, that is way outside of my domain. I can tell you, probably the same things you've heard, right? Uh-huh. Is they're trying to smash small particles together to see what happens. That's what the kind of the official story is. But It's funny because every time a new story comes out, it's like, scientists smash this together with this and this happens. And I'm always like, okay, but what does that mean? And you never get any of that, right?
Right.
This one was in Texas.
I was in Texas? Yeah, the Clinton. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
It's got $2 billion on it and abandoned it. It's
yeah, I wonder. Dallas. See if you can find some images of it.
Yeah, it's outside of Dallas.
Oh, it is outside of Dallas. Yeah. Okay. Abandoned superconducting super collider site in 2008. Wow. I wonder if you could buy it. That'd be fucking awesome.
Get Rogan's own particle collider.
I mean, there's nothing there. It's just concrete.
Yeah,
Let me buy it. What's the big deal?
Like that weird time machine out in the desert. That was really fun.
Let me set up an archery range inside of it.
Confirmed this stuff last week.
Department of War confirms plans to scale direct energy weapons. Did you see that thing China made?
Why would they need a hydro collider, though, right? Or a particle collider? Well, because they want to make stuff go boom.
Yeah, direct energy weapons. Yeah. Yes, Department of War has direct energy weapons. Yes, we are scaling them. Wow.
Yeah. Conspiracy theorists went wild over this.
Oh, of course.
Told you.
Well, that was a lot of people.
I want my Fallout rifle, though. I do. I want my plasma rifle.
Right.
I do.
What is Joe Rogan's like propensity to just being stuck in like a conspiracy brain thinking? It's terrible for the brain. You fucking idiot. Like, why? Why are we? What is the point? Like, where it's like everything's got to be a fucking conspiracy. Like everything. Like, I don't know. The mentality of that, I think, is really terrible and just shows like kind of a person's like, I guess, like mental ability to determine like fact from fiction.
They have plasma rifles. You can buy one, right?
Oh yeah,
for sure.
You probably get a tax stamp. You probably be like a lengthy thing.
Oh, for sure.
I'm glad you're a gun guy because I wanted to bring up this whole thing with this guy, Preddy. Yeah. And I haven't talked about it. We haven't done a podcast since that guy got killed. But that whole thing. There's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on and why riots only in Minneapolis and why riots in the place where there's an ungodly amount of fraud that has been discovered.
Coincidentally, right around the same time.
Exactly. Like instantaneously afterwards, the narrative completely changes. Everybody forgets about the fraud. Now all anybody cares about is ICE and fascists and Nazis.
Yeah.
And
mind you, right? We just like went and talked about like how funding had literally been squandered as a result of Republican policy making, and now we're going to be pointing out like, oh hey, we're talking about that Minnesota fraud case, and mind you, right, if there is fraud, great, go ahead and stop it. Like, I don't have a problem with investigating and figuring out what happened and stopping it where it exists. But I mean, there's just no accountability on the right. They just kind of just wash past that and move on.
It's there's a, you know what a color revolution is,
Of course.
and for people that don't, it's a coordinated effort to cause chaos, and this is a very coordinated thing. The idea that this is an organic protest, these riots are organic, is nonsense. It's provable.
He thinks that the protests in Minneapolis are not organic. They're paid people. He legitimately believes this. I can't believe like what the thought process is behind that. It's like, oh, people that are against authoritarianism and fascism, there's no way. How would somebody be against that? I can't imagine people that would be upset at ICE protesters or at ICE. I don't understand. It's ridiculous.
Nonsense, because now they have access to the signal chats, so they know that these people.
Cam Higby, by the way.
Yes.
He's been on.
Yeah, they're coordinating together because they're getting arrested for like being like what? Of course they're on signal chats. Like, why would they not do that? They're being literally targeted by the government, and you're providing like I guess like apologetics for it. God, it's so gross.
On the front lines of this, the Crucible has been a big supporter of that effort. My channel, I will often snipe his coverage while it's going on, send my audience over to send in super chats in order to keep this guy going. I think that work is critical.
Yes,
it's critical.
I think the fascist position to deport illegals and also that we should harass regular citizens and then kill them in broad daylight. I think it is critical that we do that. It's a very Christian thing to do because, what we like to do is not have immigrants in our country because immigrants bad and illegal and bad and brown. What a fucking douchebag, dude.
And there's not that many people doing it anymore because of how dangerous it has become.
Yes.
And so I'm a big supporter of that. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says politically, but what he's doing on the ground there needs to happen.
Right. You need to understand that this isn't organic, regardless of how you feel. I don't feel like that guy should have been shot, but I understand what happened. And what happened was chaos.
I'm curious what Andrew Wilson thinks about the Minneapolis shooting. I mean, do you honestly think that like he's going to side with Alex Preddy and Renee Good? He'd probably say, "Oh, I think Renee Good, Alex Preddy, they had it coming. One of them had a gun, and the other one tried to run over the ICE person that put himself in front of the danger." But okay.
So what happened? First of all, it wasn't ICE. People need to understand that. It was Customs Border Patrol people. So they were brought in to assist ICE.
What? It was customs and not, it was people sorry Joe Rogan. It was people assisting ICE, not ICE itself. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks for that. Awesome.
And they're telling this lady to stand away, and then this cop gets very aggressive and shoves her. You have to understand the situation that they're in, right? And this is not making an excuse for any of it, but you have to just
yeah, you got it. Yeah. It's not making an excuse for it. Proceeds to make excuse about it. Ew, God, these people are so gross. How do these people have as big of an audience as they have? It blows me away.
To put into context, these people are getting harassed outside of any hotel they're at. People blow horns. They try to smash into the hotel.
They dox them.
Yeah, because you're trying to kill people. Because you're harassing people. You're coming in against the governor's wishes. Remember that whole like the position on abortion where they were like saying, listen, the abortion, that's a decision that should be left to the states. States' rights, also not states' rights at all. And really what we want is just control of people. And we're going to apply apologetics toward it and then try to say that we need to have this and that it is necessary. It's just completely insane.
They dox them. That's why they're wearing masks. It's a coordinated effort. I'm not saying that guy should have shoved that guy. I don't think he should have. Or that woman. I don't think he should have. And then pepper sprayed. And then the guy who got shot, Preddy, he steps in, which is, if you know anything about concealed carry, if you are a concealed carry holder and you are carrying not just a pistol, but two.
He reached over to try to help her. We all saw the footage. What is this reframing? Dude, I'm telling you, we're now living in like this post-reality where it's like, hey, from now on, up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. That is the framing that I've observed so far. Is just completely insane.
Full magazines as well. You do not ever physically engage with someone. You also are supposed to carry your license on you, and you're supposed to have ID on you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you
Tread on me, Daddy. Please tread on me. We need more. We need to be tread on harder. There's not enough treading on. Carry your ID, because that's what you need to do when you're walking outside. You have to carry your ID in order to prevent you from dying to ICE protesters. Make sure you say yes, sir, and please, ma'am, and be as polite as possible as they murder innocent people. Yeah, just do that, guys. Listen, this is what is necessary for the good of everybody. We're trying to take care of the illegals. What a fucking douchebag. Dude, imagine, I could have sworn Joe Rogan was more of a libertarian type, and now listen to this fucking asshole, dude. Jesus.
And you're trained
Yes.
specifically for this, by the way. I was a CPL instructor for years.
Okay, so
and
you know about it.
The thing is, there's a framework here, if you don't mind if I add to your
Please.
framework. The framework here is this is a mathematical formula. So I've been following these extreme.
He says he's a SEAL instructor. Did I get that correct? Did he said he was a SEAL? This fat fuck is a SEAL instructor? Hold on, let's go back a little bit. What did he say?
And you're trained
Yes.
specifically for this, by the way. I was a CPL instructor for years.
Okay.
CPL instructor? What is a C? Oh, concealed. Isn't that like a CPL instructor? Let's see. Concealed pistol license. All right, got it. Yeah.
So
And
you know about it.
the thing is, there's a framework here, if you don't mind if I add to your
Please.
framework. The framework here is this is a mathematical formula. So I've been following these.
Hood Monkey, if you want to have a conversation and you want to disagree with me, call in. Right? If not, you're just here to troll and be a douchebag and not have any skin in the game. Call in if you want to have a discussion. Sorry, we're gonna. All right, hold on.
Extremely closely live and looking at how this is done. Let's go backwards in time. You remember what was going on in California. Nobody died in California. There was an ICE raid on a Home Depot, and they went nuts. And they started smashing police cars. They were starting fires, right? This was not over.
Yeah, they were going nuts, and they realized that it is a much larger group of people than just in simply Minneapolis, where it's much more controllable. It's a smaller population. I think they are completely justified in fighting ICE. We're literally witnessing an actual fascist takeover of cities, despite the fact that they want to say that this is like a that it was all about states' rights for abortion, but at the same time, once again, allow them to send in federal agents against the governor's wishes, and then just make the world a worse place for everybody, and terrorize citizens that are just trying to live their life. Oh, but we got to get rid of the illegals. Okay, racist. Like, I don't care. Like, you're just making an argument for like wanting to discriminate against people on the basis that they're brown. How do you know that they're an illegal? Is it because they're not speaking the same language as you? Is it because that they're brown? Is it because they look a specific way? Are they working a specific job? Or are you collecting them outside of Home Depot? It's total profiling. It's fucking asshole. You're a fucking piece of shit. Fuck you.
For somebody dying. And now the narrative, they're trying to make the narrative shift. The Gestapo's in here, murdering American citizens. Well, and what was going on in California then? Because there was no American citizens getting murdered there. What was going on there was they did an ICE raid in a Home Depot, which anybody who's been to California knows that, it used to be that you drive down the street and they would all hang out.
Because like everybody in there, they all are around Home Depot, because they're like brown people and they're like that. So, we're just going to racially profile people. And this is, by the way, government, get out of my way. Don't have the government tell you to do stuff, but also absolutely 100% tread on me and fuck all of the values that I once held as a person. And I'm just going to justify literal death of American citizens.
Front of the Home Depot and you'd say two,
right?
And they'd hop in the truck and you would, they would go, they were day laborers, right? So it didn't surprise me that they were there doing daily raids. Okay, that doesn't surprise me a bit. And they all went ballistic. Now, here's what was very curious about the coverage of that. I had a debate with a couple of leftists on
Sandwich Monster, if you want to have a discussion, if you disagree with me, you could just call in. I'm taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you disagree with what I have to say, then just call in. I'm right here. I'll listen to you.
On this. What I saw was what looked to me to be a police stand-down order. There was people who were breaking into, I don't remember if it was an Amco or a 7-Eleven, but they were busting into it, and the cops were on the side corner watching this go down and do anything. They didn't do anything about it.
Right.
Okay. If it got too rowdy, they cleared out, and then they let them continue. It looked like a stand-down order. Like you don't involve yourself. Well, what I think these guys have figured out is a mathematical formula, and it works like this: if the local police are not going to protect the federal buildings, then it's left to the federal police to do this. Right. In this case, ICE is going to protect its own buildings. The FBI is going to protect its own buildings. If the local police aren't going to protect it and it's surrounded, then who does the protection then? And this is why Trump, he unleashes the National Guard, but where? To those federal buildings, to protect those federal buildings. That was the whole point of it. And basically, anytime he's unleashed the National Guard that I've seen, it's to federal buildings to protect them. And so,
what? They're roaming the streets. What are you talking about? Federal buildings? They're literally roaming the streets and harassing protesters simply for being protesters. Arguing this is probably one of the most anti-American perspectives that you can actually have. This is what happens when you're a piece of shit maggot that likes to argue this stuff. Is that what is right is now what is wrong. What is down is now up. Facts no longer matter. Reason no longer matter. Logic does not matter. Just simply take the boot and accept. And we're going to defend ICE and everything that they're doing, despite the fact that they're empirically causing a crap ton of harm on a lot of citizens, and they are profiling people.
The mathematical formula works like this. The longer it is that protesters are engaging with federal officers whose job is not to do basic street cleanup of thugs, that's the local PD's job, the chances that there's an incident, which is going to be a bad incident, is going to occur. So basically, the longer you're there.
Mind you, if there was no ICE there to begin with, there would literally be no thugs. You are manufacturing the violence. You are literally making it happen. In order to have what you want, you just got to be that giant piece of fucking shit and defend this bullshit ICE garbage. And it's super fucking fascist. It really is. I'm calling it out for what it is.
The more attrition there is, the more engagements you have with these federal officers over time, eventually,
yes,
there's going to be something which is out of pocket that happens or something which is escalatory that happens, and they're banking on that. And that's why ICE is out in front of these, or not ICE, the Antifa people are still out in front of the ICE buildings in front of many states night after night after night. And it's designed specifically to make sure, it's just a math formula, right? The longer we're here and the less...
Did he say that? Did I hear that right? These Antifa buildings? What?
Yes.
There's going to be something which is out of pocket that happens or something which is escalatory that happens, and they're banking on that. And that's why ICE is out in front of these, or not ICE, the Antifa people are still out in front of the ICE buildings in front of many...
The Antifa, okay. I
states night after night after night. And it's designed specifically to make sure it's just...
Irma says, why are you on Discord? I'm assuming you're saying, why am I not on Discord? I am not on Discord right now because I just too much. I'm going to just lower my overall impact. But if you are here, thank you for joining. I just, we've been getting trolls lately, and people just spouting the N-bomb and stuff like that, and like I'm quick to stop it, but it's such an annoying thing to have to deal with. But if you do disagree, if there is anybody that disagrees in chat, Don't just sit there and, just be a troll chatting. Actually defend your point, right? Call in. Let's have a conversation. I'll hear you out.
A math formula, right? The longer we're here and the less the local PD involves itself, the more chance of incident between federal officers and us.
You're knocking steel against flint.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
waiting for the fire.
You're waiting for sparks. And in this particular...
That's literally what the Trump administration is doing. He's making an argument that this is perfectly fine. This is okay. They manufacture the problem. And then when people justifiably protest, get upset, and start wanting to stop ICE at every corner, at every step, and not want to capitulate to these fucking racist fascists, all of a sudden they're the thugs. No, not the literal. Isn't it true that they were? That ICE has been trained by Mossad? Isn't that true? Let me look that up. Let's look that up real quick. Hold on. Let's see here. What is deadly exchange? Hold on. What is deadly exchange? Political campaign launched by Jewish Voice for Peace and left-wing Jewish American activist. Wow. Yeah. So it turns out that is in fact correct. You can see right here. This is from Deadly Exchange, which is it's actually a pro-Israeli organization that literally admits right here, since the early 2000s, thousands of U.S. police officers, sheriffs, and border patrol agents, ICE officers, and FBI agents have trained with Israeli military and police forces. Bruh. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Wanting to defend ICE. Fuck ICE.
Particular instance, this guy clearly had been very involved. I don't know if he was a part of the signal chats, but when you go to what's supposed to be a peaceful protest and you're fully armed like that with 2 magazines, it's kind of crazy.
Oh my God, dude. The right sitting there saying, dude, it's wild that you're coming to that. Why do you have a gun? Dude, what happened to that fucking Second Amendment shit? That good Second Amendment shit you were saying? What fucking happened? Dude, I'm telling you, man, to the right, down is up is down. Ignore all facts, all logic, all reason. Literally 180 your position, the position that you were arguing against literally a week ago, just 180 that completely. You have no virtue. You are a fucking garbage, bootlicking piece of fucking shit, and you're trying to dismiss ICE agents, which literally harass just regular people, and fuck you for arguing it.
Right? Like, why do you need so many bullets?
Now the literal pro-Second Amendment, too.
That is wild. That's absolutely wild, which I'm for.
He had every right. He didn't.
Guys, I'm
month,
for the
okay.
Second Amendment, but why do you have so many guns? I love that at least Andrew Wilson fucking caught it.
I like where it's going. I like that. That's kind of a trap. Did you see what MSNBC did to his image?
Yeah. Where they gussied
Basically
it up.
did the opposite of what CNN did to me.
Gotta move off of that topic. Don't talk about that topic. Man, did you see how fast that Joe Rogan just pivoted, realizing just the giant fucking error he just made? Because he had been pro Second Amendment. If it hasn't, like, he has been like a strong pro Second Amendment supporter, and then all of a sudden he's like, why does he have a gun?
You know, CNN during the COVID times turned me green, and they made me ugly and look like I was dying, and they made him handsome.
Yeah.
So people would be more sympathetic to him getting shot, which is kind of wild. Like, are ugly people less valuable to MSNBC?
Less marketable?
That is crazy to me. Like, look at the difference.
Yeah.
Look at the difference. They shortened up his face. They gave him a little bit of a tan. They widened his face a little bit, it seems like. They just made him a little handsomer.
Yeah,
a little hotter.
They gave him a bit of that Chad jaw, didn't they?
They shrunk his nose a little too, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
They shrunk his nose,
Yeah.
gave him a little bit of a handsome jaw. So he looks like an
Even made
American.
him, if you look at the shoulders, it even looks like they may have plumped up the.
Yeah, because they're trying to show him in a positive light. And I don't blame them for showing a guy, an innocent human being that died to fucking garbage ICE protesters. Like, do you not understand like the how horrendous it is that this guy died because of ICE? Do you not realize how they are talking about the murder of a person, and they're so cavalier against it. I'm telling you, dude, to the right, up is down, down is up, dude. They cannot acknowledge something that is empirically like a horrendous fucking thing. It's absolutely wild to me. It blows my mind, the level of apologetics towards these unironic fascists. They really, genuinely, they hate brown people so much, they are perfectly okay with the sacrifice of innocent civilians that if ICE was never there, Alex Preddy would be alive today.
The shoulders there a bit.
A little bit, yeah. The one on the right looks like he's a little plumper. Yeah. They changed the tone of the color. Wild. I mean, they changed his fucking teeth, man.
Communist News
Look,
Network.
they gave him veneers.
Yeah.
Look at the difference in his teeth. He's a much.
The Communist News Network, guys. The Communist News Network that is trying to trying to paint this guy in a good light because he's like an innocent human being that didn't deserve to die. That's the Communist News Network. It's bad that they made him look good. How dare you make him look good and Joe Rogan look bad? How dare you do that? It's only could be because the fact that you're defending the literal murder of an innocent human being who didn't deserve to die, and it is because of ICE's presence that even allowed that to happen. Maybe that could be why they don't seem to like you very much. Maybe that's why. Jesus fuck, dude, what a fucking garbage. These people fucking suck, dude. These are awful human beings.
Much more handsome guy. Like that one on the right is like the handsome brother, and the one on the left is like, "Fuck!
Yeah.
Why couldn't I look like
the
my
one on the
goddamn
right?
brother?"
Yeah, the one on the right. They were twins, and he took more of the protein.
Right.
That was what happened. The thing is like this doesn't surprise me. By the way, this is what's going on, and this is a well orchestrated, well crafted thing.
Yeah.
And the signal chats prove that, but we knew it anyway.
Yes.
Just
Involving government, by the way.
Yes.
Allegedly, at least, involving Minnesota state government.
Well, it involves Wall.
People can't honestly want to protest ICE. There's no way that they would ever protest ICE. If anything, it has to be a coordinated effort where they're paid by some bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? How do you? What do you mean? It's like it's not a real protest. Like the actual people aren't fucking legitimately really upset about this, and you guys are acting so cavalier about the literal death of an American citizen, all because we're profiling brown people and try to get them deported.
Waltz.
Yes.
So that's not alleged.
Right. It's not alleged.
It's not alleged that it involves Waltz. It's not alleged that it involves Frey.
Right.
And it's not alleged. Well, what is alleged is the allegations of fraud, of course. But
there would be a reason why you would want to distract from all that fraud.
Sure.
And that would motivate you to do something along these lines. So let's go back to the instance. So you've got these cops that are on, these CBP guys that are on high alert, right? There's a lot of tension. People are screaming. If you're in an environment like that all day, like I've never been a police officer, but I was a security guard. And when I was a security guard for Great Woods, and by the way, I'm not comparing this in any way, but I'm just explaining my mentality when I was there. It was very much us versus them. It was a small group of guys that were working at, I worked at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's a concert venue in Mansfield. And this was when I was fighting. So it was me and a bunch of guys from my Taekwondo team got hired to be security guards. One of the guys came and said, hey, you guys want to get a job working as a security guard? It's great. You get to see concerts. And it was like a good pay. And, you know, I was doing a bunch of random jobs back then while I was competing just to sort of pay bills. And I said, yeah, okay, what do I have to do? And they're like, it's nothing. You just go there and you work. First day on the job, I go there, some guy had stolen one of the security golf carts. So there's this dude named Alley Cat. He was the head guy of security. He was a fucking character, hilarious. His main dream was to open up a bar. Alley Cat's Libations and Victuals. He had this whole dream. It was like just a real character. But this guy was a hardcore motherfucker. And they caught the guy who stole this golf cart, tackled him to the ground, and he was beating him in the face with a walkie-talkie. This was my first day on the job. So I'm like, okay, so this is what we're doing. And we kind of became like almost like cops for this place. But there was very much an us versus them mentality. And it turns out it was a lot more involved than I ever thought it was. And then one day I was at a Neil Young concert. I was working the Neil Young concert, and riots broke out. There was fire. It was cold out. And there was like a grassy area. So there was like a lawn. So it was like there's the inside, not inside, it was like an outdoor concert venue, but there was a roofed part of it. And then the back of it was like this lawn area that was in the back. And these guys had started bonfires up there. And we were supposed to go in there and break up the bonfires. And then my friend Larry, who was like one of the most mild-mannered guys you'd ever want to meet, but, you know, a elite black belt. He gets in a fight with this guy, and some guy pushes him, and he knocks this guy down. And I'm like, okay, chaos is broken out. Let's get the fuck. I'm like, let's quit. Let's get the fuck out of here. And I used to wear a hoodie. I used to carry a hoodie so I could just zip up the hoodie over my security outfit and like, bye. Because I knew there was going to come a time where I was like, I'm not getting shot, stabbed, killed, whatever, stomped
Over
to
this
death
venue
for $20 an hour,
Yeah,
or whatever the fuck I was
screw
getting. So I wound up leaving that day. But there was a very, and I remember very clearly, like, oh, this is probably what happens with cops times a million. Like, you develop this us versus them, because it was very much us. We would meet up at the beginning of our shift. We would all talk about what's going down. We were catching people that were bringing in alcohol, like women in their purses would, like some Carly Simon or something be playing. They'd sneak in a bottle of wine, and James Taylor, there was a lot of that. And so we'd have like literal fucking trash cans filled with bottles of wine and liquor at the end of the night. We would get to keep them. We'd take them home. And so this us versus
Well, that's
them.
a nice perk.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah, that's a nice perk.
Yeah.
It's like,
also, I was illegal to drink. I was only 19 at the time. But
an even nicer perk.
yeah, it was very clearly us versus them, and the tensions were very high.
Yeah.
Like whenever some weird shit went down, everybody puffed up their chest and everybody was ready to throw down. And I was like, this job is not good. But it educated me. I was like, okay. And in my mind, I was like, okay, this must be like this when you're a police officer, again, times a million. To think of what's
Wasn't
going
that why
on.
they have their codes, right? They have their oaths they take, and then they have their little codes to each other too.
Exactly.
But I don't blame them.
I don't
like
blame
it seems completely. There's a certain wisdom to this. Like, hey, look, that could be me.
100%.
And so if it's you, I'm going to be right there with you.
No, I wouldn't. No. I that would not be me, because I would realize what I am doing is unironically a horrible thing, and that we're profiling brown people. And I'd be like, yeah, I don't want this job. I wouldn't take that job, because my morals tell me that that is the wrong thing to do. Face it, you'd be fucking SS. You would be, like, if you had the opportunity, there it was, 1938, you would have joined the fucking SS under this basis. Listen, we're just here for the law. It's us versus them. We're just doing what the law tells us to do. We're following orders, blah, blah, blah. Dude, fuck these people, dude. They're fucking garbage human beings, bro. That blows my mind, just how much of a fucking bootlicker they are, as soon as that it's their side that's committing the atrocities.
And then if it's me, you're going to be right there with me. I get it.
Also, there's a tremendous amount of social media content that anybody could access at any given time, where a lot of these dorks are calling for violence. It's all over the place. You could find it. The least likely people.
By the way, you guys are the ones that are causing the escalation by having ICE there to begin with. If you didn't have ICE there to begin with, then there would not be that escalation. Do you not understand how that works? How that functions? It blows my mind how stupid this is. And they have to basically be in the complete opposite of what is moral and what is right. Up is down, down is up to these Republicans. That's what it is. That's how it works. Sandwich Monster, I am not going to respond to you. What you need to do is that if you want to have a discussion about this, is you're going to call in. Show me that you have some skin in the game and that you're actually interested in having a conversation. Show me. Don't just sit there and troll in comments. If you want to have a convo, call in. All right. Oh my God, dude. I'm getting fucking whacked over here. All right, get back up here. All right. Let me see here. All right.
People that would ever be involved in any sort of an altercation are on TikTok calling for violence. We got to kill these motherfuckers. We got to shoot these motherfuckers. And these guys are out there in the middle of that. All right. So tensions are high as fuck, and they're getting screamed at all the time. They're on red alert. They're wearing vests. They're carrying.
Yeah, I wonder if there could be anything that you could do to not do that. Right. I wonder if there was anything that we can think of that would quell down the violence. Oh, that's right. Not have ice there. Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Holy crap. Turns out you don't have to have all those vests and all of the protection gear and all those guns and paying these people. You could just not do that. Just do that. Don't do that anymore. And then you wouldn't have all these problems.
Well, their wives are getting called and threatened, and they're saying they're going to rape their kids. And they're saying that they're going to brutalize.
Yeah, I wonder why. You're literally you're bringing in people that come in to harm other people. So yeah, people are going to react very negatively to that thing. That makes perfect sense.
Brutalize their family members, and they give them calls in the middle of the night, and they whisper to them, "Well, how's your dad, such and such, doing?" And just cryptic things like that, and let it go.
Exactly. And this is very coordinated. It's very coordinated and organized, and the way they find out all their information is very creepy. So again, I don't think this guy should have pushed that lady. I mean, the way he did it was very violent. She was a small woman, and he shoved her very violently to the ground. Then this other guy, Preddy, gets in between them. Okay, which, again, if you are a concealed carry holder, is a giant no-no. You do not fucking do that. You do not engage with law enforcement when you're armed. You should engage with anyone. Ever. I mean,
yeah, never engage with anybody while you're armed. Don't ever engage, ever, if you're armed. By the way, I support the Second Amendment, everybody. What a fucking douchebag, dude. Y'all are coming up with all the fucking excuses in the world why you should have the boot on your neck. You're a fucking asshole. And Alex Preddy is dead, and you just show no empathy towards Alex Preddy. He doesn't give a fuck. He don't care about these people. Blows my mind.
You should be trained to avoid conflict.
Yes.
That's the whole thing. Is like, if you're armed, you move into that next level of, you need to really be avoiding conflict. You're not supposed to be in bars drinking.
Exactly.
You're not supposed to be, at big parties and things like this where violent things can occur.
Exactly.
You can take it to church, defend the church. Other than that, like, you're supposed to be avoiding conflict.
Exactly. So he gets in between the officer and this woman, puts his hands on the officer, and then he gets pepper sprayed. They go to the ground. There's a lot of scrambling going on. Now, you have to understand what happens when you get pepper sprayed, okay?
By the way, he's pushed down on the ground, and his face is in the ground, and then he gets shot. That's what happened, right? So they literally murdered Alex Preddy in cold daylight, and we're going to hear the justification why this is an okay thing by Joe Rogan. I'm waiting to hear it. And then Andrew Wilson sitting there nodding in agreement like some fucking asshole.
I've never been pepper sprayed, but I did get tear gassed once during Fear Factor. We did a Fear Factor stunt where these people had to, I forget what they had to do, but we had built this, there was like a structure, and they were inside the structure, and they released tear gas in the structure. I got hit with it. It's pretty brutal, but
it's painful.
Yeah, it sucks.
And you can't breathe.
You can't breathe. Your eyes swell up. Your nose starts running like crazy. Yeah.
And that just stays on your clothes.
You don't think well when that happens. So this guy's clearly not thinking well, and he can't see, and he's, and then they're on him, right? So they're on him, and then one guy, whether he yells out he's got a gun or grabs the gun first, I'm not sure. But there he has a gun. So they see his gun in the middle of the scramble. The guy pulls his gun out and moves off. Now this is where it gets weird. I believe the gun was a SIG P320. A SIG P320 is known for having accidental discharges. It has a reputation for it. It has a very specific.
Oh my God. Guys, we don't know whether or not that it could kill people because it could accidentally discharged, and that's why I shot him in the back of the head, officer. That's why, Your Honor. I shot him. And by the way, FYI, the guy who murdered him, no court trial, no nothing. Completely justifiable. We don't even need to do an investigation. No investigation required. Imagine, dude, up is down, down is up to these Republicans. Right is wrong, wrong is right. I love it. Ooh, well, it could, we don't know if it would have caused a problem. It could have misfired, and he had tear gas in me, and I couldn't think properly, and so that's why I had to kill him in broad daylight. You're a fucking douchebag, Joe Rogan. He was murdered in cold, broad daylight, and you're applying apologetics. What a fucking asshole. Holy crap, dude.
Specific type of striker. It doesn't have a safety the way some other guns do, and you can have negligent discharges with SIGs.
Now, is the P320, is that a hammered model?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a striker fire.
No, wait a minute. No, it is a striker fire. Let's pull it up, because I know that 365 is built very differently. The 320 breaks cleaner.
Yeah.
But
I thought the 320 had a
drops,
hammer, was double action and single action, and then
you might be right.
I didn't think it was a striker fire. Most of the P models are not striker fires I'm aware of. I could be wrong.
Well, the P365 is definitely different than the 320.
Yeah.
They have a different striking mechanisms. They're known for accidental discharges.
Okay. I can't tell if that's a hammer underneath the slide.
Well, let's just what is this? What is the trigger mechanism of a SIG P320? Put that in there. And what is it that makes it prone to accidental discharge? If you look up SIG P320 online in any search engine, accidental discharge comes up very quickly.
Oh, it is striker fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's a modular striker fire trigger mechanism. When pressed, trigger bar moves forward, disengage the safety, lever in C are releasing the striker. Okay, so it's a striker fire pistols. Okay, got it.
So as of 2017, SIG changed the way they make their guns, because the trigger itself was heavier than what it is now. And not just the pull, but the actual mechanism of the trigger was heavier. If you drop it, so if this is the barrel of the gun where the bullet comes out, and this is where you're holding on your hand, if you drop it, it'll discharge. And it'll discharge without moving the slide, which is kind of crazy. Because what happens is something in the dropping it on the back where the handle is
releases the disconnector, probably.
It causes that heavier trigger, the heavier weight to the trigger, to drop down, and it will discharge.
Okay.
As of 2017, they made the
all apologetics. All of this is apologetics for why that they needed to murder Alex Preddy in broad daylight. The fucking justification: up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right, to Republicans. That is what they're going to spend their time trying to argue this shit. Fucking assholes, fucking pieces of shit. These people do not. I'm amazed that as many people watch these assholes as if that this is something even remotely acceptable.
The trigger lighter, and it doesn't do that anymore.
Okay.
And there's a whole YouTube video where this guy explains it and shows that you can do it with the older models. If you drop them on their side, they don't do it. If you drop them barrel first, they don't do it. But if you drop them handle first, and it hits the back where you hold it, where the the what is it called, the beaver tail of the gun sits.
The internal hammer drops and bang.
Exactly.
Got
and
it.
it's one of the only guns that does that. Yeah. And so much so that I believe, you should search this, I believe the Dallas Police Department stopped issuing them to their officers. See if that's true before I go further, because I don't want to get into any legal weeds here. But I have one. I have a 320. I've never had a problem with it. Here it is. Dallas Police suspends use of pistol manufacturer. Okay, yeah. And it's because of that. So
what are these chambered in? 940?
It's 9.
9?
They're 9s. But the so that's the gun this guy has. Mm-hmm. So when the CBP officer grabs his gun, he was moving off, and it appears, it's very grainy, the video, it appears there's an accidental discharge. Now, you can make an accidental discharge of this gun without touching the trigger. If there's any kind of pressure on the trigger, if it is a modified trigger, if there's anything that engages with it, even a slight amount, and you move the slide at all, that gun will go off. And there's videos of it online. You can find videos of it online. See if you can find videos of it online where a guy shows how you can get that gun to...
And that's why we had to kill him in broad daylight. That's why we had to murder him in broad daylight. And then the guy who did it received no legal ramifications whatsoever. No investigation was done. Nothing was performed to have any sense of justice. Up is down. Down is up. Right is wrong. Wrong is right to Republicans. Fucking piece of trash human beings, dude. We're talking about the literal death of an innocent civilian, all because of the profiling, that the deliberate profiling of Latino people on ICE shootings. And we are now justifying the death of Alex Preddy, the murder of Alex Preddy. You guys are sitting there. Well, if you think about it, the P320, it kind of like misfires a lot, and because it like misfires a lot, that's why we had to murder him in broad daylight. It's completely understandable why that they would go fuck yourself. Your rhetoric is fucking trash. I see right through it. You're just trying to apply apologetics to what is objectively a horrendous thing that we all witnessed, and you're saying that, oh well, it kind of misfires sometimes, so that's why we had to murder a citizen in broad daylight.
To negligent discharge, because it will, at least the pre-2017 model.
I didn't see his hand go on the slide of the gun though.
Yeah, well, he's holding it. It's the hard thing is it's fucking blurry
Yeah, you
shit.
can't see. I looked at it from both angles, but it looked to me like he was holding it
Like by the handle.
The fucking mental gymnastics, dude. The fucking mental gymnastics blow my fucking mind. They can't just simply look at this and say, that was a murder. Why is the ICE officer not getting any legal repercussions for this? Why would that not be the case? It just, if he is innocent, if he is so innocent, why not have a trial? Why not determine whether or not show the evidence, show what happened, show everybody that how Alex Preddy was murdered in broad daylight. Go ahead. What is the family of Alex Preddy thinking right now? What are they doing? Do they think that are they trying to find some sort of legal way to go about this? No, they're just immune to any legal repercussion whatsoever. We're going to justify it. Up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right, according to the Republicans. Fucking assholes.
With no finger on the trigger.
Yeah.
But it does seem like, at least in some of the takes that I've seen, I may be wrong, but it seems like that gun might have negligent discharged. Now,
usually when someone's holding a gun and there's a negligent discharge.
Where the fuck did you see a negligent discharge? Where did that happen? What are you talking about? Alex Preddy had his gun physically wrested from him, and then he was murdered in broad daylight after the fact. Zero justification to the murder, but we're going to justify it right here because we're just trying to play apologetics to this. It's fucking so nasty.
Or just because they pulled the trigger, right?
Right.
So in this case, I'm going to assume it for a second. So the gun drops on the side, striker fired. Let's say I don't know what the mechanism is. Let's say the disconnector. That makes the disconnector go. The hammer drops. Bam! It hits the primer. Gun fires.
Gun fires. Hits the ground. These guys think they hear gun. These guys think this guy might have a gun in the scramble. They don't know. This is all seconds.
So they open fire.
High pressure. They open fire on him. That's what I believe happened. So when people say, "Oh, they straight up executed this guy,"
I think you better. There's a little more nuance.
There's more nuance to it. There's chaos. There's the fog of chaos. You're in the middle of this like very high stress situation where you've already pepper sprayed this guy. Now you're in a physical scramble. Someone says he has a gun. Gun goes off. Bang, bang, bang. You're just shooting. I'm assuming. This is just a lot of guesswork.
But that's a lot of bad stuff that has to happen in sequence.
Yes.
Like the fact, even if this gun is recalled as a model that had these issues, right? I'm guessing that it wasn't every one of them that had the issue. Some of them, right? Probably not all. And if it's because it has to have a lot of force for it to go off, or the slide has to be, you have to be moving the slide or something like this. What I saw was him holding the pistol, how you or I would hold the pistol with the finger off the trigger. I did not actually see like what would have caused that force.
This is where it gets weird. So there have been documented instances, like the SIG P320. There's a lot of legal stuff involved in this. There's tons of cases. Some of them are bullshit. Like there was one cop where they said the cop got shot because the gun accidentally went off, and everybody's like, "Oh man, SIG's in trouble." Turns out that cop had to recant that, and he accidentally hit the trigger and shot a cop. But he wanted. So this is one. So this guy, his gun just goes off. Now, he doesn't have his finger on the trigger. It just goes off. Now, there's another one where a cop is in the middle of a precinct, and he leans forward. He's got the holster on the outside. He leans forward, and the gun goes off. He does not have his hand on the trigger. He's not touching the gun at all. See if you can find the one where the cop does it. So there's a cop where he's in the precinct. His gun is... Now, here's the question. Was there something touching the trigger? Was it the holster bad? Was there debris in it? Was there something... Was his shirt touching it? Did he jam the gun in the holster, and maybe like his shirt got stuck in and touched the trigger a little bit?
There's also the second gun theory.
And then he moves forward. If the guy had a second gun.
There's also the second gun theory.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying, and maybe it met all of the conditions for that. It does seem unlikely to me, but it's possible that he's just holding it and it just happens to go off.
It would seem unlikely with any other gun.
Yeah.
So
all of this, right? All of this preamble so they can justify the literal murder of a person. And we saw it. We all saw it. It was murder. We unjustifiably killed an innocent human being in broad daylight, and all of this preamble is being done specifically to justify it. That is what is happening right now. And they know what they're doing. They know that they have to like play into like this right-wing fucking nightmare audience that literally have no morals to them, right? It's they simply want to have more revenge on the left. It is so vindictive. It is so evil, horrendous. And this is why I say that the right is their position is effectively up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. How can you sit there and say that this was justifiable? What kind of justice do you have? Oh, the P390 misfires a lot. Okay. Does that mean that you could kill a person in broad daylight if they have a P390? Like, is that what you're saying? Like, what is your argument? There is no argument. That's why there is no argument. That's why you can't have a legal battle on this, because there is no argument.
So if the guy had a Glock,
But both of these cases are from the holster. This guy's grabbing from the holster. He's grabbing from the holster. Well, the cop had already pulled it out of the holster,
Right.
and now he's holding it, and then it goes off.
right, but it's so low resolution, it's hard to see what's going on with his hands. So if there had been some funkiness with the trigger, you know, who knows where he got the gun? Who knows whether or not that gun had an aftermarket trigger? Who knows what's going on? But as he's doing this, you're in the middle of the chaos, you're ramped up with adrenaline. Who knows if that guy accidentally, while he was holding it, put pressure on the slide and caused that gun to negligent discharge? I don't know. This is the speculation, and the reason why the speculation is so, this is something we're talking about, is because it's a SIG P320.
Yeah.
And there's so many stories about that.
It's not outside the realm of possibility,
Right,
in other words.
right.
Yeah.
Which is the worst case scenario, right? You got all this chaos, and then you got that fucking gun, and that gun
Yeah.
goes
So
off.
let me ask you this. Let's say we adjust for this. There's an investigation. Turns out that this 320 model was one of the ones that was
An older
issued,
model,
or
right.
something like this, or it was issued
Very well
after
could
the
be.
fact, and it's newer. Let's just say it's newer, and they've gotten this design flaw out of there. Let's just assume for a second. All those things being equal now, right? When a leftist points at that and says that's an execution, what's your opinion then? If it's the case, there is no negligent discharge. There is none of that. How would you view it then?
Well, it's an extremely unfortunate case of what happens during chaos.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's an execution. I don't think they pulled the gun from him and then just shot him.
That's
'cause
rhetoric being.
Guys, it wasn't an execution. It wasn't a death in literal broad daylight. We're going to come up with about some insane mental gymnastics that is so completely out of this fucking world, total bonkers nuts, in order to justify this. We're gonna listen. The P390, it sometimes misfires, and and there was like pepper spray, and mind you, right? None of Alex Preddy would be alive today if ICE was never there to begin with. All of those people, all of those people would not have been terrorized. If they listened to the governor's wishes on not having ICE protesters, or not having ICE in Minneapolis that day, Alex Preddy would be alive today, goodness, and we wouldn't even be talking about subscribe. this. Hey, we got to subscribe. Hello, Brian Ilowski just subscribed. Thank you very much, Brian Ilowski, for the subscription. I appreciate that very much. If you disagree with what I'm saying, don't just write it in the comments. Call me on the line. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Wow.
Years, right?
It is. But, which you're automatically going to have if you have a guy get shot. Can we watch a video? Let's watch a video and see if we can discern when the shot fires off. Because does it before or after they say he's got a gun? Because someone says he has a gun, one of the officers removes the gun, and then a shot goes off.
Yeah.
Now, there's another speculation that the guy who shot him had a negligent discharge.
Yeah, they murdered a person in broad daylight, and you're coming up with all of the reasons why that it is somehow even remotely justifiable, and why we need to have no trial whatsoever. The ICE officer is getting off of this scot-free. No justification, right? Once again, I mean, when it comes to Republicans, it is a up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. It blows my mind, the level of vindictiveness that I get out of Republicans and trying to make a justification for this. The right is totally out of their mind with this.
He didn't, maybe he had his hand on the trigger and he got a little amped up and it went off and then he just fucking
Kept
fired
going.
into him.
Yeah.
Kept going. That's possible too. I'm not exactly sure. There's a ton of angles, a ton of different cell phone angles. None of them are really
can't figure
crystal
it
clear.
out.
The thing that's
Oh, it's
interesting
so
about this
hard.
is I'm even willing to
Guys,
make-
I can't. There's so many angles to this. There's no way we could possibly think how this works. No, it's not possible. Fucking ridiculous, dude. What a fucking douchebag. You guys are fucking assholes. It blows my mind that millions of people listen to this and go, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. No, dude, it's murder in the streets, cold-blooded murder. They did not need to do that. None of that needed to happen. And to sit there and say that, this was totally justified given the circumstance is trying to justify the literal murder that occurred, that everybody can see.
Granted to the left, just on appearance alone for a second, just for the sake of like logically taking this to its conclusion. Let's say that the cops were totally wrong on this. They messed the whole thing up. They screwed it up. It was a negligent discharge from the officer himself. It killed this guy. It was totally unjustified. Okay, but now what? Right? Is it the case that we're going to stop deporting illegal immigrants? We're going to stop, that ICE is going to stop Border Patrol?
What are you talking about? Have a trial. Go after the guy who did this. You have to hold people accountable when they do something wrong. If you don't hold people accountable, well, then why have laws? Why have any of these justifications whatsoever? It blows my mind how they have to apply apologetics, how they seem to be in favor of the law, but also only laws for thee, but not for me. You can actually murder people in broad daylight as long as you're an ICE agent. You could just do that, and then the current administration will just cover for you. You're good. We got you, homie. Don't worry. No need to investigate or do anything like this. It's absolutely fucking insane. Completely, absolutely insane.
Patrol's going to stop doing its job. ICE is going to stop doing its job because of a single incident, even if all of the officers involved were incorrect. Of course not. That's ridiculous, right? The thing about this incident is it's being used as a catalyst to now say they're the Gestapo, just like they were trying to do with Renee. They're the Gestapo. They're here to
Yeah, they are the Gestapo. They're showing up and they are barring down people's homes. They are providing warrants, not by the basis of an actual judge, but just simply an adjudication from some separate source that is literally related to ICE, and they're literal fake warrants to be able to come in, and you guys are making that justification. Why? Because you don't want brown people in your country. That's why. That's literally why. It has nothing to do with the law. If you actually gave a fuck about the law, you would want to see justice for Alex Preddy. You would say, hey, Alex Preddy didn't deserve to die. Let's have a trial, determine whether or not that officer is guilty or not. Show with a preponderance of evidence and do the right thing. They did not do the right thing. However, they're just applying every justification why they needed to have broad murder in the streets. But hey,
be the jackbooted thugs of the Trump administration. That's being used now as the new rallying cry and catalyst and it's post hoc justification. That's what makes me so angry about it. It's like, no. You're out here doing all of this long before.
What is the percentage of people that support ICE and what they're doing? Like, I think like the abolish ICE percentage of people who wants to. So currently right now, like we're not even talking about, so we're not just FYI, we're not even talking about like defunding ICE or scaling down ICE. People are talking about removing ICE in its entirety, as in do not have ICE ever. We remove ICE completely. So a YouGov poll shows it was about more Americans support than oppose in not defunding ICE, but literally abolishing the entire thing. Like you realize this, I think like 10 years ago, I don't even think it was even at 10% of people wanting to abolish ICE. It was a radical position to hold, wanting to abolish ICE. It's now 50%. 50% of people want to abolish ICE. Do you understand how insane that is? Abolishing, not defund, abolish, completely get rid of it. And here's the fucking justification from douchebag Andrew Wilson and idiot asshole Joe Rogan.
Anybody was getting shot by ICE, okay? You were doing this long before there was any supposed abuses by ICE. It seems like what they do is they set up the reactions, right? They set up the conditions, maximize the conditions for horrible actions to happen. And then when they do, they use those as the justification for why they were ever out there in the first place. And
first of all, that's literally what ICE is doing. They're deliberately escalating situations because they don't like brown people in their country. That's why. That's what they're doing. It has everything to do with that. It has nothing to do with making America safe. This is not a safer country by having ICE. Where did you get that? How do you get the justification that makes ICE safer or your country safer? It doesn't. It doesn't make the country safer. It makes things more dangerous. It makes things more chaotic, right? And it is all under the basis of not liking brown people. That's really what it is. We're a very racist country, and we need to heal from it.
it's like, what's going on here? That's what bothers me.
Right. This is the quintessential description of the color revolution. I mean, they're trying to create chaos, and it's very well funded and very well organized. It's not as simple as this is an organic protest that people are fired up because ICE is in their community. That's not really what's going on
At all.
But I think there's a lot of good people that are wrapped up in that.
Guys, it's not. It's not a legitimate protest on why people are against literal murder of an innocent civilian in broad daylight. No, it's actually, it has to be paid. There's got to be probably like George Soros or some whatever fucking nonsense. Not like some of the most represented people ever, and some of the most fucking you're gonna tell me like Joe Rogan isn't fucking like super represented? You're going to tell me a guy like Joe Rogan, that guy's not represented at all? Joe Rogan is the largest podcast on earth. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You are represented. You're saying that you have your group of people, the Republican Party has control of the highest seats of government. We literally have a vaccine denier as the leader of the HHS. And you're going to tell me that this is all some sort of coordinated, big organizing? No, dude, you guys are the coordinated ones. What we're referring to is citizens that are trying to live their life, and they find it unjustifiable to murder somebody out in broad daylight. And by the way, being upset about that, you should be. You 100% should be. If you're an American, you should be upset about the fact that the U.S. government came in against the governor's wishes and murdered somebody in broad daylight. You should be upset about that. That is, it blows my mind, the fucking level of apologetics I hear from these people. It blows me away, dude. Blows me away.
Think they're doing a good thing, and they really do think they're fighting fascism because they exist in these bubbles, and they're
I believe them.
Yeah,
I do believe them that they think that they're fighting against fascism, and I've debated with enough of these people on what historically fascism is in comparison to what they perceive it as, that I do think that they believe that 100%.
Right.
I just think it's an unjustified belief, and I think it's ridiculous.
It's not accurate.
It's not accurate.
You know, one of the things that we went over the other day is...
Guys, it's not accurate to be talking about the people who are going out in the streets, being ordered by the federal government to profile brown people. It's trust me, it's completely normal. It's not fascism, guys. It's an unjustified position to hold that can be empirically shown. And this is literally what the Gestapo did actually do back then. And you're going to tell me that, okay, whatever, dude, fucking, it's ultimately unjustifiable. Everybody support ICE. Everybody lick the boot. Fucking asshole.
We talked about the deportations, right? And that there's been somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million deportations, but 1.6 of them were like self-deportations. 1.6 of them were like people were notified and they said, "Oh, we'll just get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be in jail."
Yeah, good.
And then 500,000 of them were, but people are saying,
yeah, good. The brown people. We're getting rid of the brown people. They're self-deporting. Great. Good. Now I get to see less brown people. I don't like brown people. Fucking asshole.
very few of them have been violent criminals. But we found out there was like 8%. This is just 8% of what we know has been caught. That is a lot of violent criminals. If you got 500,000 people and 8% of them are murderers and rapists, and they snuck in, not even snuck in, because they were allowed.
Mind you, right? Total bullshit. The actual numbers do not bear in the statistics of violent crime. Violent crime is in fact lower even among illegal immigrants than it is among the native-born population. Somebody who is a legal citizen of the United States has a higher propensity of committing a violent crime in comparison to an illegal immigrant. That's the facts. There is no amount of rhetoric that will make that fact go away. Those are the facts. There is nothing you can say to make that fact go away.
Access to the United States over the last 4 years. Somewhere to the tune of, let's be like super charitable. Let's say it's only 10 million, because I think it's a lot more. And they don't.
A lot more.
Yeah, they don't really know the number, because it's really the numbers that they're giving are based on interactions, right? But how many people snuck through and they didn't have an interaction with them? It's a lot, man. It's a lot of people, and they did this shit on purpose. And they did this shit because they want more congressional seats, because the census doesn't count citizens, it doesn't count legal citizens, it just counts human beings. So the more citizens you have in an area, the more congressional seats you have. And then there's places like California that make it illegal to show your ID. You're not allowed. Not only are you not supposed, which you should have to show your fucking ID when you vote.
Mind you, even if you propose that, we already are aware that Republicans are actively began gerrymandering to get more congressional seats. Again, I mean, this is where it comes into the Republican strategy. Up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. They point fingers at all the time at other people when it is they that is causing the problem to begin with, not Democrats here. It's completely insane. This is all the fault. ICE is all the fault of Republicans. Republicans are the ones that decided that that's what they wanted to see. By the way, if you guys disagree for any reason, feel free to call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. We are taking calls. We haven't gotten a call yet. I don't know. Maybe people are just afraid. Maybe people just want to stay into the comments section. That's fine. We'll wait for a call.
Vote,
yes.
Right? So we know that you're legally voting. They made it so you can't show your ID, which is the only, you could steel man this to the end of time. The only reason why you do that is because you want to cheat. It's the only reason.
Of course. Well, it's not just that, but you make a good compelling.
Well, the ID, the voter ID situation is that when it is given to the states to make that decision for themselves, it always results in a racist policy that is specifically designed to prevent minorities from voting, because the United States is a racist country.
Point here. The idea, even if it was the case, let's just say almost none of them are violent criminals. Let's just give it to them, just for the sake of argument here. We'll give it to them. So what? The people don't want them here. That's it. These are supposed to be the biggest believers in democracy.
They just said it. They don't want them here. They don't want brown people here. That's what it is. It had everything to do with not wanting brown people. That's the argument. He just said it right there. So what if they don't commit violent action? So it has nothing to do with violence. It has zero to do with violence. He just admitted that. It blows my mind. Blows my mind. These fucking racist piece of fucking shits, dude. I'm telling you, dude, up is down. Down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right to Republicans. That is how they are. That is how they act. They're going to continue acting like this, and they're actual fucking horrible human beings. That's why, for example, the Trump administration allowed white South Africans to come to the United States and get an expedited citizenship, because they were white. That's why. It had nothing to do with oh well, they're illegal and we shouldn't take all these asylum seekers. No, it's the fact that they're brown. That's why. That's why that they don't let them. That's why they give kid gloves to the South African people from apartheid. But they just completely ignore the plight of the fact that we have destabilized a majority of South America, and we wonder why a lot of them want to come to a stable country.
And republicanism ever. That's what they're fighting against, is the evil fascists. It's like, well, here the people spoke, okay? And the people said, we don't want illegal immigrants here. We want them out of here. It doesn't matter what the conditionals are for violent criminality or not violent criminality. If you're really a big believer in the republic like you claim, why is it that when Trump gets elected to do exactly this job, you impede it at every turn?
Yeah, they don't want it to happen.
Well, I mean, right now, considering the fact that half of Americans not want to defund ICE. They want to abolish ICE. I don't think this is what people wanted. Just because Donald Trump got elected, that does not mean that this is what everybody wanted. That doesn't logically follow.
Happened because it was a part of the strategy for a uniparty. I mean, this is what Elon came on and was very passionate about wanting to explain this to people. I mean, it's one of the reasons why he did it before the election. Like, you have to understand the plan that's in place. And what they're doing is they're trying to make it so that no one but the Democrats can ever win ever again. And one of the best ways to do that is to ship untold numbers of people to swing states.
Yeah, which is what they're doing.
It's what they did. Yeah. They didn't just do it. They flew them out there. They gave them EBT cards. They put them on Social Security. Yep. We had this woman, we talked about this woman who worked for, God, I forget which department, but her job was to turn these people from illegal immigrants into what they described to her as clients. And so you would tell these people,
clients.
Yes. So her question was to them, do you have a permanent disability? So do you have headaches? Does your back hurt? I get headaches. My back hurts. I guess I'm permanently disabled. And all you have to do is, like, you don't have to have like clear evidence you have all your fucking discs are fused, you can't walk, or you have no, you just have to have a fucking back hurt. Your back hurts. Well, what fucking man who's a laborer who's 35 years old doesn't have fucking back pain?
Yeah,
like y'all do. So they come to you, they say, do you have headaches and back pain?
Well, man, as an office worker doesn't have back pain.
Right,
Everybody got it.
Everybody does. You get older, you get back pain. So you don't take care of your back.
Where are we getting this bullshit from? Like, it's just total fucking make believe in your brain. It's nonsense. Just more bullshit to justify why you need to deport brown people. That's really all this is. It's just more rhetoric saying, hey, brown people bad. Get rid of brown people. You guise it as, oh, it's because of illegal immigration. We want to follow the law. Okay, then why aren't you doing a trial for ICE? Why not? Why? Why can't you do, if he's so innocent, if he is such a, if ICE is doing the right thing, why not do that? Oh, because it's not about justice. You didn't give a shit about justice. You never gave a shit about justice. You just have a vindictive nature towards brown people. And these are the justifications that we like to hear from the Joe Rogan experience. Fucking assholes, dude. Up is down. Down is up. Right is wrong. Wrong is right, according to Republicans. Fucking blows my mind. All right, hold on a sec. Where the hell is the... All right, boss fight. Let's do it.
And so these guys are all being roped into the system, and then they get money. They get Social Security money. They get money from taxpayers, essentially forever. So if you can get those people to vote, they will most certainly vote for the people that are giving them that money, right?
Of course.
They'll most certainly vote for the people that are moving them into the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Just like how Muslims will vote, even though at the local level they oppose all leftist policy, they'll vote at a national level for leftists because they bring in their family members. They bring in, they allow the importation of people that they want here. So they utilize the system for the aims. And for Democrats, this is all good. And of course, for Republicans, it's all bad. And Elon's right. He is right that Democrats, and here's what I see, the bird's eye view, right? Trump, what they're going to do, Democrats going to win the midterms. By hook or by crook, they're going to win the midterms. And when they do, if they have the power in the House to do this, they're going to impeach him day one. And we'll have, now it'll be the thrice impeached president, right? And they'll obstruct him. They'll obstruct his agenda the entire step of the way under this elongated impeachment, and they'll just run out the clock.
Yeah.
They'll just run it out.
It's all pretty fucking crazy. It's really crazy. Gad Saad has a great way to describe this. He calls it suicidal empathy. And, a lot of these people that are on the left, that are self-described leftists, they're very kind people, and they want, everyone to have a chance to live in America and be good people. And they don't understand they're being used as pawns by much more cynical people that are just trying to get total control. And
Who? Are you talking about Joe Rogan? Like, are you talking about George Soros? Who on the left is organizing everything from the top down? You realize that you are backed by literally every fucking billionaire. I don't understand. Like, did you not witness when Donald Trump was getting elected, that during his inauguration, he had the 10 richest people behind him? You're going to say that the cabal is what? Is on the Democrat side? No, dude, you are the cabal, you fucking idiot. You are the cabal, and you're the useful idiot. It's the other way around. It fucking blows my mind how he acts like, how he is like the underdog and not the establishment. Meanwhile, the biggest podcast on planet Earth.
If you want to know what total control looks like and what kind of restrictions could be imposed on a Western society, look no further than the UK. Look what's going on in England right now. 12,000 people have been arrested so far in the last year, for social media posts. Just social media posts criticizing immigration. There was some new thing that they...
So I'm not in favor of, doing that. With that being said, it's completely insane to say that there's like a giant cabal and the good people are being used as pawns. No, it's just good people being good people and arguing against this literal fascism that what we can observe. It's insane.
Just passed that makes it so that you're supposed to tell on people who are talking in pubs, who are having conversations in pubs that you think are dangerous conversations.
There was that woman in the UK who was SA'd and then called the guy a name via text.
Yes. She called him a faggot.
Yeah. She called him a faggot.
She was sexually assaulted. She called him a faggot, and then she was arrested.
Yeah, she was arrested. I remember arguing on Piers Morgan. I was debating with a leftist on this. This was the topic at the time.
Yeah.
And the leftist, who looked at me like he was a faggot too, said he was defending it.
All right, so we're gonna like make an argument. To what? You just want to call people the F-bomb? You're gonna. I got news for you, man. You call me that shit. You're getting a punch. Maybe not. I don't think I'd punch somebody. I don't want to punch somebody. I'll walk that back. I'd be very upset though. Fair enough. There's no reason to use that kind of language when you're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, tooth and nail, right? This is a good thing because we want to get rid of stigma. The idea is to try to destigmatize the thing. See, words create stigma, and stigma creates harm values, and harm values are evil. They're bad. That's the whole moral system. If we reduce harm, that's moral. If we increase harm, that's immoral. So that's the zero-sum way that they look at this, right?
Yeah.
If you're increasing it, bad. If you're decreasing it, good. So if we're decreasing stigmatization of an activity that we think is protected, then that's reducing harm. Therefore, that's the moral position.
Crazy.
They are crazy. That is actually a crazy way to look at the world.
Well, it's very dystopian. It's very spooky that it's happening so quickly, and that the UK has become the leader in the world for arresting people for social media posts. No one would have ever saw that coming 5-6 years ago. But this is what happens when you get total control of a population. You don't stop where you're at. You continue to move forward. You continue to try to get more and more control. And this is this new thing where they're trying.
I mean, like, is the UK really like this nightmare dystopia, like you say? Is it any more like dystopic than what you're seeing in the United States right now, where we're murdering protesters in broad daylight, and then on the biggest podcast on planet Earth, they're justifying it, and then Andrew Dickhead Wilson nodding in agreement like some fucking tool? Is it really that much worse in the UK, comparatively speaking, to this nightmare of a podcast?
Trying to get people to turn people in for bar talk, which is just crazy. It's just crazy. So that's where it goes. If you're really a liberal, a real progressive person who really believes in free speech, you should believe in all speech, and you have to. I mean, this was the ADL's position way back in the day when they would allow the Ku Klux Klan to march. They would say, look,
and then fight for the right to do so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it used to be. Yeah. It used to be an understanding that as complicated as this thing is, you've got to allow people to say horrible things so that you can counter them with better points, and you make a better argument, and then people see your side, and then society moves forward in a generally positive
in the
direction.
online dialect.
So, like, you would assume that things get better. However, what I've observed is that things have not gotten better, and the truth of the matter hasn't been pushed to the top because it was the best idea. It just got shouted down and buried under a giant pile of shit, which is why podcasts like Joe Rogan are absolutely gigantic. And it's like, can you even say that there is any left-wing podcast that's anywhere close to as big as Joe Rogan? What about the size of Fox News? Like, these are some of the biggest, most represented people ever, and they act like that they are the underdog.
the way that it moves between groups. And I think that now online influencers, podcasters, political commentators actually do have they have some political capital now, which can be spent the same way low-level politicians have political capital, which can now be spent. They actually are connected oftentimes with politicians and operate as mouthpieces on behalf of whatever that political arm is.
Well, you'd say that about the right too, wouldn't you?
Of course, but I don't see it as prevalent as I do with the left. The left, for instance, there was a whole thing that used to go on Twitch where an organization came in and bought up all the Twitch mouthpieces. That's what they did. And like this is something which has been going on for a long time. But what's interesting with the political capital angle from these leftists, they don't care what the means are. The ends are that's all they care about, right? The means to get there, totally irrelevant to them. From their view, though, that makes a sick sort of sense. They believe that they're fighting against Nazis, literal Nazis.
Right.
So if you believe that you're in a war with literal Nazis, what wouldn't you do to complete that war? What means wouldn't you go to? What means?
You're going to sit there and say that the violence is coming exclusively from the left? It's overwhelmingly the right that is causing the violence. They actually had to hide that fact. The Trump administration discovered it themselves, and they hid that fact, that reality in front of them, because up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right to right-wingers.
Means of sabotage would you not do? What cars would you not blow up?
Right.
What cops would you not eliminate in order to stop the rise of the new Hitler?
Right.
And it's like, and they're expending their political capital on that message, and that message has a lot of influence on people.
Yeah. It also there's so many people that are getting attention by feeding into the rhetoric. There's so many people that are making viral clips of them threatening, like menacing, like these weird dorky liberal guys, like these guys that you would think of pacifists are literally calling for violence. I got one of them.
He's talking to me. He's talking about me. Chat, he's talking about me. Joe Rogan's talking about me. these dorky liberals. Here it comes.
Because it's like the most unlikely guy. Like you see this guy doing this, you're like, hey buddy, like what are you saying?
Who's following you into battle?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it because it's the way he says it too is so like he's watched too many fucking TV shows. This guy, because it's the terminology that he uses that is actually kind of funny. If it wasn't so scary, put this on real quick, sure. Because it's so. You see this guy's doughy face and his understanding of real violence. Listen to this.
When combat starts, we all roll initiative. I'm going to say that again. And everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say this. When combat starts, we all roll initiative.
I mean, I hate to laugh because it's kind of fucking serious because they're inciting violence and they're calling for insurrection. They're calling for people to take to the streets and start violence. But that guy, like, what?
Mind you, right? I'm going to tell you right now, people that are justifying wanting to stop ICE, it is completely justified. I understand it completely. Does that mean, therefore, I want violence? No, I don't want violence. I want violence to stop. And when I'm observing what ICE is doing, what ICE is doing is violence. And sometimes what is required in order to stop ICE from doing what it is doing, sometimes it requires you to defend yourself. And I believe that. I think if there is an injustice, you should be able to stand up against that injustice. It is an injustice what ICE is doing, and I completely understand why the left is responding that way. It makes perfect sense.
Can roll initiative?
What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, I think it just means we all go.
Roll for initiative is like, okay, you're getting into combat in Dungeons and Dragons, and you do a dice roll to determine like how aware your character is. That's what roll initiative is.
Yep.
Right.
When violence starts, we all go.
Dungeons and Dragons reference.
Yeah.
Is it?
Rolling?
Oh, rolling?
Oh, no.
Oh, wait a minute.
No.
The tweet says Dungeons and Dragons in it. I don't even know.
Oh, God.
It says Dungeons and Dragons Nerds Means Business, I think.
Oh. So
he's doing,
do a search on that. Does roll initiative, is that a part of Dungeons and Dragons? Roll that. Because I only know Dungeons and Dragons from Stranger Things.
Does his AR do 2d6 damage? It's like,
but it's just the menacing way that he stares into the camera. Okay, here it is.
Combat.
Rolling for initiative determines the turn order in combat. Each player and monster rolls a 20-sided die and adds their dexterity modifier. Oh, God. But I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's like, it's a lot of it's cosplay.
That does sound like he is saying, though, we all go there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It sounds like that's what he's saying. And it's also, it gives meaning to people whose lives do not have a lot of meaning, right? Like all of a sudden, you're a part of a greater cause. You're a part of it. Very important.
The life does not have a lot of meaning. What are you talking about? They're protesting ICE. Like, what do you mean? They see something that is wrong, and they're like, I don't like this wrong thing that's happening. I'm going to protest it. That's justifiable. It's completely insane to say that that is not a justifiable or worthy cause, or that these guys are just dorks, or that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Cal Crapper saying Andrew Wilson, chain smoking and continuing alcoholism, hopes to up his intake. Is he an alcoholic? Does he drink alcohol? I mean, I'm not immune to a good drink, but speaking of which, I'm going to get some more coffee. So if you guys have enjoyed this, we are taking calls, by the way. Sadly, we haven't gotten a single call yet. Maybe everybody's just enjoying the stream as is. But if you disagree for any reason, call in. I'll hear you out. I'll be right back. It will not take long. Just hang tight. All right. All right. We're back. Oh, yeah. Oh, phone. We're going to keep going.
Yeah, you're stopping Nazis.
Yeah, you're stopping Nazis, and it's relatively safe from the comfort of your own home, staring at your phone on TikTok.
Sure.
And you get all excited about it, and you cheer. And these are the same people that cheered when Charlie Kirk got shot for just talking. Like, that was fine, but this one is not good. It's
not justifiable. I mean, I feel like Joe Rogan here is talking about people like me, because here I am, relative comfort of my own home. I mean, it's not like Joe Rogan isn't doing the same thing. He's in relative comfort of his own studio or whatever the fuck he's got going on. But hey, if I'm going to sit here and have to justify myself, Joe Rogan is talking about people like me, where it's like, I get to be part of something bigger, I guess. It just blows me away with this stuff.
It's all like, it's very fucked up, man.
Well, and they'll kill more commentators. They can get away with it happily. I mean, part of that whole signal chat that's dangerous that people aren't talking about. That's probably the most dangerous.
Oh, and by the way, I was not in favor of Charlie Kirk being murdered. That was also a murder, and I'm glad that swift justice was put upon the person that killed them. Yeah. So why can't we do the same thing for the guy who murdered Alex Preddy?
Dangerous aspect of it. and I can't prove this, but it's been my experience that left-wing communities and left-wing groups, especially online communities and online groups, really pander to the mentally ill in a big way. Really pander to them. And I think that it's a form of weaponization.
Guys, being on the left means you're mentally ill. Like that's the thought process that comes from these insane fucking people. The people that had just spent I think it was an hour trying to justify the murder of Alex Preddy, coming up with every single reason why they needed to have the murder and why that needed to happen. It blows me away with this stuff that they have to do that. But hey, to the right, up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right, to the right. That's how it is. Let me see if I can beat this. Hopefully I can. Oh, sorry. We're like midway through the race. So just give me a moment to beat this. No, I fell. All right. Well,
they want to attract the extremely mentally ill into these communities, and it helps with actually what is radicalization. And they play on the fact that they're mentally ill in order to do this.
Well, this is Antifa, right? Like this is why
it's not just Antifa. It goes beyond that.
Sure.
Like if you go to some of these TikTokers communities, you go to some of the online political pundits communities who are far left. Okay, these people who are in there are Fruit Loops, man.
Yeah,
they are lunatics, and they're pandered to. They're pandered to. Oh, okay, you can't say this to them. That's ableist. You can't tell them you're a weirdo because that's mean. You can't. And not only are they pandered to, but I think that's the source of the weapon. If it's the case that these people don't care about death, they don't care. Like, oh, the outcome's going to be death. That guy shot at the.
You just were spending an hour justifying the death of Alex Preddy. What do you? I'm telling you, dude. Any criticism that they can hurl at the left is easily countered by just seeing the level of projection that comes from the right. Do you not hear? Does he not hear himself? Does he not realize and look back at this episode and think to himself, I just spent an hour trying to justify the murder of Alex Preddy. That the gun was messed up. What else did he say? He said the gun was messed up and that the, damn, bro, where do I go? Oh, here we go. All right, hold on. What? Don't fall. Do not fall. What? Oh, okay. Hold on. We're actually doing kind of good. Where did he go? There he is. Bruh. Don't fall. Okay. I think it was this way. Yeah. Don't fall. Where did he go? I think he went this way. I heard him. Yeah, he went this way. He went this way. I can hear it. We're almost there. I think. Shit. All right, hold on.
The ICE agents, not too long ago, remember he was on top of the roof. He was shooting across with, I think, a Mauser rifle, and they dusted him. They killed him, or he shot himself. I don't remember which.
When was this?
This was a few months back.
I don't know about this one, I don't think.
No, there was a guy. He was
just how callous I've become.
Yeah, he was taking shots at, I believe it was ICE agents in front of the ICE facility.
Oh, that's right.
He was using, I believe he was using like a Mauser rifle or something.
Yeah, okay, now I remember.
And early on with the Charlie Kirk thing,
Hold on. I need to be able to hear this guy to see where he's going. Sorry, just give me a sec. We'll keep playing the Rogan video. Bro, that was so difficult. What the hell? All right.
These connections, because he had used a Mauser as well, right, to shoot Charlie Kirk. That was so people were making those early connections. Wait, is this a sequence of events? Does the Mauser mean something here? Does that particular rifle have special meaning? You know how people are online.
Yeah.
But anyway, the interesting thing is, like, they don't care if they die. They're dying martyrs. They don't care. Right. And it's really easy to weaponize mentally ill people that way because they don't care. These are the same people who have the high suicide rates for a reason because they're already mentally ill, like the Troons and others, which many of them you find are connected to trans people almost every time.
Also SSRIs.
Yep.
This is the other problem, is that how many of these people are on these psychiatric medications that violent ideation is a part of the side effects of these these psychiatric drugs. There's a lot of people that have psychotic thoughts when they get on some of these different SSRIs.
But they're the ones that just were arguing the murder of Alex Preddy for an hour, a full hour. They were justifying the murder of Alex Preddy. And this is all on the basis that they want to get rid of illegal immigrants on what? Justice? No, it's not justice. Why would it be justice? If it were justice, then they'd be perfectly okay with having a trial as a result of the murder of Alex Preddy. They're not interested in justice. They just want to get back at the left. They just want to remove brown people from their country because they feel that the United States is a predominantly white nation. And that they are losing grip of that there's more and more brown people. And the way that you get rid of brown people is that you just have to have less of them in this country. That's how you fix the problem. And that's why they're making these justifications. It has absolutely nothing to do with justice. It doesn't. If it was a legality and justice thing, then yeah, once again, you would just have a trial for what is obviously a murder. We saw a murder on the streets and we just act like that nothing fucking happened.
And different psychiatric medications. So you've got people that are already fucked up mentally, and then you've got them on these medications that cause them to do all kinds of crazy things.
And aren't women taking much more in the way of SSRI pills than men are?
Yeah.
And who do we see is on the bullhorns and loudspeakers at most of these events? It's women.
Well, particularly liberal women.
Particularly
Like the
liberal
statistics-
women, yeah.
It's all women, guys. The problem was women all along. Oops, sorry, everybody. It was all women. It was women's faults. I wonder why women have to be on SSRIs. Could it have anything to do with the fact that they have a period and so need an SSRI in order to mitigate that? I mean, what the fuck is this argument? You're just being a fucking douchebag. You're just being a sexist asshole. Like, I fucking hate these people, dude. They're awful human beings.
I'm sure you've seen the statistics, but I
Very
actually
lopsided.
Save them because they're kind of nutty. What's interesting is the least mentally ill in terms of numbers is conservative men. Conservative men, I think it's like
Because they're normal.
I think okay, young
Conservative men are the least mentally ill? Where did they get that? Let's take a look at that, actually. That's kind of an interesting concept. Do conservatives really have better mental health and well-being than liberals? American conservatives tend to rate their mental health more positively than their liberal counterparts. One explanation for this is finding that conservatives may be more likely to justify existing inequalities in society, leading to a palliative effect of their mental health that does not happen for liberals. Conservatives, hold on, let me make this bigger so everybody can see it. Conservatives also score higher on personality attitude measures, such as religiosity, marital status, and patriotism, which are associated with better mental health. We examine that whether ideological mental health gap holds for a different facet of well-being is that closely related to mental health. Further, we suggest that ideological mental health gap may have to do more with stigmatized reaction to the term mental health, which has become increasingly politicized in the United States context since its introduction to literature in the early 20th century. First, we examine whether conservative-liberal divide on self-assessments of mental health remains once we control for a wide variety of demographic, socioeconomic factors, and recent life experience. We find that accounting for the alternative explanation reduces the gap by about 40%, but that ideology remains a strong predictor of mental health self-reports. Second, we conducted an experiment where we randomly assigned whether people were asked to evaluate their mental health and overall mood. While conservatives report much higher mental health ratings, asked instead of overall mood eliminated the gap between liberals, and asking instead of about overall mood eliminated the gap between liberals and conservatives. One explanation is that rather than a genuine mental health divide, conservatives may inflate their mental health ratings when asked due to stigma surrounding the term. Another possibility is that ideological differences persist for some aspects of mental well-being, but not others. Okay, so the reality is that there isn't really a gap, but rather that the gap is explained by the fact that there's a stigma behind the term mental health. And so conservatives just say that they have better mental health. It's like an aspect of the ostrich that just shoves its head in the sand to avoid a lion. I mean, I'm sure its mental health is doing quite well. I'm sure the ostrich that is looking at the lion is probably a bit stressed out and freaking the fuck out because it happens to observe the problem. But hey, at least the mental health of the ostrich with its head in the sand, his mental health is probably better.
Liberal women, 56% report a mental health diagnosis. Young moderate women, 18-29, 28%. Young conservative women, 27%, only slightly less. So for men, it is 34% of all liberal men. 34%. So a third of all liberal men are mentally ill, 22% of moderate men, and 60.
They probably are willing to report that they have mental illness, as opposed to like a right-winger that wouldn't even bother to see a psychologist. They would say there's nothing wrong with me. They think that there's like a stigma behind it. So it wouldn't surprise me that people felt that way. And the study showed that.
16% of conservative men.
Yeah, but do you know what the lunatics argue when you bring that up? These lunatics, they'll argue, no.
Just arguing that ridiculous ableist language, trying to degrade people's existence for finding and seeking help for ailments that they have is absolutely disgusting. Again, up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. Mind you, what this guy is doing, 100% in the wrong. He shouldn't be doing this. But, you know, hey, it is the liberals that cater to people who have mental illness. They're the ones that are in the wrong. Up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. It fucking blows me away how they feel that they are the moral arbiters here. They are being the horrible human beings.
The conservative men are just as mentally ill. It's just undiagnosed because there's a stigma in conservative communities about going to get your mental illness diagnosed. And I always point out, and I think this is an interesting way to point this out.
Yeah, that was a study.
Maybe they're not going to get diagnosed because they don't have a problem. Did you ever think of that?
It's possible. It's possible it's
undiagnosed.
Okay,
They
I think
just
that
have
is accurate, there is a
you're right.
about
They have
mental
no
health
problem.
and therapy and things along those lines in conservative. I mean, if you want to
I agree, but I also think that what happens
because when we actually measured it through questionnaires, we find out that the gap basically reduces down to 0. You're just being an ableist piece of shit. We just pulled up that study. I just fucking assholes.
Is when you're talking especially about the voodoo that is psychology, and it is voodoo.
It is voodoo.
I have very little respect for psychology.
Right.
I don't even consider it science. I consider that there's scientific.
Psychology is not science, everybody. Guys, the placebo effect, it's bullshit. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. It never stops. It never stops. These people are fucking out of their minds.
Methods used for data gathering, but I don't consider psychology a science at all.
And that's psychology. Psychiatry gets even weirder because then you start adding medication.
If he considers psychology to not be a real science, I would be curious to wonder if he thinks that the placebo effect is a real thing. Is it real? Because that was something that was discovered in psychology. Are you going to say that the placebo effect is bullshit?
Yeah,
you're not just talking about therapy.
It's all voodoo, as far as I'm concerned. I think that men often, especially conservative men, get as much out of their close relationships with friends and family as they would going to a psychologist. In other words, I think just having somebody to talk to who's a close friend, who's intricately familiar with your situation, probably gives you more value than going to a complete stranger who has learned manipulation techniques. That's what they learn, essentially, is manipulation techniques. I think there's more value there. And so I think that the stigma which exists there, it doesn't exist because it's like you're not manly, which is how they try to frame it. I think the stigma exists there because so many conservative men go, well, I tried that shit, it was nonsense. I tried it and it sucked. I tried it and it was worth. I went to marriage counseling.
I had to go to see a psychologist when I was young. I had some pretty severe depression because of my living situation that I was dealing with my parents. And that psychology, dude, I went from like, I remember, like, I had like suicidal thoughts and tendencies and completely eroded away from just seeing a psychologist. Psychology works. It works. I'm telling you, it does work.
counseling, did nothing. Sided with the wife, right? I went for this issue, did nothing. But when I went
They're
out,
siding with the wife because the wife is in the right. Like, what do you mean sided with? He's like, they sided with the wife, therefore they're wrong. Like, what the fuck? What a douchebag. This fucking misogynistic asshole. Jesus Christ. You know, what I would give to be a fly on the wall of the Andrew Wilson home. It has got to be a goddamn fucking nightmare, dude. It has got to be horrendous and something that is never communicated by Rachel Wilson to put Andrew Wilson in a bad light. I cannot imagine how Andrew Wilson is with his wife if this is how he thinks about women in general. It blows my mind.
out and had some beers with my friends, that actually helped relieve some of these issues.
I think the problem with that is there's a lot of guys who don't have good friends, and you don't have someone that you can count on, unfortunately. There's a lot of men out there that are lost.
I agree, but I think that the conservative men seem like they have closer longevity with friends than progressive men do.
Yes, and they don't abandon them when they change their opinions on things.
Right.
So here's the self-reported data from 20.
But it's like if we're talking about like opinions on like disagreements or whatever, that's one thing. Wanting to support ICE for the literal murder of Alex Preddy, this is no longer like, we could agree to disagree. No, dude, that is way beyond acceptable. Like, what are you talking about? All right, hold on. I believe. Oh, you know what I just realized? I got to go get that power. I forgot that power I'm supposed to get. Yeah.
2022 survey analysis found that 51% of conservatives report excellent mental health compared to 20% of liberals. That's a big difference.
Huge.
It's a giant difference.
I don't think stigma could account for that.
No, it can't. It's not just stigma.
We literally read the study right here. Yes, it's one explanation is that rather than a genuine mental health divide, conservatives inflate their mental health ratings when asked due to stigma surrounding the term. Another possibility is that ideological differences persist for some aspects of mental well-being, but not others. It's literally giving you an explanation here.
It's also like what does it mean to be conservative? What does it mean, taking account for your own actions, discipline, hard work ethic? All those things are actually good for your mental health. Like pulling yourself up and getting back to work and doing things.
I think now, and I think maybe it always should have been framed this way. I think now for the label of conservative to apply, we really kind of start with religious foundationalism. Mm-hmm. That's what is fast becoming the delineation.
Right.
Gotta love the Christian nationalism.
Yeah. And the religious
Christian
framework
nationalism
is almost
coming
instantly going to
out.
put you in that moving towards that conservative
One of
camp.
the most anti-American positions to ever
I think
uphold.
that's a necessary component now. If we're trying to
Christian
make these political
nationalism
delineations, it
alert.
becomes tough. What's a Republican or a neocon versus a conservative versus a this versus that? It comes down to foundationalism, a framework, like you were just saying, in the framework of Christianity, Christian ethics, huge delineation point between the right and the left, who rejects that for harm principles, utilitarianism, and various other sorts of frameworks.
Yeah, and they'll also point to, what Christianity has done throughout history and the amount of harm that it's caused. But it's kind of like every power structure throughout history you could point to in that way.
Well, it was what was there.
Yeah.
Flashy says, this is such crap, LOL. My dad is a maggot, and he's dumb, and he knows he's dumb. My grandma is on my dad's side, and also maggot, but she doesn't talk crap about the left because she's a rare pro-choice maggot. That's
the thing is, like, the Catholic Church gets a lot of shit for this. Well, look at all the horrible things that the Catholic Church did. It's like, well, the Catholic Church was the whole known world once.
Right.
All of Europe was the Catholic Church.
Right.
Not, like all of it was.
Right.
You can't have organizations which span whole nations and countries, ethnicities, cultures, integrate themselves into it and not have corruption. That I don't care what system it is. Pointing to it and saying it's because they were Catholic, that's where it becomes absurd.
Right.
They were corrupt. There was corruption. But
Because
that's
they're
not
human.
because they're human, not because they're Catholic.
Right. One of the things that I always try to point out to people, they go, why do you go to church? Because when I was younger, I was very cynical about religion, and then I've got older. One of the things that I always say is, if there was a pill that could make you as nice as the people that I go to church with, everybody would be on it. Yeah. They are the nicest fucking people you'll ever encounter. When we leave the church,
nice or are they
parking lot,
kind?
They're kind.
Yeah, they're kind.
Kind and nice. They're all the above. They're like very friendly, happy people.
They do that in order to pull people in, but as soon as you push back against them, you'll see that it's all a huge facade. I'd much rather be with people who are like cynical and they show you who they are as a person, as opposed to somebody who pretends to be happy. I never liked that church mentality. They just come in and they're just like, hi, they got that weird look in their eye, bro. This creepy, look. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like this type of church eye. Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me see here. They get this weird look in their eye, and they're like, let me see if I can give you an example. Oh yeah. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, shit like this. Like, I don't know. It's just like, it's like a weird, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cynical. Maybe they're just smiling, but they're just like, hi, welcome to our church. It's so good to have you here. Please have a seat. We're so happy that you're here at the church. It's so creepy. Dude, I'm telling you, there's so many people that are like this. Anytime I've gone to the church, they've always been that way. They're so fucking creepy, bro. I'm like, dude, what is going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Why are they talking? Hold on, let me see. Let's see. Jack Attack says this church eyes observation. No, this is like all religions, dude. All religions, they're all like this. They're creepy. They got like this creepy look where I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's like a weird facade. Like it's like it's not a real thing. Druid says, that's wild. That looks like my old church. Oh my God. All right, let's keep going.
People, but when you leave the church parking lot, or even when you're entering, they're everybody lets everybody in. It's like no one rushes ahead. It's like you go ahead and then you go ahead. It's like the most self-organized,
Sure.
Most charitable way of exiting a parking lot I've ever experienced in my life. The opposite of a concert. You go to a great concert, everybody's like fucking on everybody's bumper, trying to weasel in, people are honking, fuck you. In church, it's like one person goes, another person goes, no, you go, wave, and then everybody's fine and everybody's happy. It's like, if you could take a pill that could do that to you, if therapy could do that to you, we should all be on therapy. We should all take that pill.
Philosophy can do that for you, because the phenomenon that you're talking about is the me philosophy. And so you're going to church, it's not all about you.
Right.
And that's why you have those types of interactions with people. Wait, you go to a concert, that's for you. Mm-hmm. That's for me, not for these strangers. I'm going there because I want to be entertained. That's for me. You go to church, it's not for you.
Right.
And the thing is it's the kind of materialism view, the materialistic view of pure materialism reduces always to me, me, because what else can there be?
Right.
There's just me and the material I engage with. There's nothing outside of that. So why engage as though there's something outside of that? That doesn't just lead to nihilism, but it's the
Mind you, right? Like we were just going on about how there is this stunning lack of empathy towards immigrants in this country, and wanting to have ICE sicked on them, and then like an intensely cruel way to go about it. And they're sitting there saying that they're not the selfish ones. It's not them. No, it's about us and the church. And it's not about this me all the time, but yet also very much me in all sorts of different ways, just total ignorance or just denial of the fact. It blows my mind how these people logic this through. It is insane to me.
beginning stages of understanding the distinction between religious foundationalism and basically everything else. The reduction doesn't come down to me. And that's why those interactions seem so much better, because people are thinking about you.
Right.
It's like,
right.
What a concept. Imagine a world where people think about somebody besides themselves.
And they can think about everybody as a part of a community and a collective community that you care about, that has value to you. And there's
And then you go, why is mental health rate so much better in these
Right.
communities? It's like, well, isn't it interesting how much they think about other people than just themselves and duties?
No, it is, once again, I mean, we went over the study. It literally says it is because of the stigma thing. And yes, just simply saying, no, it's not because of that. All right, well then publish your fucking paper. Show to the scientific community how wrong the scientific community is, and get the fuck off of podcasts and actually make a real argument, right? Show that suspicion is incorrect.
yes.
To those people
Yes.
instead of just me.
They're the kindest people you're ever going to come across.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of value in that. And I think the people
I just think it's a fake kindness. I really do. I believe that. I believe it is a
that are cynical
fake
about
kindness.
that because they don't want to believe in fairy tales, or they don't want to be stupid. They don't want to get duped by like there's a foundation to that. If you just look,
Guys, they don't want to believe in fairy tales. Also, here's my magic man in the sky that I pray to every night. Like, what the fuck? We don't believe in fairy tales. Also, magic man in the sky. Like, what the fuck? Dude, up is down. Down is up. Right is wrong. Wrong is right. It never stops with right wingers, bro. It never stops.
forget about some of the stuff that's in the Bible that, it gets weird when you get old. Like you go back into the old stuff because like, for sure, human beings had some sort of an influence on what was written down and what wasn't written down. But you get just to the teachings of Christ, I can't find any faults in it. Like it's all about being kind. It's all about this.
Oh, I got you, Joe Rogan. Don't worry. Let me see. Let me look here. Where is it? Hold on, give me a moment. Luke 14:26 NIV. And Jesus said, this is a quote from Jesus himself. We'll even bring up the full chapter because I know what's going to happen. People in the comments are going to say, you're taking that out of context. Let's see. It's 14:26. All right. If anyone comes to me, I'm sorry, hold on. The cost of being a disciple. Large crowds were traveling with Jesus, and then turned to them, he said, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. And whoever does not carry their cross, follow me, cannot be my disciple. He's literally telling you to abandon your family, abandon your kids, abandon your wife, abandon your children, abandon your brothers and your sisters if you plan on being God's or Jesus's disciple. That's what he said right here. It's a really weird thing to say. It sounds very cultish. Anyway, there you go, Joe Rogan. You got an instance of something some insane shit that Jesus said that's just incorrect. I mean, there's other things that he said that is just incorrect or anything that's wrong. I believe that he got like some seasons wrong regarding like seeds. I think he thought like there was like something incorrect regarding mustard seed. Anyway, it's beside the point. It's nonsense.
This idea that we're all in this together and that you're supposed to lift each other up and look after each other. There's no faults in it. It's not
Guys,
like you have to kill the
there's no
non-believers.
faults in it.
It's not like you get to rape and pillage for the non-believers and the infidels must die. There's none of that.
That's why Christians believe in objective truth. That it must be objective truth, because otherwise, why is most of the world following this as though it's objective truth?
I'm waiting
We seem
for
to be leaning
the
towards this as
anti-trans
this
shit. Here it
must
is.
be the thing which is objectively real.
Here
and
comes the
objectively true, and the thing
anti-trans
which we can point to
bigotry.
that
Here it
is.
comes.
Because when people are introduced to it, like you just said, it's really hard and difficult to find fault in it. It's not just that. It's interesting. If we reverse it, if we say, what could I do that actually would be the best for me, it would still be that.
Yeah.
Which is the funniest part of the whole thing. It's like, both ways it works for you, even if it's not all about you, or it works for you, even if it is all about you. It's still going to be the better message out of the two.
It's definitely a better framework for living your life. And there's a lot of people that just reject that that think of themselves as intelligent. They think of themselves as intelligent and well-read and educated.
Cowcrapper says, I've got far worse things from the Bible. So I wasn't even asking specifically the Bible, but he said, I can't find anything of specifically Jesus's teachings that he finds fault. However, right there, that is a Jesus teaching that's fucking insane, and you should not follow it at all. And thankfully, I think most people don't follow that because it's literally an insane thing to do.
Yeah, I'm too smart for that.
Too smart for all that.
I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
Any atheist needs to take 8 grams of mushrooms. Just
Do a little DMT.
do a little DMT, and you're like, oh, I don't know anything. You think you know things. You don't know a fucking thing. You just know what you've experienced. And I think that the world is better off if
Don't take DMT. That shit's fucking dangerous as hell. Don't take DMT. What the fuck? He's like, take this drug. No, don't do that drug that literally causes psychosis. No, I'm good.
people have a great moral and ethical framework. I think morals and ethics and being kind is one of the most important values that human beings can ever possess if you want to live in a productive and healthy community.
Completely agree. And I think that kindness, I make a delineation between kindness and niceness because I think it's often kind not to be nice.
Right.
But I do think that you can be nice and it may not be kind.
Right.
And so
That's true.
So I make a delineation between those things. I don't think that kindness, though, has much variance. Kindness is looking after.
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you disagree with what I have to say, then I'll hear you out. We'll have a conversation. Just call in. If not, we're just going to keep watching Joe Rogan and playing some Majora's Mask. I think I got a mini game to go to, I think. I got to go that direction. All right.
After the interest of somebody who's not me.
And it makes everybody, it's actually selfish because it makes you feel good too.
Yeah, there is something.
You can look at it that way.
Sure, from the position of trying to convince the unbeliever, right? Appealing to their self-interest may not be the worst idea,
Right.
You know, appealing to has the lack of community and let's just assume for a second. Let's just assume it's all bullshit and it's all nonsense. Every bit of it is just totally made up. We just made it up. Right?
It is.
But
It
we
is
all
made up.
acted as though it was true. If it's the case that your whole framework is that we just want a society that really works well and does the best it can possibly do for everyone, then shouldn't you, by your own framework, just pretend it's true?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shouldn't you
that's
just
why
act as though it's true anyway?
Jordan,
that's why secular societies live the highest quality of living standards overall in comparison to theocracies. Theocracies empirically are worse off by human quality of living conditions. This is true. You cannot make that fact go away. That's the fact. You can get mad all you want. You could sit there with all the rhetoric all day long and say how much better it is in a religious community. But the reality is that the separation of church and state fucking works. That's the problem.
Peterson had a very good point about that.
Yeah.
About believing in God, that if you act as if God is real, you will have a better life. Like it works. It really does work.
almost like a universal truth.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. It's fascinating that people that are self-professed atheists and people that think of themselves as too intelligent for religion won't acknowledge that. They don't want to believe that. And so many of them that I know that are self-professed atheists are.
I mean, even if what you're saying is the case, like assuming that what you're saying is the case, I don't think it is necessarily the case. I think it's dependent on all sorts of factors. I wouldn't want to believe in something that is false. I would want to believe in something on the basis that it is true. I would not want to frame my life around it as if it is true, when in reality it's not true. I wouldn't want that at all. I gotta go. You know what? We got to take a picture of the king.
Some of the most miserable people. They're very depressed. A lot of them are on psychiatric medications. A lot of them are in therapy. A lot of them are really fucked up.
They're almost cursed. And the thing that's interesting is
Douchebag.
I've talked with a lot of atheists and debated with a lot of atheists, especially on the effects of Christianity and society against the effects of atheism. And I know what pure secular states have led to. That's what communism was. That was a purely secular state.
Yes.
Where you really wall off the church.
I mean, I think if you have a belief, you could do that. It's just the problem is whether or not that you frame the entirety of government around a specific religion. That's the problem that I have. I don't agree with the USSR that they should just ban all religion, or I think that also happened with China, where they just banned all religion. I don't agree with that. I think that if you believe in a thing, go ahead and organize, go ahead and have your church. There's nothing wrong with it. There needs to be a separation of church and state. There has to be. I can show you quality of living standards based on theocracies versus secular countries, secular countries, just do better. They do.
From the state. But here we pretend that it's secular and they get all the benefits of it being, quote, secular, but it's not secular at all.
Right.
Politicians are constantly voted in based on the fact that they have an X amount of value structure, and that's what they're going to implement legislatively on you. The whole secular thing, totally made up. It's and them pretending that that's even real.
The whole secular thing is not made up. That's literally what the founding fathers argued on. They argued exactly that. And the founding fathers specifically left Europe. They left the old world because there was a non-separation of church and state. So it's just what he is saying is just empirically false. This is easily disprovable with a simple Google search.
Or has ever existed as a real framework in the United States, just nonsense.
Not only that, but I think there is a natural default in the human mind to be attracted to a structure. And if that structure is a Christian structure, you're attracted to all the Christian values that we've just discussed being so positive and beneficial to you. But if you're not, and you go to a leftist progressive structure, leftist in particular, like a Marxist structure, what you're seeing is a complete lack of forgiveness. They don't have that built into the system. One of the beautiful things about Christianity is forgiveness and the recognition that we're all sinners and we all fuck up and we're all human and we're all flawed. And that you could move on and be better, and you can atone for these sins, and you could recognize that, yes, you've made a mistake, but here's the best way to move forward and be a better person. Society at whole recognizes that you are me and I am you, and we're all kind of the same thing. We all fuck up, and we're all just human beings. But there's a pathway. There's a pathway to forgiveness. There's zero pathway in leftism. That's the most horrible thing when you watch these pylons online over like the most innocuous discretions.
What's funny with leftists is their pathway is just everything's permitted.
Yeah.
And the pathway from the Christian is no, not everything is permitted, but almost everything can be forgiven.
Right.
And that I would see as the big distinction.
Everything is permitted. What are you talking about? You were just going off on how a lot of things are not permitted. Now you're saying everything is permitted. What are you talking about? Dude, I'm telling you, up is down, down is up. awolthoughts says, are you taking angry calls? Sure. Yeah, I'll take angry calls if you want. I'll take a call. I would prefer just having a conversation. Feel free to call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218 if you disagree with what I have to say. I don't think I'm incorrect here. I think the facts are on my side here, and I think that these guys are just totally blowing smoke up your ass. It drives me crazy how popular they are in comparison to most left-wing streamers.
There's a story that I heard because I'm Eastern Orthodox. That's what I follow, and I heard it was a great story my priest told me. And so basically, how this went is there was monks. They lived in a commune, and one monk liked to get drunk. That was his big vice, right? And he drank a lot of beer, and he did this clear up until the day that he died. And when he died, everyone was crying, and a monk said, "Well, why is everyone crying? He held that vice clear up till the day he died." And the head of the abbot who was there, he said, "Yeah. But the last few years, he cut it in half."
He was on the path.
Yeah, he was. Well, he's just saying, I'm going to recognize all the progress that this man who had this horrible vice did, right? There was still progress. He was still trying to move towards the virtue.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he never got to it, but I'm still going to recognize that he was trying to. And maybe he was not able to surmount it. He was not able to get past his demons. Maybe he wasn't able to overtake them all, but he was at least attempting to.
Right. That's the thing.
That's the thing. And
well, it's this idea of like someone being a perfect person. It's nonsense. It doesn't exist. And so if you don't have a pathway to forgiveness, and if you don't have that built into your society, you're always going to have people pointing out the people that are the bad people, and it's going to keep moving in that direction.
Up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. So it turns out that people can do the most abhorrent things ever as a Christian, and as long as they seek forgiveness, they're good to go. I got news for you. There are certain things that once you have done, there is no forgiveness. You fucked up beyond all repair. There's nothing that you can do that's going to undo the horrors that you have created. And so this is just a good example of just total disregard. All right, here we go.
And it's one of the things you see in the left in particular. They eat their own. And it drives me crazy when I see that also from the right. I'm like, don't you see that the people that you criticize are doing this and now you're doing this? You guys are turning on each other over the most innocuous things and forming tribes where you're attacking each other, even though you have mostly shared values, instead of being charitable and recognizing that, these are just human beings and they make mistakes.
Yeah.
But the left eats itself more than any fucking group that I've ever encountered, over almost nothing. And they love to pile on because they're absolutely terrified that it's going to come for them. They're fucking terrified. And so they will go out of their way to shame and attack and to take some of the energy away from them.
But do you think there's a unity in that? Like, if we were to look at this again, like from a bird's eye view, I agree with you. The left eats itself way more than the right does. Though the right eats itself too, right? And we've been seeing a lot of that post Charlie Kirk's death. I think that was mostly power vacuum based, and who gets to fill the power vacuum.
That's what I think too.
I still think that it turned into a dog eat dog for the power vacuum fight, and it was a criticism of values, foundationalism, and all that. But from the left view, if you're eating your own, right, and you eat the message apart to the point where you get down to the foundation, and now everybody's in lock and step, is that better for political power or worse? Like if you constantly are just eating the wrong, nope, that message isn't pure enough, and they gobble them up until you get the monster, right, who has the right message, they're all on board.
Mind you, right, the right is not that, right? Obviously, because considering that people are some of the most hateful fucking people ever, and then they just kind of gas each other up on why that they are right, up is down, down is up, right is wrong, wrong is right. Trust me, it's always the left that does it, not the right. The right doesn't do that. The right is great. We love the right.
Is that the better way to achieve this kind of like political paradigm that they want? That's my question.
It's very naive. It's a naive perspective that eventually going to boil it down to purity, and you're not going to. It's not going to happen. You're never going to get far left enough.
There'll always be something else to eat them over on.
Yeah, well, also, you're advocating for communism, and advocating for communism is so wild. And there's no examples of it ever being done right. There's zero.
Where am I advocating for communism? I'm on the left. Where do I argue for communism? I don't argue for communism. I don't believe that it works. I thought it was an experiment in the 20th century. Didn't work. Moving on. This is not that hard. We can have controlled economies of capitalism mixed with social safety nets, and then there you go. You've got a working system.
Imagine advocating for something that has zero success. Zero. None. Like it doesn't exist. It's never happened. It's never been. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because if everybody has to share all the money, then who's going to enforce that? Who's going to tell?
This tells you just how little Joe Rogan really understands about this. The money in the classless, moneyless, stateless society? What are you talking about, Joe Rogan? First of all, most leftists don't argue for communism. That's just stupidity. Very few people, only like the most radical of radical left are arguing for the classless, moneyless, stateless society. It just doesn't, what you're saying is non-existent. And you're saying, you're sharing all the money. What do you mean? What money? Communism is a classless, moneyless, stateless society. So when you're arguing about money in the classless, moneyless, stateless society, it tells me you have no idea what you're talking about, Joe Rogan. How are you this popular? How can this dude, we're so cooked as a society. Holy shit, we're actually fucking like cooked.
Tell people that you have to give up your house.
A state?
Tell people give up your life. The state.
The state.
The state has guns.
Yeah.
So you're advocating for violence.
Yeah. Well,
you don't,
mind you, right? He's talking about money and a state. The stateless, the stateless, moneyless, classless society. What are you talking about? What planet are you on? Do you not listen to yourself? Have you not picked up a book and read what this stuff says?
I don't think you're advocating for violence, but you are. You're advocating for hard men with guns
to enforce your will.
And those people are going to wind up living in mansions and eating filet mignon, and everybody else is going to be eating oats and gruel, and
which is exactly what's always happened when it's tried. And the thing is interesting too is there's other value set issues that are really simple to point to. Like, okay, nothing's worth anything. Like, how do I get my guitar?
Right. It's nonsense.
Like, just, all the communist nations are always setting their market prices based on what markets would set for prices. And it's like, how do I value a guitar? If it's supposed to just be mine in the commune and then yours also and his also, how do we set a value assessment here? What makes the Epiphone better than the?
Mind you, right? I'm not a socialist, so I'm not going to sit there and argue for socialism. I mean, I am a progressive. I argue for social safety nets with capitalism, and I think that works.
Sorry, folks, we had a software crash. Another problem is this idea of the equality of outcome, that everybody should get an equal amount. That is crazy talk, because we all know that equality of effort does not exist. There's a reason why there's outliers, and the reason why they're so compelling and so inspirational. It's like this fucking guy got up at 5 o'clock in the morning and ran every morning before work and hustled and ate the right food and fucking did the right things and was thinking and pushing and was open-minded, and he became radically successful.
But from each according to their ability, Joe.
But it's not even maximizing everyone's ability, because you're basically giving a safety net for fucking lazy people, and that's not good for them either.
No,
being inspired by others' success is a good thing. It's a good thing. And the only way that happens is if you let someone be exceptional. And the only way you let someone be exceptional, you have to incentivize them. Well, what's the incentive? The incentive is they get more value out of their hard work. They get more money. They get a nicer house. They get, like, what are you going to do? You're going to decide that people have to, like, mate? Like, that the women don't find this guy attractive, but that's not fair. So that they have to be with this guy. They have to find him attractive. Or that, you know, a woman has to find this man attractive.
What is even happening?
Don't be fucking lazy loser. This is the way of the world.
Arguing
competition
is
a good thing for human beings. It inspires
forcing
them.
women to
lets
like
you know
men.
that
That's
there's a
on the
higher bar that can be
right.
achieved.
And you often used to know who the lazy
can't
people
pause
were
this.
based on the living conditions they had.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Just like you would often know.
Yeah,
if there was a
guys,
kid that their
guys,
parents
guys. The
probably
reason why you're poor is because you're lazy. You're not working hard enough, guys. Oh man, thank you, Andrew Wilson. You're so brilliant. Holy shit! It used to be that, you know, based on, mind you, right? This is a fucking podcaster. You're talking about a podcaster, and he's the hard worker, everybody. Andrew Fat Ass Wilson, he's the hard worker. No. You guys just aren't working hard enough. Clearly, that's why. No, it couldn't be because of, like, you know, the fact that we've been eroding away at worker rights for, like, a really long time. It couldn't have anything to do with that, guys. It's fucking idiot, dude. Fuck these people, dude. The kind of shit they say is
pretty ugly,
bonkers.
right? But it's true, right?
Yes,
it is true. The idea here is, like, people tend to bat in dating in their league, at least men do, right? Or try to, right?
Yeah.
Women above their league. But the thing is the reason you commonly see good-looking people with good-looking people and ugly people with ugly people is because that's about what you can get.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing when it comes to ability and skill in whatever it is that you're doing, right?
Yes.
Hey, thing is like, oftentimes if you ask a person, my dad used to say this all the time, he was right. If you ask a person, are you where you're at based on things that happened to you or because of you? He said 98% of people will say because of things that happened to me. And then when you ask them about what those things are, you'll find out that it's because of them. You'll find out it's because of choices they've made, things that they've done. That's actually what's responsible for the conditions that they're in.
Oh, and by the way, for people that's not the case, like, trust fund kids are the most miserable motherfuckers I have ever met in my life.
And they lose it all anyway.
A lot of them do. But a lot of them are not fully formed human beings. And the way I always describe it, I go, it's like if you make cement and you don't add all the stuff in the right way, you can't fix it later. Right? So during the developmental process, if you're fucking Joffrey from Game of Thrones, like, what are the odds that Joffrey's going to fucking figure it out and get his shit together and be cool when he gets older?
You're just Dexter, and that's it.
Exactly.
Right? You just, like, you have the informed experience of the serial killing, and it's like, there's just no fixing you.
There's no fixing.
Yeah, there's no fixing it. I get that.
What
the
is
thing
he
that's interesting
talking
is, like,
about, dude?
when I look at the communist paradigm,
I swear to God, we're looking at, like,
back.
Joe Rogan talking about the struggle of people. He's a fucking millionaire. He's a multi fucking millionaire. He's super fucking successful off of his podcast. And he's sitting there talking about the fucking worker rights. What a douchebag, dude. These people are such assholes. They point out, it's always pointing fingers at other people for the very thing that they're doing. It's fucking so stupid, dude. Blows my mind, the fucking stupidity of these people. Am I doing good? Can't tell if I'm doing good. Shit. I don't know what is the correct amount, the correct number.
That paradigm's coming back, and for a while it was kind of shoved off as like, that's boomer shit, you know. But the Cold War's over, Grandpa. Right? Cold War's over, Grandpa. There's no communist versus capitalist versus that's all. It's like it's not done.
No,
Not at all.
it's not done. It's a story.
It is over. The USSR has been is gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
All this time, it keeps fucking repeating itself. And it's just weird that people look. But also, I believe in social safety nets because I think that there's a lot of people that are very unfortunate, and there's a lot of people that do grow up with shitty parents or parents that have a bad situation in life. Maybe the father dies or the mother dies, and there's no, like, it's good to be charitable, and churches are fantastic at that. It's one of the more pure charities that you're ever going to find because their goal is really just to help those people. Unlike what you think of as charities in the modern sense. One of the grossest fucking things today is these enormous charities that everybody thinks, oh, I'm going to support this charity. It's doing so much good.
90% to the CEO.
Yeah, dude, I was watching this thing. It was either I think it was Live Aid. You know, one of those concert things. Was Bono? What was he involved in? Was it Live Aid?
I don't remember, but Bono. I remember his speech where he was like, "Capitalism's done more to take people out of poverty than anything else." I thought that was funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, but
That's true.
I don't remember which one he was involved in directly, but I know what you're referencing.
Well, Mike Benz did this video today where he's explaining how an enormous percentage of that money went to regime change. Like, it went to prop up CIA operations. Like, the fucking money that people.
Let me look this up real quick. I'm trying to see like what it takes. Like the game won't tell me what it is. Let me see here. It's Swamp Shooting Gallery. Link must gather. Hold on. The minigame costs 20 rupees. Requires Hero's Bow, which is obtained. There are 3 sets of enemies Link has to shoot. The Deku Scrubs pop in simultaneously, as well as a few scrubs off in the distance. The Guais fly certain formations, and occasionally Wolfos run by. To be rewarded with a large, Link must gather 2,120 points, which is effectively earned from striking all the enemies. However, if completed before the time limit, Link will earn extra point for each second left over. The normal Deku Scrubs are worth 30. The Guais worth 50. Striking. Okay, so we basically got to hit everything. And upon the first completion, we'll obtain a piece of heart. If you get a score of 2,180 or lower. Okay. Give me one quick second. We haven't gotten a call yet. I'm surprised. No calls yet. We'll get a call, hopefully. But hang tight. If you haven't hit like, please hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. I'll be right back. I'm just going to use the bathroom. It won't take long. Hang tight. I'm also going to grab some food. All right. All right. All right. Where's my mouse? There it is. We're at 10 calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. We haven't gotten any calls yet. Be the first one. I'm going to eat my food. I'll read some chat. Looks like there's a bit of fighting. Base Call Flashy says, Amanda, read the Stalin quote I sent you on Discord. Nobody agrees with equality of outcome. Okay. Oh, big one. All right. So this is apparently from Stalin. These people evidently think that socialism calls for equalization, for leveling the requirements in personal everyday life of the members of society. Needless to say, such an assumption has nothing in common with Marxism, with Leninism. By equality, Marxism means not equalization of personal requirements in everyday life, but the abolition of classes, i.e., an equal emancipation of all working people from exploitation after the capitalists have been overthrown and expropriated. B, the equal abolition of all the private property by the means of production after they have been converted into the property as a whole for society. C, the equal duty of all work according to the ability and the equal right of all working people to receive in return for according to the work performed, socialist society. D, the equal duty of all work according to their ability and the equal right of all working people to receive in return for this according to their needs, communist society. Moreover, Marxism proceeds from the assumption that people's tastes and requirements are not met and cannot be identical and equal in regarding to quality or quantity, whether the period of socialism or the period of communism. There you have the Marxist conception of equality. Marxism has never recognized and does not recognize any other equality. To draw from the conclusion that socialism calls for equalization, for the leveling of requirements of the members of society, for the leveling of the tastes in the personal everyday life, that according to the Marxist plan should all wear the same clothes and eat the same dish in the same quantity, is utter vulgarities and slander to Marxism. And that's apparently a Stalinist quote. So not even Stalin argued for equality of outcome. That's interesting. I did not know that. Let's see. 1stAmender, what are you munching on? The hungry want to know. It's just some stir-fried rice, leftovers. I just had some, though I made the mushrooms too salty by cooking them in soy sauce. Trans rights are human rights is such a dumb slogan. Trans people are human and it's just human rights. It ain't the same claim as the problem is the discrimination that's being placed onto trans people, therefore saying that trans rights are human rights. Because some humans are trans. Irma says, the one thing I have to say about this stream is I don't want to hear from you say again is up is down and down is up ever again. Why? Am I saying it too much? It's true. The right feels that way. Right is wrong. Wrong is right. But I agree. Trans rights are human rights. Given that some humans are trans, and we should protect people rather than attack them for who they are. To be in favor of trans rights would be in favor of human rights. Hot. Hot. Ugh. Oh. Hot. Okay. Oh. Damn, that was a hot mushroom. Not like it was spicy, but it was like temperature-wise hot. Xandercat says, fuck yeah, my man. Hell yeah. Irma says, trans people are humans. Ergo, trans rights would fall under the umbrella of human rights. Yes, correct. Correct. Druid says, First Amender, I forgot something and was hoping you could help me remember. Who was Winnie the Pooh's best friend again? I don't know. I can't remember. It was Tigger, I think. Isn't that... I'm just going to say it. I don't like Tigger's name. It's too close. It's too damn close. I don't like the name Tigger. Cyrodiilic Crusader saying, I can defend the Crusades. All right, call in, bro. 202-998-5218. Let's hear a guy try to defend genocide. Chat. Xandercat says, oh, I burned the fuck out of my mouth on my own shepherd's pie. Don't worry, but just keep your mouth brushed and everything, and it will heal in around a week. Dang. I call the number, it does not work. Let's test it. It works. Maybe I have your number blocked. If you DM me on Discord, I'm 1stAmender on Discord, 1stAmender. If you DM me your phone number, That way you don't dox yourself. I can unblock it if you want. Cyrodiilic, I'm not going to have a debate with you. Unless if you can call in. You have to have some skin in the game. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
How's it going, man?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to put the time down. What was your name?
Brian.
All right, Brian, what would you like to talk about?
Well, so immigration, and not from like a racial perspective, but more of a, I think it's affecting the House seat apportionment. And I think people who allow immigration to happen unfettered can inadvertently or advertently affect the House apportionment. And I think people who knowingly do that are treasonous.
So what should we do with treasonous people?
Throw the book at them.
Put them in prison?
If they're committing treason, then yeah. I mean, we're talking about, in this scenario, the person that we're talking about that would be we'd be coming after for treason would be like a congressperson or an official who knowingly loosens their immigration policy to affect House seats. I believe that if they're doing that, like if Biden doesn't enforce the border, obviously that we're past the time of Biden, but I believe that his lack of enforcement when he could have been enforcing it, I believe, I don't know if it's fully treason, but I believe it kind of borders on treason.
Let me write down exactly what you're saying, because I need to ensure that I got you correct. Hold on. All right, so I'm just going to write. So I'm trying to write down what you say, or rather, I guess in my own words, what I understood. I just want to make sure I understand your position. So
yeah,
the position is immigration is bad because it messes with congressional House seats. Messing with elections is treasonous. Therefore, people who mess with elections should go to prison.
not immigration, but illegal immigration. Everything else was correct.
All right, so illegal immigration is bad because it messes with congressional House seats. Let me just add, that messes with elections. That messes with elections. Messing with elections is treasonous. Therefore, people who mess with elections should go to prison.
Yeah, and to say mess with, I think knowingly skewing the overall result.
Okay, that
yeah,
skews.
like it's not just,
okay, so that skews results with elections, and skewing results with elections is treason. Oh my goodness! They just subscribed. Wow. We've got
I believe
Bunny
that
3A
yeah.
who has just subscribed. Thank you very much, Bunny, for the subscribe. I appreciate that very much. Sorry about that, buddy. I'm trying to skewing. Hold on.
You're good at, and I think there's degrees to it also. So like a person who
skewing
votes
elections in
twice
your
or
favor is
something.
a treasonous act in your eyes, and therefore people who mess with elections should go to prison.
Skewing it. So let's say, for example, a person votes twice.
Oh my goodness!
I don't think that rises to the level of treason. I think there's,
Mhm.
I don't know what that level is or what that line is, but at a certain point, there has to be consequences for messing with elections on a national scale by letting in immigrants that skew the House seat apportionment. Because these people, these Congress people vote on things, and as a result, like California or Texas or Florida can get more power than the other states. And I don't think that's by design. I don't think the founders intended that.
Okay, let me ask you this. Does gerrymandering skew elections?
Not illegally. So that's the difference. I think it's not illegal to do gerrymandering.
Everything of what you just said is technically legal. People like immigrating to a specific state and then gain more House seats. That is by design. So, I'm asking you: does gerrymandering skew elections?
It does, but it's a separate issue because it's legal. Because
okay. So what I'm trying to understand here is that
I'm talking about illegal immigration.
I understand you're talking about illegal immigration, but the reason why you have a problem with illegal immigration is because it skews election results, and that's treasonous. That is so serious to you that it is a treasonous act to do. And so I'm going to ask you, on the basis predicate of your argument, illegal immigration is bad because it skews elections. I'm going to ask you, does gerrymandering skew elections?
It does, but not illegally. And I think
it does.
I think if you're doing something legally, then it's okay. And we can actually argue the merits of gerrymandering. I think we should do a grid system across the United States of an even grid, and where it falls is where it falls.
Yeah. I think we should just get rid of the electoral college system and just leave it at one vote per one person. I just think the electoral college is completely insane. And it is deliberately created to skew elections. I agree with you. I don't want to see skewing of elections, which is why I believe in one vote per one person. Now, with that being said, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that gerrymandering does skew elections. And given that Republicans consistently try to gerrymander in order to get more congressional House seats, explicitly skewing elections, do you believe that Republicans who deliberately skew elections go to prison, since it's a treasonous act by your standard?
Oh, well, because it's not illegal, no, but Democrats do that also.
So as long as skewing elections is legal, then it's okay.
Well, correct. I mean, I think people are trying to win elections.
So then I would just make illegal immigrants legal. What's the problem?
Well, you could try to do that, but then the whole system falls apart. Your whole argument falls apart.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Because it's illegal.
We have tons of immigrants coming into the country. It actually helps. It helps our economy.
Now, we're talking about House voting and screwing up the system.
Well, I was talking about House voting as well. Gerrymandering specifically skews congressional House seating and skews elections. It sounds like that you're operating a double standard here. And I think you need to think about this more.
No, I have. And so both sides are doing gerrymandering because it's a legal mechanism. So, look at Massachusetts. They voted, I think 40% for Trump, but all of their House seats are all Democratic. They do gerrymandering, and they do gerrymandering in other states like California as well. So this is a weapon that both sides use. I think it's different when it's not legal. And when people are using illegal immigration, you're going outside of the system to destroy the system. And I think the ultimate end is what you want.
Gerrymandering is working precisely within the system, and also making illegal immigrants legal is also working within the system.
Yeah, I mean, you could change.
So it's
what
not an
makes
argument. You
immigrant
can't
legal
say
is-
that it's that one of them is illegal and the other one is not. Both of them are legal. And also, FYI, the top 10 most gerrymandered states are all MAGA conservatives.
Well, since illegal immigration is illegal, we live in that world. So wouldn't people who are doing things illegally, wouldn't that be different than gerrymandering? Because it's illegal? Like, you could change it.
I told you
could
that
try
it's
to
already
change it.
legal. It's legal. You can make illegal immigrants legal, and that would be legal.
Yeah, but that's not the case. That's
But
not
you
the
can.
world that we're
The
in.
point is
So-
that you can make it legal. You said that it was illegal, but it's not illegal. And you also said that it was a treasonous act. But then when the right does it and skews elections for whatever reason, you apply kid gloves, and you're now in knots with your logic. It doesn't make any sense. I could be
You haven't
entirely
engaged. You're kind
consistent
of running
here
away from the
and
idea.
say, no, I'm not. I wrote down exactly what you said. I
said, well, let's
addressed
just make it
exactly, and
let's
you
make it
have a
legal.
very clear problem in your logic here. You seem to apply kid gloves when the right does it, but when the left does it, you seem to be up in arms. So obviously your underlying motivation is not actually because it messes with elections. You don't really care about that. That's just a non-starter. Why don't you give me the actual reason of why you don't want illegal immigration to the United States?
It's breaking the rules. It's. I think we all play by a game, and a part of that game is gerrymandering that Democrats and Republicans both do. We've already established that Democrats and Republicans are playing that gerrymandering game within that system. Now, you could try to bring in illegal immigrants and try to change the law, but that's not compatible with the system. It's outside the system. And because it's outside the system, because it is illegal now, I think using illegal methods as a strategy of gaining votes and gaining power in the House is treasonous. Now, you can make it legal and it would not become treasonous, but until it's legal, it is treasonous. You understand?
So again, I've already pointed out to you that those methods are not illegal.
So illegal immigrants aren't illegal.
So illegal
there's no
immigrants
such
can be
thing as an
made
illegal
legal
immigrant.
legally.
Right, but they're not. Like,
But
we're
they
talking
are.
about
They
what
did. They
is
did so
right now.
all the time. Democratic politicians would try to make illegal immigrants legal because they treat them as humans and not as like cattle.
No, they are treating them like voting, like a voting tool.
Well,
they
yeah,
give
I
them
agree.
handouts.
I agree. When you have people that are on your side and
Yeah,
agree with you,
treating
yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly okay with me.
Non-Americans.
But
Non-Americans, they're siding with.
I mean, I don't really
non-Americans.
care where they're from. I mean,
People.
it's just stupid. It's stupid to like
Right.
have this like weird
Right.
nationalistic tendency. It ultimately it's something that
For voting.
stems in from just xenophobia, just being against people who are of other countries on the basis of their skin color. It's super racist. But anyway, I wanted to go over how you said your predicate is no
How is it
longer
racist?
actually
We're talking
that
about
they're undermining elections, because you're perfectly okay with the right doing it. So obviously that's not your
I'm okay with the right
your
and the left.
argument. So the question
And
is
the
then
left. We're okay with
the
Massachusetts.
question
Come on,
is
did you
is
hear me?
is
I
your
said I'm okay with
underlying your
Massachusetts.
underlying predicate is actually it's breaking the rules. Is that correct?
So I'm saying it's okay if Democrats and Republicans do gerrymandering because it's a part of the system. So you're saying that I'm holding a double standard, but I'm not. I'm actually saying it's okay for Democrats to gerrymander Massachusetts and New Mexico and California. And I'm saying it's okay for Texas to gerrymander, and it's okay for Florida to gerrymander because that's a part of the system. But when you take illegal immigrants and you use them as a tool to gain power, then you're not playing the game the right way. It's not fair. It's cheating. It's about fairness. It's not about race. It's not about nationalism. It's about fairness.
Is gerrymandering fair?
Because they're both playing that game, yes.
Okay, that's wild.
But
That's definitely not the case.
Republicans aren't.
Most people do not agree that gerrymandering is fair.
Well, it's a
But
whole separate
really,
thing.
I
I
want to
mean, 'cause
get
they're both
down to
doing it.
like what the underlying predicate is it's breaking the rules, right?
It's breaking the law, yes.
Okay, so if something is breaking the law, it's wrong.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay.
At the-
So
at
in the
this scale,
past,
yeah, of course.
apartheid was legal. Would you be in favor of apartheid if it was legal?
No.
Why not? It's the law.
So, I mean, it's morally against the Constitution of the country. I
Yeah.
think, we've gone from
So again, here's the thing, right? It's actually not against the Constitution, and it was upheld for a very long time, even after the Constitution was written. You said specifically, it's breaking the rules. If you're breaking the law, it's wrong. And so I brought up an example of apartheid, and you're saying, well, it's against the Constitution. No, it wasn't. It literally, the Constitution will tell you moral standings of white good character, for example. It was written into the Constitution to have things like apartheid be permissible. And so I'm asking you, would you be in favor of apartheid, knowing that it would have been the law back then?
No, I mean, not every law is accurate, but I think treason is something, and I think undermining elections, I think that's a good law to have. I think there's a huge difference in fairness of elections and discriminating people
You
based
don't care
on
about
race.
the fairness of elections. You've already acknowledged that you wanted gerrymandering. So you
No,
don't
for
care
both-
about
for both
fairness of
sides,
elections. It doesn't matter if both sides
I
can do
think
it.
both
It's unfair
sides do
on
it.
both sides. It's unfair. It doesn't matter
If it's unfair on
it's
both
the right
sides, then
doing
it's
it or
fair
the
on both
left doing it. Gerrymandering is unfair. I would rather have one vote per one person. That would be fair. That would be just. Now, you said that your argument is that it's breaking the rules. If you're breaking the law, it's wrong. If apartheid were legal, would you be in favor of apartheid?
If it was a part of the American Constitution, I mean, we're living in a weird hypothetical that has no bearing on this actual question. Like, you're running away from the idea.
I'm not
by
running away from
hiding
the
behind
idea.
apartheid.
I'm addressing the underlying predicate.
So the underlying predicate you've avoided, which is
No, I'm not. I'm
Democrats
literally
are
addressing
playing
the
the
literal
same
predicate.
gerrymander
We
game.
brought up, I wrote down exactly what you said. You said illegal immigration is bad because it messes with congressional House seats. That skews the results with elections. Skewing elections in
true?
your favor is treasonous. Therefore, people who mess with elections should go to prison. And so I said, okay, does gerrymandering skew with elections? There is no yes or no here. It does skew elections. And so by your
The word
very metric,
skew is
people that
loaded.
decide to gerrymander or want to do gerrymandering as a fundamental tool would be going against elections. You then went off to the trailed off.
skew.
Instead of talking about skewing elections, you then goalpost shifted and said, well, that is in the law. That is in favor of the law. So I am in favor of that which is lawful.
Right.
And I said, okay, so then why are you against illegal immigration? You then answered, it's breaking the rules. And so where I'm asking you, if you're breaking the law, it is wrong. It is in very recent history that apartheid was acceptable. Would you be in favor of apartheid knowing that it was a law?
It wasn't a part of this country.
Yes,
It
it was.
has nothing to do. You're obfuscating because you haven't acknowledged that it is illegal. And you're obfuscating.
You're the one that
because you
goalpost
haven't
shifted. I
acknowledged-
pointed out exactly how the goalpost shift happened. I don't know why
you
you
used
can
the word
like.
skew.
Obviously, we had racial segregation in the United States. How do you sit there and say
used the
racial
word
segregation
skew.
never happened? Look! I'll flash it. I'll flash it for everybody to see. right? We did have apartheid.
racial
We had
segregation,
racial segregation in the United States.
You're running
Facilities
away.
and
You're running
services such
away
as
from
housing,
this idea,
healthcare,
brother.
education, employment, and transportation have been systematically separated in the United States based on racial categorization. Knowing that racial segregation was allowed and was pushed by law, would you be in favor of racial segregation, knowing it's the law?
Well, no, because it's unconstitutional. The Constitution is the law.
Nope, it was pushed into the law for a very long time. It doesn't matter if it's unconstitutional. It was a law. You said if you are breaking the law, it's wrong. So if somebody decided to break the law regarding racial segregation, would that be wrong?
In this scenario, no. But this isn't the scenario. You're not. You use the word skew, and to say skew, to skew an election is not illegal.
Blows my
to
mind, dude.
illegally skew an election is illegal.
Yeah. Again,
So
I've already pointed out how that's not illegal.
Well, it is illegal, but it's just not.
You could just make
yet
them legal
for you. Yeah, but that's not what it is right now. So don't you think people who do things that are against our Constitution?
You got any other?
Elections?
Do you have any other argument? Because none of this is working. You've tied yourself into all sorts of knots, and I think if you want to understand morality, I think as a result, what you should do is consider just because something is legal or illegal doesn't mean it makes it right or wrong. Legality alone, legality alone cannot be the talisman of morality.
And that's not what I'm even saying. I think you've completely ignored the point.
No, you said I asked if you're breaking the law, it's wrong. You agreed to that. I wrote down what you said. I ensured
you wrote it down, but you didn't understand.
You agreed with this. I do
you
understand.
Wrote it down, but you didn't understand.
Here, I have a quote. I have a famous quote here by Walter E. Williams that I think is really important. How does something immoral done privately become moral when it is done collectively? Furthermore, does legality establish morality? Slavery was legal. Apartheid is legal. Stalinist, Nazi, and Maoist purges were legal. Clearly, the fact that legality does not justify these crimes. Legality alone cannot be the talisman of moral people. And I'm completely in agreement with that position. Even to this day,
but this is well established.
You don't. You don't actually agree with that.
Anarchy.
You don't agree with that at all. I don't want anarchy.
Yeah.
You are sitting there making an argument. If you're breaking the law, it is wrong. But obviously, that's not the case. No. And with that, we got to move on to the next call.
Laws.
I'll give you the last word. Go ahead, Brian.
This law.
Do you have anything?
About this law. You have nothing.
I have tied you in about 20 different knots. You've been walked in circles.
You
don't even know what my argument is. You can't even state my argument back to me.
So you did it for me. I'll do it for you. Okay. Is that fair?
Make your last point, because I'm moving on.
No. You wanted me. You don't think that I understand your position, right?
If you want to make that your last point, then do it.
No, I'm trying to establish whether or not you think I understand your position or not.
I don't think you understand my position at all.
Okay, your position is that because things in the past in other countries that have been what we would consider morally wrong in the United States have been legal, that's proof that just because something's legal doesn't make it morally right. And that is not the same conversation that I brought to you. The conversation I brought to you is that we've already agreed that we should have borders. We've already agreed that we should have American citizens. We've already agreed that there are certain people that are illegal, right? And then breaking that law, going outside of that system, is against the rules. And because you brought up gerrymandering as a way of trying to obfuscate the issue, gerrymandering is a problem, but both sides are doing it. So there's an imbalance in the rules right now. One side's breaking the law, one side's not, and it has huge implications on our House. And if you're an American If you believe in the Constitution, you should be supporting the Constitution.
Good talk, Brian.
That wasn't a talk, dude. You didn't hear a thing.
I wrote down everything he said. That was a good call. I think I can make that a video. Let me write that down. That dude was in all sorts of different knots. All right, so I got an issue with the Majora's Mask here. I got to adjust my input settings. I'm having the same exact problem as before. I don't know, do I have to like lower the range? You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yo, Mender, this is Flashy.
Hey, Flashy.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Flashy.
Oh, hey, sorry. I don't know why my phone connected to my my headphones. Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess I had a constructive criticism for you here. So, but can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
But I'm wondering if, like, you think, you know, having a little more knowledge, or maybe just have something brought up, like a list or something, of actual, like, bills that have either been brought to Congress or passed in Congress to, like, bring up to people that say stupid shit.
Say that again?
Like, I'm wondering if, do you think it would be, like, more useful to, like, compile a list of bills that have either been introduced to Congress or passed Congress to, like, point out to people when they say really stupid shit?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
So, like, with the last caller, for instance, like, they kept on trying to hammer on the stupid argument that, like, both Republicans and Democrats gerrymander.
Yeah.
So it's, like, fine or whatever. He just tried to, like, you know, hand swipe it away.
Yeah.
As if it's, like, a nothing burger because both sides do it. First of all, as you know, you did mention that, you know, Republicans are much more egregious in their gerrymandering, right?
Yeah.
They do it much more often. And obviously the Democrats were forced to do it in return, otherwise they just totally get screwed over. I mean, they already are getting screwed over, but, you know, even more so.
Yeah.
But I think it would have been way more beneficial to bring up, like, all of the actual bills in Congress that Democrats have either passed solely alone with zero Republican support, and then ultimately fails in the Senate, you know. But there have been House bills like the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that banned racial gerrymandering, and basically every single Democrat except like one, I think, but virtually every Democrat voted in favor of that bill to ban racial gerrymandering, and every Republican voted against it. And then there's also another bill that passed Congress, passed the House at least, that was the For the People Act, and that one also had every Democrat support it and every Republican oppose it. Like, I feel like bringing that stuff up would have just immediately shut down that stupid claim that, like, you know, both sides are equal in the gerrymandering shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I am aware, though, that Democrats have gerrymandered, but obviously, like, his underlying argument was, well, both, well, I'm against the skewing of elections, but he's perfectly okay with it as long as both skew elections. It's completely insane. Like, obviously there's a logical, like, it's just a stupid goalpost shift. Ultimately, what the argument is they don't like brown people. That's really what it is. It has absolutely nothing to do with anything like logical here.
Yeah, I agree. He was just trying to find some type of, like, excuse to, like, hate brown people. Like, that's exactly what it was, because, like, he clearly showed no consistent principle in that. But I just wanted to let you know that there are bills out there that you could reference that it immediately shut down like that stupid claim that like both sides are equal in the gerrymandering thing.
Yeah. Well, appreciate your call.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Peace. We are still taking calls. This is a really hard mini game, but we're going to beat it. Bro, it's so hard to hit him. My controller is too sensitive. All right. Come on. Hit him. How am I supposed to get all of them? I don't understand. What controller are you using, 1stAmender? This. It's hard. I don't want to use the real N64 range. Maybe it's a problem with the range. Yes. All right. Oh my God, it's so sensitive. I can't hit it. Hit it. Oh my God, it's so frustrating. Hit the bird. Phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello, 1stAmender.
Hey, Wall.
So, it seems like you kind of chose violence this morning. Is that true?
No. I was watching a video.
Okay, it's like, it's early Sunday morning, and the first thing I hear from you is church people have creepy eyes and creepy smiles.
They do. They do.
Don't you think that's a little antagonistic on Sunday morning, man?
Yes.
Okay, so you admit it. You chose violence.
No.
Whatever.
They do look creepy.
Look, first, isn't your father religious?
Yes.
Do you consider him creepy when he's happy?
I think, I've never seen my dad with that kind of look in his eyes. But if you've seen what I'm talking about, you know what I mean. It's creepy. They look weird. They got a weird, creepy look about them. They do.
All right. Well, I'm just calling you out because like your hatred of religion goes past religion.
I don't
You just,
hate
like, don't like
religion.
religious
Go ahead and
people.
believe whatever you want, bro. I'm just saying, like
Believe what
they
you
were
want,
saying,
just don't
oh,
have
all
freaky
the
eyes
other,
and
they
don't
were.
smile for pictures.
I was just responding to Joe Rogan saying, hey, when you go to church, they're all happy, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I think it's like this weird kind of a fake smiley that they do, and they get these weird, like church eyes.
Why does it have to be fake first?
What?
Why does it have to be fake happiness?
Because like, yeah, like here's a good example, bro. Like this is, you know, who has like super like church eyes? You know, Ken Copeland. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'll pull it
But
up.
wait. You know what? I don't even care about the eyes. I want to know why it has to be fake happiness.
Because they like, why does it have to be fake happiness?
Yes.
Because I don't believe that a person can be that happy. Like they're just like, seriously, like they're like, hi, welcome to our church.
Wow, 1stAmender, look.
It's so creepy, dude. They look creepy.
No, actually, no, dog. I'm sorry. What's creepy is that
it's good to have you here.
Of seeing people being that happy. That's actually creepy to you. That's creepy to me that you don't see that.
No. What's the benefit is? The benefit is with me is that, you know, I'm not hiding my misery. I am showing you how I feel about things. I'm showing you directly how I feel about stuff. And you can be rest assured that I wouldn't backstab you as a result, because you know how I am, you know, who I am as a person. And when these church people, they show up, man, and they got this fucking look in their eyes, they're creepy, man. You get some creepy, just that. I mean, look, for example, right? This is Kenneth Copeland Ministries.
Before you
Hold on,
go
real
any
quick. Just
okay,
I just
ahead,
want to share it. Like, look at it in chat, dude. They got these weird fucking eyes, bro. They're just like, they're creepy, dude.
1stAmender, have you ever seen the movie A Time to Kill?
What?
Have you ever seen the movie A Time to Kill?
Nope.
Okay, forget it. How about this? That whole rant you just went on sounded really bigoted. And if you replace church people with any other demographic, you would sound like a racist, psychotic bigot. Do you understand that?
Yes. It's a good thing that I am not targeting somebody on the basis of a characteristic that they cannot control. But
so
those church eyes, dude, you could absolutely 100% control that. You could just like be like a human being and not act or act like a fucking alien. When somebody is like ruthlessly nice to me, when somebody is ruthlessly nice to me, I just get suspicious. I'm just like, listen, maybe call me suspicious, but I'm just like, I don't trust somebody when they're like, they're just like, hi, welcome to our church. Hi. I'm just like, oh, bro, get away from me. You're fucking weird. You're weird. You're fucking weird, bro. Also, do you see the picture? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Actually, no, I'm on my phone, but it's fine.
Please, can you just pull up my stream so you can see the picture, AWOL? Or at least have Discord up or something. Here, I'll DM it to you.
All right, hold on. Well, actually, I hopped into Discord, but you weren't chilling with them, so
No, I wasn't I wasn't inside. I just wanted less noise, I guess. Anyway, I sent it to you directly so you can see it for yourself on your Discord. Did you get a notification?
Yeah, hold on 1 second first.
Okay.
So anyway, First Amender, I'm just saying that you kind of sound like the bigots who you're mad at sometimes when you talk about religious people. You should acknowledge that.
I mean, I don't like church.
I get that, and it comes through what you say. So I'm just saying you should
I
acknowledge
don't like
you
it.
kind of
I don't
sound
like.
bigoted
I don't
against
like.
the
I
church.
don't like religion. Religion sucks. It sucks. It's
Well, yes,
terrible.
and that ties in with the people who practice religion, right?
No. I mean, if
How
you
can it
want to
not?
do it or whatever, just you do it. I'm not going to discriminate against you for being religious or whatever. That's your deal.
You're right. You're right. You're not going to discriminate. You're just going to tell me I have creepy eyes and my happiness is fake.
Yeah, dude, they
And that
look
I believe in
creepy
a fairy
because
tale
they look
and a sky
creepy.
god.
Look
You
at
see
them.
how you're bigoted?
Look at them. Just look at them, AWOL. AWOL. Just look at them.
It doesn't matter. That's how they express their faith. That's how they
Yeah,
like
but
it.
they
It
look
doesn't matter. I'm
weird.
just
They
saying
look
that's how you think.
creepy.
You have to agree with me. You sound bigoted.
I don't think I sound bigoted.
Okay, you know what? I'll let it go because honestly, you're wrong, but it's not important. I have another question for you.
Okay.
Is suicidal empathy real?
Suicidal empathy. I don't even know what that is.
Yes, you do. You embody it. But
I'm telling you, heart to heart, I don't know what that is.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, well, look it up. Let's look at the definition.
All right. Suicidal empathy is a purported phenomenon with excessive, misdirected, pathological forms of empathy that are claimed to be destructive for the party that exhibits it. This is often claimed to happen through prioritizing compassion, understanding empathy over logic, and long-term consequences. There is no support for this concept in psychology, and proponents are not psychologists or sociologists. This phrase was coined by marketing professor Gad Saad. The phrase suicidal empathy is commonly used by culture warriors, far-right figures, and Christian nationalists who condemn empathy towards groups such as immigrants and racial minorities, often associated with great replacement conspiracy theory, and is often referred to as a right-wing buzzword by the Bulwark. Ew.
Wow, there was a buzzwords in that definition. So do you believe that's a real thing?
Well, based on this, I don't like that word. I think it's demonizing empathy. Just having empathy.
Well, before you get into your fifis about the word, do you think that the concept itself exists?
Not the way that it is framed. No.
Okay, what about the framing is upsetting to you?
It looks at empathy as like a negative thing. It paints it in a negative light, and I think that that's wrong.
Okay, but can empathy be a negative thing?
No.
Come
I
on,
don't see how
first,
empathy could be a negative thing.
First, we've talked about this before, and you've conceded this point. It's not really worth the time. Just say that you know there can be some empathy that's wrong or bad for you.
I think empathy is a good thing.
Okay, First Amender. All right. If you have a family member who steals from you every day of the week, but your empathy is that you understand why they steal, and you never correct the behavior, is that a positive showing of empathy?
You can correct the behavior and have empathy.
Fair enough, First Amender. How about this? Remember I'll give you an example. You agreed with it last time. If your empathy makes you pick up a hitchhiker and you get robbed because of it, did your empathy help you or hurt you in that circumstance?
Suppose it hurts you in that circumstance.
So is that a sign of negative for the empathy argument? Just one example?
Yeah, but it's like you're kind
Just
of
acknowledge there are
You're
negative
one-
signs with empathy sometimes. That's all.
I mean, I guess like you kind of have to like lack empathy in like specific survival situations, I suppose, but that doesn't mean therefore empathy bad. Like
I didn't say
And it
Again,
also,
this
and
is
I
what's
also
so
don't like the,
oh
I
my
don't like the
God,
framing
Puffy.
that like like that we should look at empathy as if like it's a weakness or something that we shouldn't have. It's bad. Like
Okay,
this is where it's like I get annoyed with the right making arguments, basically,
feelings,
huh?
feces, feces,
No,
feelings.
this is why I get
You're
annoyed.
not
This is why I get
addressing
annoyed with the right making arguments
because you're getting
where we look at
emotional and
genuinely good things and then frame it in a negative light, and it really is pretty disgusting to hear.
okay. All right. Well, you've thrown all your emotions out. Now let's go back to what we're actually talking about, because you're not addressing the point. Just like that other caller told you earlier.
I addressed the
First,
point.
you addressed the point. Okay.
I
Look,
did.
First Amendment. My question to you was: were there ways where empathy can be used against you or negative? You can see that happens, but you don't like the wording of it, so you don't want to talk about it. And now I'm upset about it. That has nothing to do with all empathy being bad. No one said that. That's you being emotional. So please, just chill out for a second and just go with me for a second. Empathy can be used against you. Well, you would agree with that, right?
Sure.
If someone finds someone who is easy to abuse in a relationship because that person has a lot of empathy, that can be used against the person. You understand that example?
Yes, I understand your example. You don't have to repeat it.
Okay, man, don't get petulant first. I let you repeat shit all the time. Anyway, I'm just saying to you that it's possible for you to have so much empathy that you might be blinded to something else. So not everybody is cruel just because they don't have the same level of empathy. And I was asking you, do you think you have suicidal empathy?
Yeah,
Not
I
suicidal. I'm sorry.
reject the
I said
framing of
suicide. I mean, well,
the term suicidal empathy. It sounds like some fucking bullshit right-wing grift assholes that want to say that empathy is a bad thing somehow.
okay. Well, again, it's like you are so reprogrammed. You literally just conceded the point that there sometimes is bad parts of empathy.
Yeah,
And then you immediately go
well,
right back to saying,
but because
it's
we're
just
not talking
right-wing.
about empathy, we're talking about your concept of suicidal empathy. I reject that premise.
Okay, I'll give you another example, a better example, one that you use. There's a country called 1stAmender country, and there's AWOL country. AWOL country believes in spies and black ops. 1stAmender's country doesn't because morally they're better. You remember that scenario?
What? I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know.
Are you getting all sensitive now? You can't focus?
No, I was just losing to this game, and I'm just like, fuck. It's just a hard game.
Oh,
Repeat it. I'm sorry.
okay. So there's 1stAmender country, and there's AWOL country. AWOL's country believes in spies and black ops. Your country doesn't. We had that debate. I asked you
Why
how
would
long
I
it
not
would take
believe in
before.
spies and black ops?
Yes, Amender, you debated me on it for like 30 minutes. You said we shouldn't have black ops teams at all in America, and we shouldn't have spies, right?
We shouldn't have CIA operatives designed to take down countries, foreign
That's not what
countries. I
you
think that
argued.
that's wrong.
You said we shouldn't have spies at all. You said we shouldn't have any kind of black ops operation
No,
because we're using it to
that's not what
destabilize other countries.
that's not what I said.
Wow, man, you're getting bad with this. That's not what I said, shit.
I'm telling you, that's not what I said. I wouldn't have said
You
that.
debated me for 30 minutes on the subject, man.
On CIA operatives trying to take down other countries.
Wow, dog.
That's the bad part. I remember what I said.
No. I'm sure you do. You know what, man? I'm going to have to like really look into the Discord and send you these links.
Okay.
But anyway, all right. So that conversation, you said that because you didn't have spies, my country would take your country over. And I told you you were failing your country, and you said at least we would be in the moral right even if we were trampled. That's what you said.
Okay, I remember that.
Okay, well, then you should probably remember the rest of it. But anyway, the point is, isn't that suicidal empathy if you would let your whole country get trampled to make sure you had the moral high ground on spies?
I reject the whole framing of suicidal empathy.
But you're not actually giving me a framework for why you're rejecting it aside from your feces.
I've already said this, and I'm going to repeat it, and I'm only going to say it one more time, and then that's it. I reject it because it weaponizes the empathy and it frames empathy in a bad light, when in reality, empathy is not a bad thing. It's a good thing to have empathy.
Wow, I'm trying to wonder. I'm trying to figure out that time where I said that empathy is always a bad thing. Nope, I never said that first. Never.
I didn't say you said that. I said suicidal empathy is being used to demonize the concept of empathy. This is where, when I said that the right frames the right being wrong and the wrong being right. It is right to possess empathy. It is wrong to lack empathy.
You know what? I agree. 1stAmender. I swear to God, you argue these strong points that people don't argue.
I'm not operating within the framework of suicidal empathy. I didn't say you argued it. I'm saying I reject the concept of suicidal empathy.
Fair enough, 1stAmender. We can just agree to disagree. We'll just move on to the next one. This one should be interesting. Do you believe that TDS is real?
Trump derangement syndrome? No.
Yes.
I said no.
Oh, you said no. I'm sorry. Why don't you believe it's real?
Because it's just trying to demonize people that are pointing out obvious problems. I mean, I can show you as an example. Wikipedia says Trump derangement syndrome is a pejorative term to describe negative reactions to U.S. President Donald Trump that are characterized as irrational and disconnected from Trump's actual policy positions. The term has mainly been used by Trump supporters to discredit criticism of him as a way of reframing the discussion by suggesting that opponents are incapable of accurately perceiving the world. Some journalists have used the term to call for restraint when judging Trump's statements and actions. The term has also come to be used to describe as the nature of Trump supporters and their unwavering support of the president. I think that that Trump has done a lot of horrible things, and to call him out for it is not derangement. It's being aware of what is actually happening and pointing it out as a problem.
All right. Well, 1stAmender, would you concede that there are people who are irrationally mad at him?
No, I think everybody who is mad at them is rational. Because I'm going to be honest with you, Donald Trump is the worst president that I have experienced in my lifetime. He's really, really bad. He's worse. He is worse than Bush.
Oh, that's rough.
That is rough. Bush was horrible.
Okay, so 1stAmender, let's say that I'm justified in my anger at something. Are you going to say that, okay, I have to make sure that I word this right so you can't wiggle away from it. If people have valid reasons to be angry with Donald Trump, does that mean that their reactions are going to be similar or as valid?
I think being upset at Trump is perfectly justified considering the things that he has done.
All right, let me give you a hypothetical, and we can go from there. If I paint across the front of my house, Donald Trump is a Nazi, and my whole front yard is full of anti-Trump signs and things of that nature, would you consider me a rational, sane person, even if I had valid concerns about Donald Trump?
Yes, I would consider you a rational, sane person.
Even with the example of what I gave you with the painting their house and the sign?
Yeah, hell yeah. In fact, if anything, I would look at you and go like, holy based, and then I would want to hang out with you.
Oh, I understand why you're so fucking confused now, sir. What are you talking about? First Amendment.
In fact,
I
I've
don't
seen
think you're
people who
really
have like
logically engaging
LGBT
with this
flags or
conversation.
anti-Trump flags. I think that there was a lady who had it was like an anti-Trump bumper sticker, and they were actually in their car, and as I was going to my car, I said to them, I like your bumper sticker. And she laughed. So little powwow. That was cool.
That is cool. That's very cool. It happens all over America for both political sides, believe it or not. But anyway, First Amendment, all I'm asking you is that you do understand that whatever the political party, there's crazy people within that party. You do agree with that, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Crazy
So
people in all
why is
parties.
it so hard to believe, huh?
There's crazy people in all parties.
Okay, excellent. So let's talk about the crazy people who don't like Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that they are valid. They have valid reasons to dislike him. That doesn't mean they're not crazy, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so their reaction can also be crazy. That's logical, right?
Their reaction can be crazy. Sure.
Okay, so if their reaction can be crazy and their trigger is Donald Trump, can I present that there probably is something like TDS?
No, because you
Why
acknowledge
not,
that
sir?
because you said that they had a rational viewpoint. They had a rational
Okay,
reason.
Stop. Someone can be schizophrenic and have a rational viewpoint and still have crazy actions. What are you saying?
So if you're saying like if somebody is deranged, right, assuming that they're wildly irrational or uncontrolled, assuming that they are irrational, they're basically not logical, not reasonable, then the answer would be if they had a reason to be that way, they would not be deranged. They would be justified.
Okay, First Amender. So someone found out that their woman was cheating on them. So they blew up the whole restaurant. They have a valid, justified reason. Is that a valid response to it?
No, I don't think it's a valid response to blow up the entire restaurant.
Stop. What are you, like, again, either you're being obtuse or you're just acting like you don't understand what I'm saying here.
I answered your
Crazy
question.
people have crazy reactions.
All I did was answer your question. You're being deliberately obtuse.
Okay, so First Amendment, you have that test for if someone's a fascist.
A test if someone is a fascist?
Yeah, you used to do it on your show.
No, I don't think I had a test for that.
I don't understand, man. I'm the one who blazes, and my memory seems to be better than you for your own show.
My memory shit.
You used to have a checkbox thing that you would give guests to gauge whether or not they were a fascist or a Nazi.
I don't remember.
Wow, man, just wow. You know what? All right, First Amender, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Try not to bash religion so hard on Sundays. Like, find something else to get angry about.
What do you mean? All I did was say they have a creepy smile. They do.
No, you were bashing religion for like 30 minutes
No,
straight.
I'm
You're a
not. I
religious
was
bigot.
bashing what Joe
You're a
Rogan was
religious
saying. They're
bigot,
like, they're so nice.
and you need to
The
work on
religious
that.
people are so nice. I'm like, yeah, I think they're fake nice.
Yeah, of course they're fake nice to you because you hate religion. Just work on that within yourself. Become a better person. Okay? Stop acting like a right-winger. How about that? One to grow on.
Wait,
Later,
do you
First.
acknowledge that right-wingers suck?
According to you. Later, man.
All right, see ya. $2.39 discussion about what the hell? Why should we not be bashing religion on Sunday? That's funny, bro. Why not? All right, let's take a look here. I gotta be able to do this stupid fucking. This is a really hard mini game, guys. This is like the hardest thing you can do. Won't you play, mate? Okay, let's try it one more time. This is my last shot. It is hard to aim with this. I missed one. It is so hard to aim like this, dude. I can't hit him. I can't hit him, chat. I can't. This controller is just killing me. Amender, you are insane for using the N64 controller. Shut up. All right, well, I'm out of money. And I think we're out of time as well. Let me get to the... Ah, why is that so loud? Oh my God, that's so annoying. I accidentally turned up the volume. Hold on. Let me fix that. There we go. Much better. Options. Okay. Input settings. I think this is at 66 and we're going to do Ria's N64 range. Problem is, okay, so the problem is, so for those that are not aware, the Nintendo 64 notoriously had a really bad analog controller. Like the analog stick, it was bad. Just a bad setup. So, hold on a sec. I think I got one. Maybe if I try a different N64 controller, it might help. All right, so the original Nintendo 64 controller had a joystick that would just... it's green. That would wear down. And as a result, it just was shit. Like it would lose its ability to control. And so the solution that I had was like, I had a controller where the joystick, it was, you know, wobbly and not good anymore. So the solution was to go online and buy a new third party, you know, joystick and install it in the N64 controller. And here we go. I got a working N64 controller with a perfect joystick. It's great. Problem is, it's fucking sensitive as shit because it's like a modern, you know, analog stick. So as a result, I'm having a really fucking hard time aiming anything. All right. This one does not have a, an original stick. So we're going to try this. This one does not have the replaced stick, and it's actually not bad, though it is a third-party controller. It's not originally Nintendo 64. It's some other company, but it's around the same time, so hopefully maybe this will work. Let's try it. It's not working. I have to change the... input. Let's see. Up, left, right, down, start, A, B, L trigger, R trigger, Z, C up, C left, C right, C down, and we're just going to hit save. All right. My joystick is not working. Input. Where's the joystick? Up, left. Oh, hold on. Right. Up, left, right, down. All right. I'm holding it, bro, and it's barely moving. All right. Well, obviously that's not the correct range. Maybe if we increase the range to 100%. All right, maybe let's get some rupees and try again. This controller feels like shit, dude. This is like, hey, bro, here's your controller. Here's your controller, bro. And it's like, you know, you're at your friend's house and they give you that fucking shitty ass what is it called? Mad Catz controller that's got like a fucked up button. Here's your controller, bro. Oh my god. There's actually a Reddit for here's your controller, bro. We gotta talk. Here's your controller, bro. Oh man, that's so funny. Okay. We're gonna collect 20 rupees. This is definitely a here's your controller, bro moment. Let's see. 1stAmender, that controller is partly invisible. Yeah, because it's green. It's a green controller. What do you want? It's invisible. It is what it is. It's green. Special edition Predator controller. Druid says, what about a Bad Dragon controller? Ah, sick. Here's your controller, bro. Dude, this thing feels like shit. I hate this controller. It feels fucking horrible. I do not like it. But maybe it'll give me some success. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. All right. We got red rupee. Now we can go back. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's go. For some reason, diagonal is like weird. It's like not calibrated right. This controller sucks ass. All right. All right. Hi. All right. Hopefully we have a better luck. Hit it. Hit it. No, fucking missed it. Fucker. Fuck this fucking wolf ass. Hit it. Bro. This sucks. This controller is not better. It's worse. Fuck this. No. No to that controller. That controller sucks. It's not any better. I'm just going to calibrate this fucking thing. And hopefully I get lucky. Hopefully. Okay. Irma says, First Amender, has anyone told you you look like a great value version of Ralph Macchio? Who's Ralph Macchio? I look like this guy? The Karate Kid. I don't fucking know, bro. All right. Well, now I got to recalibrate because fucking thing. All right, hold on. Up, left, right, down, start, A, B, L, R, Z, C up, C left, C right, C down, up, left. God, this fucking controller feels so much better. Oh, God. Is that thing low? Yeah, it is a little low. The cat's water ball has to be replaced. All right. Okay. Let me do a calibration. All right. Let's calibrate the welcome to the calibration wizard. Move a handle in complete circles. Then press a button. Leave the handle centered, then press a button. Move the Z-axis all the way up and down. Then press and push a button. Move the Z-axis? I don't have a Z-axis. Finish. Okay. Okay. All right, hopefully this should be better. Apply. Okay. All right. Well, we're out of fucking money. We don't have any money. We have to leave. Yeah, we're out of money. We gotta go. First Amender, you look like a guy from Cobra Kai. We're out of time. We got to leave. Did we want to finish the Joe Rogan video? Might as well. These guys are douchebags. All right, let's do it.
Donated so generously to the LA fires. Did you ever see where all that went?
Where?
It went to like 100 different nonprofits. Like some of it was like pro-immigration. There was like we talked about it the other day. We had a whole list of all the different things that have been documented.
All NGOs?
That money. Oh yeah, that's all. So very little money is ever going to go to the actual people that lost their house. Almost all the money is going to go to these nonprofits. All these nonprofits have overhead. It goes to their employees. It goes to the overhead costs. All these people got bonuses.
But isn't that the same with the state?
$500,000 went to bonuses.
Yeah, but that's the same with the state.
But how crazy is that? You get a bonus for running a fucking charity? That's crazy.
Huge bonuses.
Huge bonuses.
Like hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions in bonuses.
And that's the homeless situation. This is the other thing about the homeless situation in California. Oh, we're going to help the homeless. It's really important to donate to the homeless. Let's help the homeless. California spent $24 billion on the homeless problem. It got worse. Not only did it get worse, they can't account for the money. And when the politicians have unanimously voted to try to do an audit to see where the money goes, Gavin Newsom has vetoed it. It's wild.
Well, isn't it counterintuitive anyway? If you're in an area and you say, look, we're going to be really good to the homeless here. We're going to give them a lot of money, a lot of entitlements.
Has that been the case? Because if I'm not mistaken, right, I'm pretty sure that the reason why there's a homeless problem in California is because there are better to homeless people in California. And so homeless people from other states move to California. Let me look that up. Hold on. All right, so let's take a look here. Let's read. Read, motherfucker, read. Homelessness in California, recent challenges and new horizon. Despite historic government investments in the last decade, California's homelessness crisis remains among the worst in the U.S. Insufficient shelter capacity, lack of permanent housing, and weakened incentive for drug treatment drive persistently high rates of homelessness, particularly in unsheltered relative to other states. Data collection and transparency have not kept pace with spending and the need to be improved to accurately assess the effectiveness of policies and government spending on homelessness. Between 2007 and 2014, the number of experiencing homelessness in California declined from 140K to 114K, but after that, homelessness began accelerating. Even billions of dollars in federal, state, and local spending poured to address the problem. Several factors have contributed to the persistence of homelessness in California, despite these investments, including the dearth of shelter beds, high and rising housing costs, and changing in policies around drug offenses. In this brief, we will discuss these challenges and have characterized the last decade of homelessness policy of the unintended consequences of certain policies. We will then provide an overview of the complex organizational funding structured of efforts to combat homelessness, a key factor in undermining the oversight and impact. Lastly, we will examine the potential policy changes that could affect trajectory of homelessness and the policy going forward and policy recommendations. Figure 1, homelessness in California, 2007. So 2007, 2023, unsheltered and sheltered homeless people. Okay, so it's risen. What's unique about homelessness in California? While some other states have higher rates of homelessness per capita than California, what distinguishes homelessness in the Golden State is its scale, the largest nation, over 187,000 in 2024. To make things worse, the state has a high rate of unsheltered homelessness, a large share of which is single men. For instance, while New York has more homeless per capita than California, only 5% unsheltered. By comparison, 2 out of 3 homeless in California are unsheltered, making up 45% of the nation's total unsheltered population. Nationwide, single men are more likely than other demographic to be homeless, but in California, the ratio is much more extreme. Over 9 in 10 homeless men in California are single, whereas roughly half of the homeless men in New York are single. These characteristics make homelessness in California, especially a state of metropolitan areas, more publicly visible. Concentrations of homelessness in San Francisco and Los Angeles have generated open-air drug markets, public dealing, and use of illicit drugs, which have profound effects on residents' perceptions and satisfaction. About 88% of San Francisco residents said homelessness has worsened, and 70% say the quality of life has declined in recent years, San Francisco Chamber of Commerce 2021. Moreover, 71% of respondents cited increased visibility of homelessness as the main reason that they feel less safe, the San Francisco Standard 2022. Similarly, LA, 60% of homelessness has worsened to 64% of the problem. I don't understand. Why not just get them houses? Why not just provide housing first? Who cares about the drugs, all this stuff? Why not just provide housing? If we're pouring that much money into it, it just seems like a pretty obvious solution, a housing first initiative. But I don't know. Contributing to one of the lowest life satisfaction rates in the last 9 years. Citizens' concern regarding rising homelessness and drug abuse helped lay the foundation for an array of new putative policy initiatives, including a reform of Proposition 47 in the November 2024 election. We'll return these initiatives in later sections. Unsheltered homeless by state. Dearth of inefficiency of the shelter. Shelters provide a crucial first line of defense against sleeping on the street and health and safety risks that can come with it. Yet California faces a severe undersupply of shelter beds. In 2024, 187,000 people that were in the state were homeless. If we add up all the interim housing beds available, emergency shelter, 61,387, transitional housing, 14,078, safe haven, 473, and assume all beds are being utilized at 100% capacity, a strong, almost implausible assumption, an estimate of 111,000 homeless people, close to 60% of the homeless population lack a shelter bed. This is an understatement of the shelter beds need, because not as every community in California is enumerated in the unsheltered homeless population in 2024. The shelter storage in California is staggering when compared to other states. In New York City, for example, there was roughly 1 shelter bed for every homeless individual in 2024, but in LA, the ratio is 1 to 2.5. Shelters, transitional housing. I thought if they spent as much money as they have, why would there not be shelter beds? Figure 3, shelters, transitional housing, permanent and supportive housing. Okay, let's see, HUD inventory count. Year-round, all permanent housing, permanent supportive housing, emergency transitional housing. Okay. Interim bed capacity share of homeless population in California. Making matters worse, not every shelter bed available is used. In a recent report, LA City Controller found 1 in 4 beds in LA interim housing system went unused between 2019 and 2023 at an estimated cost of $218 million. What? For some reason cited for insufficient utilization were the lack of timely data on shelter availability, a disjointed and opaque bed reservation system, and restrictive geographic catchment areas that prevent placements of individuals into shelters outside of zones where they are currently living. Shelters themselves, why do you even need to know where they're at? Shelters themselves often impose restrictions that render access more difficult. For instance, some shelters do not take walk-ins, limit of the personal belongings and family members one can bring, or prohibit pets, and some shelters have been perceived as lacking safety and privacy, making them unsuitable for some people experiencing homelessness, especially those with histories of trauma or psychiatric conditions. For these reasons, some people living in unsheltered opt to stay on the streets even when offered a shelter bed. All right, hold on. So some shelters have been perceived as lacking safety and privacy, making them unsuitable for some people experiencing homelessness, especially those with histories of trauma or psychiatric conditions. For these reasons, some people living unsheltered, but what are these shelters like? Like, it's got to be shit. It's got to be really bad. Like, where they're just like, I'd rather sleep on the street than deal with that. I'm going to Google that real quick. Homeless shelter, California.
Long Beach, where a proposal to turn a motel into a homeless shelter is getting some pushback. This motel is located along PCH. NBC4's McCullum Data just spoke to neighbors and business owners. Mac, what are they telling you here tonight?
Yeah, they are not very happy about this proposal. This is the Motel 6 on PCH that we're talking about now. The city wants to rent this out for about a year and a half. They're going to house about 70 homeless people. They're hoping to target folks that are living in the LA River here in Long Beach. It's not far away from here. They say the proximity makes sense, but neighbors say they feel like they're a dumping ground for the homeless problem, and now they have launched a petition.
Yeah, right outside my shop. It's right there.
Barbara Moses Alacone can't believe another motel is being considered to house the homeless along PCH and Martin Luther King Jr. by his business.
I think it's awful. We already have two homeless shelters, the Colonial and the Coronado, a block and a half away.
Stephen Acosta owns the tattoo shop next door. He thinks the area is unfairly being used to house more shelters in other districts in the city.
This area is just turning into a skid row behind closed doors.
The city says each council district is doing their part. They sent us a list with a number of beds in each district.
To try to put multiple places right here by me where we're already struggling, I just think it's a bad idea.
Darren Reichard owns Advanced Muffler across the street from the Motel 6. He doesn't want another shelter there either. He's not only worried about his customers, but also his neighbors.
The homeless issue here is crazy. We're dealing with theft, we're dealing with vandalism.
Dr. Atrilla Gillis lives in the neighborhood and is also a community leader. She's leading the newly launched petition drive to stop the $4.8 million project. Now, she isn't opposed to housing the homeless there.
At first, we were excited.
How much?
Launched petition drive to stop the $4.8 million project. Now,
$4.8 million project. Why do you need a $4.8 million project? It's just a motel.
Opposed to housing the homeless there.
At first we were excited, like, yay, this is great. It'll pull the unhoused people that are in our neighborhoods and they'll have shelter. But that's not the reality.
The city wants to address the growing problem of these homeless encampments that are nearby the area along the LA River. Long Beach data shows 92% of people living here have been homeless for more than a year. A third of them, according to the data, admit to drug addiction, mental health, and chronic illness.
That's concerning for us.
Gill says the Motel 6 is a block away from a local park and a few blocks away from schools. The city says the project would provide on-site social services, including counseling and permanent housing for those being helped. Last year, the city spent $2.4 million on a similar project near Alamitos and Ocean at the Vagabond Motel. We brought you that story where the city says they sheltered 90 people. 26 moved into permanent housing. 27 went on to other city shelters. It's unclear what happened to the 37 others. But neighbors there at the time complained of increased public drug use, thefts, and trash around the motel. Gillis thinks that'll happen here too.
It's just not an ideal placement for that type of facility in this neighborhood where we already have scarce resources, and now you're taxing the resources and the safety of the neighborhood.
We did get a statement from the city saying in part, while the city has negotiated a potential lease with the Motel 6, there is no finalized agreement at this time. The city is still...
But then how are you supposed to take care of homelessness if you're not housing them somewhere? Like, fuck these NIMBYs, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like, just house them. Yes, in my backyard. I don't care if that increases fucking drug use, whatever, dude. I'd rather people be housed.
We're going to really help them get on their feet. If you were homeless in a neighboring state, where would you go?
Yeah, you move to a place with awesome weather.
Yeah,
they'll give you money.
Where they're going to give you money.
Yeah.
And so, and they do just that. And so that's why these budgets become very bloated, right?
So hold on. Like, effectively what they're admitting here is the fact that, hey, the right has shit policies. And so as a result, they end up with a bunch of homeless people. The homeless people then leave their state and then push off all the work onto California. And then California is addressing the homelessness issue. And they're like, look at how bloated their homelessness is. I'm like, motherfucker, you made them homeless.
People are like, wait a second, there used to be 3 homeless guys over there. Now there's a tent city. What the hell is going on?
And they all get free crack.
Yeah, yeah, or free needles in the needle exchange or whatever it is. It gets worse and worse. The state does the same thing. State is allocating tons and tons of cash that it gets in Social Security tax. It's not going to Social Security. It's like these entitlements and entitlement spending.
Well, when people found out that Social Security is going to illegal immigrants,
oh, yeah.
an enormous amount of it, they're like, wait, what? And they denied it. And then, they had to fess up to it. Whistleblowers and...
Well, why would you have a pay-go system? Why would you have a system where you're like, this is social safety net that you're paying into for your retirement, that you have to pay into? Why wouldn't that go in a lockbox? Why would you have it? Well, because we want access to that money right now, and we'll pay it out later. That's what we'll do. We'll pay it out later. It's like, what? Why wouldn't you have
like
it?
Misappropriation.
Of course. It's wild that they're allowed to access the Social Security funds that are for your retirement, and then they're like, well, we're going to defund Social Security, so we'll shut the whole government down, right? Because then you won't get your Social Security checks. We'll weaponize the entitlement that should just be in a lockbox.
Yeah.
We'll pass funding for it. Funding for the thing they already paid?
Well, the idea also is that you are supposed to be paying into it so that you will get money when you retire. Yeah. But your return on investment is so bad.
That's terrible.
Compared to what would happen if you spent that exact same money and put it in like a fund, a reliable fund, you'd get so much more money when you retire. Like an enormous difference.
Well, now I almost feel like it's hamstringing, because if it was the case that they let you keep, you just opt out. I don't want Social Security.
What are they saying? Are we talking about Social Security now? Like why we need to get rid of Social Security? Let's see here. Hold on.
Investment is so bad.
That's terrible.
Are supposed to be.
We'll pass funding for it. Funding for the thing they already paid?
Well, the idea also is that you are supposed to be paying into it so that you will get money when you retire. Yeah. But your return on investment is so bad.
That's terrible.
Compared to what would happen if you spent that exact same money and put it in like a fund, a reliable fund, you'd get so much more money when you retire.
Well, the problem is that people don't make that decision for themselves. And then when they end up very old and infirmed and can't work, it ends up being everybody else's problem because they can't work. That's why Social Security is such a popular system and why it works really well. It doesn't matter if it's a terrible investment. It works. We know Social Security works, and people don't want to get rid of their Social Security. So you sitting there arguing that we should get rid of Social Security is fucking insane. It works. Social Security pays for itself.
Well, now I almost feel like it's hamstringing, because if it was the case that they let you keep, you just opt out. I don't want Social Security, I want to keep it. And then you took that and you put it in those hedge funds and retirement accounts and things like this. You would way maximize over what you get in Social Security.
Yeah.
But you can't opt out even though it's for you.
There's nothing the government does good. Not a thing. Not a single thing. So why would they be good at that? And why would anybody support them?
Social Security is a really good example of the government doing the right thing, believe it or not. To argue the opposite is just completely divorced from reality. Social Security is one of the most successful systems that the U.S. government does. And this anti-government sentiment is just incorrect. The ones with the highest quality of living standards have numerous government programs. It's just a matter of having the right laws passed in the right way to get meaningful outcomes. We know Social Security works. Joe Rogan could not be more wrong about this. And Andrew Wilson is also completely incorrect about this.
That they're just not good at it, especially when it comes to money. There's always a bunch of shenanigans that take place, and the idea that they would say,
not
Social Security is sacred. This we're going to really treat. We're going to maximize the amount of investment and really take care of people. We really care about people.
Yeah,
but that's
so naive.
What happened.
It's so naive.
It's not naive. It's what happened, you douchebag.
And possibly corrupt system.
Why hasn't it become a weapon? Entitlements are a weapon. Yeah. They're a political weapon.
Well, it certainly helps. Yeah. And also, again, the suicidal empathy that Gad Saad talks about. If you're on the left, you think of it as being like you're an empathetic person, a kind person. You want people to have money when they retire. You want people to have Medicaid, and you want people to have welfare, and you want people to have SNAP.
Who was the guy you brought up? I'm trying to think of his name. It was like maybe Professor Raft, something like that. He brought up the Papua New Guinea thing. Do you remember the Papua New Guinea thing?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so on that little island, right, they have the Seminole people. And the Seminole people, basically, they molest young boys. That's what they do, right? But apparently the young boys there, they love it because it's a right of manhood, right? And it's all socially conditioned in. The thing is, with suicidal empathy, that's really funny here to point out to a leftist. From their paradigm, there's nothing wrong with that.
Bro, we're bringing up the suicidal empathy shit. What the fuck? Dude. AWOL brought up this fucking suicide. I never heard of this term. The fucking right-wing grift, bro, is wild.
Actually, where's the harm, right? That's part of the suicidal empathy, the part of the ideology of suicidal empathy. So like for me, from my worldview, it's
bad.
Like,
guys, empathy bad. Remember, empathy is bad. Don't do empathy. You don't want to do any empathy because it's bad. It again, it's like right is wrong and wrong is right according to the right, dude. It's insane.
Care if you don't think there's harm in that. There is. We're stopping it. Emperor Andrew, done. That's done. No more. That's not allowed. Don't care if it's relativistic or not. It's over. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to try to defend that culture. That culture is so wild. The seaman warriors of Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, the seaman warriors of Papua New Guinea.
For people who don't know, and let's instead of just talking about this, let's read this from an actual source so we can explain. Because they call the children, when I think they're 6, the boys have to live with a man that they refer to as the anal father. And this guy, in order for them to grow strong, they have to consume semen, both orally and anally. And so they get mouth fucked and ass fucked by this guy, and then they continue that when they grow up.
Mm-hmm. That's part of their warrior culture.
That's
and
awful.
what stopped it? You know what ended up finally stopping a lot
It's
of
not
that?
going on anymore?
It still is, but a lot of it was stopped depending on the tribe you were in because of Christian missionaries.
Interesting.
Because of Christian missionaries. But here's the thing that cracks me up, right, in this whole culturally relativistic nonsense, harm principle stuff. You're Christopher Columbus, and you show up, and if culture's doing that, don't you put them to the sword?
Right.
Like, if you see the pyramids and they're cutting people's hearts out and, like, holding it up to
Cool,
the
imperialism,
or whatever,
everybody.
you're like, I'm supposed to feel bad that
Let's
they put you to
justify
the sword. Like, it's really hard for me to feel bad about that.
Woo,
Right. Yeah, it's really hard for me to be upset about that. But with the Seminole people, same thing is like,
fuck
if you went in there and you
natives.
just use strong arm force.
And they're
this is why the libertarian and AP and stuff like that I
culture.
disagree with. Because, like, if you went in there and
What
used
a
strong arm force, you just stopped it
douchebag. Fuck
immediately.
you.
So what? So what? How's the world
Guys,
the worst
the
place for
government,
this?
guys, the government, it can do nothing correct except, of course, when you want to do the colonialism, the imperialism. That's when you do the right thing. It's fucking stupid, dude. These people are actual fucking monsters.
So, you know, like, and how is that not ultimately stopping an egregious sinful act that you can stop with ease?
Right.
Like, why not? Why not do that?
Well, one of the things I got really into Aztecs recently, and because I wasn't aware that a lot of those temples that they found, you would think that the people that build those incredible pyramids and temples,
No, they found them, didn't they?
yeah, you would think they have to be an incredibly sophisticated society. Well, it turns out they didn't really build them.
No,
they
they
found them.
Yeah.
And they referred to them as the place where the gods were born. I didn't know that. I was always told that they built these incredible structures, and then the Spaniards came and then they found them. And no,
they were primitives who found something that was extremely advanced and then used it for their primitive application.
Not just primitive, but barbaric.
Yeah.
When they completed the consecration of the Temple of Tenochtitlan, they killed somewhere between 20,000 on the low end and 80,000 on the high end.
By the way, this is like the argument to show the superiority of the white culture and against natives. This is classically done to justify imperialism. It's really fucking gross.
They sacrificed 20,000, 80,000 people within 4 days. In 4 days. And this was documented by
And which, by the way, you know, you should also be aware that Christians have also done this, right? We could look at, for example, the Crusades as an example when they murdered thousands of people on the basis of belief, something that we can't empirically show to exist. But, you know, hey, you know, of course it's the natives who are inferior to the white people. It's so disgusting.
I forget his name. Something Diaz. He was a Spanish chronicler. Because this is before Cortez came. They started like trying to figure out what's going on over there. And one of the things that this guy came back, he said, this place is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like they killed 80,000 people. And a lot of people have disputed that 80,000 people, but then they found so many bones that they're like, okay, it's probably somewhere north of 20,000, which is crazy enough. They sacrificed him in 4 fucking days.
But morality is relative.
Right.
You know,
It was 4,000 maybe.
What's that, Jim?
As many as
When morality is relative, are you aware that they did the Crusades under the basis of Catholicism? Catholicism doesn't have a track record of peace. These people are insane, dude. What is wrong with them?
4,000 was as max as they got to.
What do you mean, bones?
Yeah, the people. Even if they did 20,000, I think the number I saw was 4 people, or it was like 4 people every minute you would have had to do, or it was something that almost impossible to accomplish. They just said the number was probably exaggerated a lot.
Right, but they said that I think if you are you sure?
I looked up when you brought up.
But I looked it up too. I looked it up yesterday, actually. I looked it up yesterday, and they were saying that this guy, who was the guy that okay, we can. I know I have it saved, so I can find it in here. So this guy, this Diaz guy,
who's chronicling?
Yeah,
this?
who chroniced it in the 16th
How long before
century.
Cortez was this?
Really, really soon.
Okay.
Like within a couple of decades before Cortez. Yeah. Oh god, I'm trying to find it. But
This does say maybe, I don't know, just the perplexity of things. The Spanish sources claimed 80,400 victims in 1487.
Right.
But modern estimates suggest 4,000 to maybe 20,000.
Right. So 20, okay. They don't really know. So 80,000 might be exaggerated if you think about the number, but just think about 20,000 people. Killing 20,000 people by cutting their hearts out and throwing them down the steps of the pyramid
we've
in
got
4 days.
Mr. Flash, who has just subscribed. Thank you very much for the subscribe. Wow. Thank you very much for the subscription. If you're not subscribed and you're watching this, I appreciate y'all very much for tuning in. We do these all the time, conversations. We take on any debates, anybody that wishes to call in. Right now, we're just going over some Joe Rogan stuff. Joe Rogan talking with Andrew Wilson. And honestly, like, just listening to these people, it's just, it blows my mind how horrendous these people are.
It's fucking crazy. So if you're the Spaniards and you come here, you don't feel bad about conquering those fuckers. You're like, what are you guys doing? Or how about when they showed up and they found the Mayans and they're playing football with human heads? Yeah. Now, here's the funny one. They don't want to believe that they played football with human heads. So historians try to say that they didn't play football with human heads, even though there's artistic depictions of them playing.
Did Aztecs, let me look that up. Did Aztecs play football with human heads? Also, just FYI, right? Like, we're going to pretend as well that, like, the Salem witch trials never happened, or that the Crusades never happened, or, like, I mean, these horrendous Christian atrocities never happened. Let me see here. Anyway.
Playing football with human heads. Like, no, that was just symbolic. Well, did they sacrifice humans? Yes, they did. But I don't think they played football with their heads. That would be rude.
It's that whole myth of the noble savage.
Exactly.
And that whole myth of the noble savage is something which is utilized by the left in order to make the claim that you are an imperialist and an occupier and a person who, you have colonized their land. And the thing is it's like, if that's what we colonized, why do I care? I ask this question all the time. Why do I care if that's what I colonized? If that's what my ancestors colonized,
it's an
why should I give a
immoral
shit?
Because it's an immoral thing to do. What do you mean? You're causing the invariable death and destruction of groups of people, right? Like, does that mean, therefore, like, okay, reverse it. Put it in the perspective of if the victim were Christians, right? The Christians did the Crusades. Why should I care that Muslims come in and kill every Christian? Imagine that, right? Wouldn't that be a horrendous thing to say? Wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Well, that's literally what Andrew Wilson is arguing right now. The only difference is that the opposing side is brown. That's it.
About that.
Well, there's an amazing book about Texas called Empire of the Summer Moon. It's all about the Comanche. This entire land used to be, before Mexico owned it. By the way, one of the funny things, this lady said to me, this all used to be Mexico. I'm like, right, but do you know for how long? 15 years. Like, I've been here for 6. Like, you gotta let that go. That's not that long. 15 years. And by the way, Mexico was only
And we
one.
had an Alamo over it, okay?
Yeah. And by the way, Mexico was only 1 when it owned Texas. Mexico started
with
in
its new
1820.
constitution?
Yeah. Because then also, you have the language and the religion of your oppressors that you're trying to say is this noble and incredible culture that you bring over to America.
And you're all Catholic?
And you're all Catholic. You all speak Spanish. They used to have, well, first of all, the Native American people and the original people and the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Mexicans, it's essentially the same kind of people. A lot of them they look the same. It's like, if you look at Sitting Bull,
my
he
wife
looks like he could be working at a taqueria.
My wife calls them the pygmy people.
Oh, they're tiny little
Yeah,
people.
it says the
in Maya.
pygmy people. And
Probably
they have flat noses, and they look like pygmy people.
Well, the original people of Mexico had, or what...
I love the classic just dehumanization of these groups of people is absolutely disgusting. Like, there is no justification to actually hold, like, in all reality, regarding this. It just is completely disgusting. The tacit approval, or saying, hey, arguing that we were justified in the colonialization of the West, is completely insane.
the land of Mexico had over 100 languages. The Mayans alone had 30 different languages. They're all lost. Like, these languages are all lost. And we're supposed to think it's noble that this amazing culture that have the language and the religion of their oppressors, and they want to move here with this language. They're colonizing. You're trying to colonize a place. You've been colonized. You're trying to colonize. And here's the thing about colonizing. Everybody that doesn't live in Africa, somewhere in their ancestry, there was a colonizer. Like, if you go to Minnesota and you see these...
Hey, guys, everybody's doing it, therefore it's okay. What do you mean? The point is to not justify it. What? What an asshole. Like, hey, everybody is picking their nose, therefore you should pick your nose. No, you're an idiot. Don't pick your nose.
Somali communities, and everyone's speaking Somali. They have Somali businesses. What do you think that is? It's a colony. Of
course.
It's just not a big one. It just hasn't taken over the entire country. And when it does, you'll think it's great because they're not white.
Right. Well, they're not colonizers. They're not.
They're immigrants.
They're immigrants. Yeah.
Right. White people
You're
are
just
colonizers.
justifying colonization.
Nobody feels bad for Swedish chicks with big tits that are moving to America. You don't think that those are colonists?
Yeah. Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't care.
No
Yeah.
one cares.
It's only the colonization. Oh man. Well, the thing is funny. Moving back to the myth of the noble savage thing. How weaponized that is when so much of it isn't true. Like, for instance, you've heard of the Two Spirits.
Yes.
Right. That's all bullshit too. The whole Two-Spirit people, all bullshit. Came from like one guy. I don't remember. Started with a B, right? Who like Bardeche or something like this that they called him, right? And it was one tribe of people who had some like weird thing that they did. That was it.
Well, it's probably gay guys.
Yeah,
it's
that was the
gay
whole
guys that like dressing up.
Oh,
like
it's
that.
just
That's where the
gay
whole
guys,
Two-Spirit
guys.
thing came. And suddenly it's like, no, the
Homophobia.
Native Americans had the
Love
Two-Spirit.
it.
It's like, no,
Gotta get that homophobia in there.
That is not the case at all. You just made it up because then you could throw it in with your Skittles bullshit.
Right.
So that's the
rainbow.
Yeah, throw it in with the Skittles bullshit.
The rainbow. Yeah. Well, the thing about
Skittles
this area here,
bullshit?
before Mexico owned
Like
it was Comanche.
gay rights?
It was
Like
owned by the
what?
Comanche. But you know how they owned it? Because they killed the fucking Apache. That's
Colonizers.
how. Yeah. Well, they were fucking brutal. That's why
yeah.
this Empire of the Summer Moon book is so good, because it just shows you how unbelievably barbaric the Comanche were. They were the baddest motherfuckers around because they had figured out horse raising. And by the way, they only got those from Spanish.
From Europeans, right?
Yeah, which is
Thanks,
crazy, because horses
Europe.
actually originated
From
in North
Europe.
America.
These
I thought they
guys
were
are
in Europe.
such
They brought here from
assholes,
Europe.
dude. They
horses
talk so
originated in North
cavalier
America and then
about
made their way
this.
to Asia and then were wiped out in North America and then reintroduced by the Spanish.
But the natives didn't have
Did not
access
have
to them
horses.
until
No.
Europeans brought. Okay,
No,
that's
but
what I thought.
Their culture was so incredibly wild. If you think about it, like you're talking about where you think about Europe and Asia, you've got people riding horses and building cities, and you've got like agriculture and all these things. And in
Meanwhile,
North America,
the
you basically have
brown
Stone Age
people, they have
Really kind
nothing.
of crazy. Really kind
We
of
have
fascinating.
Stone
and then
Age
they get
people,
horses. And
guys.
the Comanches were the first ones that really figured out horse breeding.
Yeah,
They figured out how,
don't
how to
Google
castrate the
how.
horses.
By the way, don't Google how we came up with algebra. Don't Google that, by the way, right? The white people commonly stole ideas and then claimed it off as their own. But for those who have not figured out, algebra came from Muslims. And guess what? You ain't fucking building shit outside of like a fucking tower somewhere without algebra. You need algebra if you plan on doing any complicated structure whatsoever. Phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, first, how's it going? It's Rob, man.
Hey, Rob. Hold on 1 second, Rob.
Uh,
All right, Rob, what would you like to talk about?
I want to talk about you. Now, the other night, you spazzed and you just lost it. And you know what? You had every right.
What you mean
Way
yesterday?
When the guy was just
That was not a good
casually-
stream. I was really upset.
the
dude.
guy when he just casually said, yeah, you know, child rapist, people in the bestiality and gay people, you know, as though and it's so condescending. I want to have empathy for all of them. He just casually put all those people in the same box, as though if you're gay, you're a child. You know, what's the difference? You know, hey, these people need. I was like, yo, it was so, and you were so obviously pissed, and you had every right to be, man.
Appreciate that. I do because
you
no, yesterday
spazzed, and I was like, I get it.
Yesterday I thought I did a pretty poor stream because I don't know if
You did,
anybody.
and you left. I was like, oh man. I say, broke him. He broke him.
Yeah,
broke him.
I needed to.
Hey,
Yeah, I literally like
Hold
I
yourself.
had to step
I
away
got you.
and just kind of reset.
Yeah, you should have said, hey, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Because I went back, I said, he didn't even say anything. He just walked away. Now, however, what I want to point out is that when AWOL said that's the same thing you did with MAGA people, you said it wasn't. And it is the same thing. When you said they're all pedophiles, you're casually throwing away people who might be, stupidly, I'll agree, supporting Trump's movement politically, but you just throw them in with pedophiles because of their political support.
Okay, so
that's the same thing you did.
So I think that let me ask you this: do you think that is Donald Trump? Do you think that he had sexually molested children?
Let me say this briefly. Trump, with his track record of admitted that he goes in the teenage girls' locker rooms to get undressed, that he knew about Epstein and said that these girls are on the younger side, and for all the rape that he's been accused of, and he had a rape adjacent case which he found guilty, and he says that he admits that he sexually assaults women. This guy gets zero, and I mean absolute zero benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so you believe that based on
yes, I do. I can't say
that he's
factually.
a pedophile. Yeah,
I mean,
we can obviously,
I do.
you know, we like legally speaking, we can't. But like,
but yeah, I do.
Using
in my heart,
our
believe
logic
that,
here,
absolutely.
we conclude that he is likely a pedophile.
Oh yes, more than likely. I believe it wholeheartedly.
Me too.
Now,
I'm in the same boat. So,
okay,
does that mean just because I think that that Donald Trump is a pedophile, that his supporters are pedophiles? No, it doesn't. Does it make Republicans that are still on his side a pedophile supporter?
Okay, now this is what I've been saying. Where I say people, they call them pedophile defenders, and they are.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could send you a clip. Can I send you a clip on your Discord?
Yeah, you can.
I have to figure out how to do that. I'm not in Discord often. But I'm gonna give you the preview. What it is, a guy that's on Dean. What's that young boy named? Dean what? You know that young guy.
Boro?
He's a podcaster. Dean
Dean Withers.
Thank you, that's him. There's a guy up there. He asked him on Dean Withers, he said, so what tell me what's wrong with it? Well, why is it bad? Why is it wrong? And Dean was just flabbergasted. He's like, wait, you mean child rapes? He's like, yeah, tell me why it's bad. And and he sit there and he just 15 minutes to process what he was saying, and you have an answer? And he starts saying, wait, are you asking me why? Yes, you heard me. Answer my question, can you? Like, he really needed a justification to show why somebody needed to show why child rape was bad.
That's terrible.
It's like people will go to the end. They're so invested. They had so many people talk negatively, family members, friends, co-workers. Their entire identity is being MAGA and supporting Trump. They can't let it go. They are defending.
So I wanted to go back because you said that I had done the same thing
because you had said these guys. Almost like you saying these guys are people. Did you not catch AWOL's point though? And you disagreed, and it was the same thing you were doing.
So I'm going to say no to that, and I'm going to tell you why. So, I think that Trump is a pedophile, and I think that the people that support Trump are in fact pedophile defenders. That is not the same as they themselves.
That's the same thing I said. Defenders.
That is not the same thing as they themselves being pedophiles. Or
have you ever said that?
No, I have not. I don't believe all Republicans are pedos.
Have you ever said the party of pedophilia? You ever said the party of pedophilia?
Have I ever said the part of pedophilia? I don't know what you're saying.
The party of pedophilia.
The party of pedophilia. I mean, I don't think I have.
I'm going to
maybe.
I don't think I'm going to use that if I haven't.
No, so
when I said it, I like the sound of it aloud. I'm like, like the party.
No,
of pedophilia.
so okay.
I'm going to go with it.
Under that basis, that is
and it
different.
is because, but and I say
that
it
is
differently
different
more
from,
than just him.
That is different from
Right, I agree.
somebody comparing LGBT to bestiality in pedophilia.
Right, and throwing them all in one lump sum. Hey,
even saying that that LGBT people need help and that they have empathy for them, like bestiality.
And to make it
I'm like, that is like, unironically, I think legally, after I punched the guy for doing that, and that I end up in a legal case, I think I would legitimately be able to argue that they were fighting words and that I had an obligation
like
to fight them.
I think you get 1 night in jail, maybe.
That'd be worth it.
Yeah, I'm saying that, you get arrested,
nice
you spend
slug.
that time in jail, and then the next day, and that'll be it, and they'll be like, you good.
Yeah. I think I was talking to my boyfriend KZ. It was funny. He I was like, what would happen if you like punch somebody? And I thought to myself, I was like, if I punch somebody, and I just went back to when I was younger and how I used to fight. Boy, I tell you, the first, right as soon as I punched, the next thing that's happened is hand is going right over your face, and I am putting my leg behind your other legs to push you down on the ground. I used to do shit like that. I was a nasty motherfucker. I was not fun to fight.
So, in other words, you're no longer a pacifist. What you're saying?
Well, I am a pacifist in the sense that I don't fight. I don't. I mean, but I just remember fighting.
If that guy had said that in front of you, if you said that guy was in front of you, you would have hit him. That's the exact opposite of what.
Maybe you got a point. You got it. All right. You got me there.
You try to be a pacifist.
I try to, but bro, he's comparing me to bestiality and pedophilia. Like, bro, I gotta fight, bro. I'm swinging.
Yeah, and the thing about pedophilia, that's the worst of them all. I mean,
what's worse, pedophilia or bestiality? Those are both awful.
Pedophilia.
I don't know. They're both really bad.
No, pedophilia.
Yeah, it's probably pedophilia because I have less empathy towards an animal.
I rank humans above the scale of animals, so yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I see what you're
saying. But
okay.
I'm not saying that. Oh, bestiality, it's not my thing, but it's okay. I'm not saying that either. Don't mistake my words.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just can't just. I mean, so, and you're in the public sphere, guy. Your thing is growing. You out there. You're in different chats. Mm-hmm. You're in different debates.
Yeah.
You need to get more control of your feelings, man.
I'm trying, dude. I'm so bad at it.
You need to try harder because
I'm so bad at it, dude.
I mean, you had to leave. No, but I mean, you went too far. Had to leave. I said, he's broken. That's too far. And then you curse out people who take the time to call out. Oh, and another thing. I don't know. I'm just critiquing at the moment now. And here's the thing. Stop looking at playing the games when people are engaged in debate with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, you got a point.
No. That's because I saw it, and the woman was on the call with you, and she was asking you questions. You were ignoring her. You was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get these ice swords. Ooh, are we gonna get the ice swords?"
Yeah.
So somebody's taking the time out of their
Hey man,
Saturday
these are 6
to call
hour.
you
These
and
are
watching your stream.
These are 6 hour long
I
streams,
get
man.
it.
They're
That
long.
was a long stream.
Yeah.
I get it. There's a lot, and I get it. And you might have some ADHD, and I get that part. That's a long stream.
That's racist because of
Do it.
ADHD.
You have times in between. It's not like one call comes, another call comes. You have time in between when you're reading the chat and all of that. Those are times you can do that. When somebody's on the line taking the time out of their day, don't do it then.
All right. Yeah. That's a good point. Sure. I get it.
I mean, so how would you feel? How would you feel if it was you? And you're
Oh,
like,
no.
yeah, but
I
so
wouldn't
what are your
care.
thoughts on that?
I personally
Oh,
wouldn't
man,
care.
we're gonna get
I
that.
do it all the
I'm
time
gonna get
myself,
that
so it
level.
wouldn't bother. It wouldn't
Yeah.
bother me at all.
It wouldn't bother you that you call somebody. You're watching their stream. You call them in the middle of a glorious, where I am, and probably where most people are, a glorious Saturday afternoon, and the guy is not even responding because he's trying to reach the level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, okay, fair. It's probably maybe a little rude, but you know, it's all right. It's okay. I get you.
Yeah, and I get it. You have time. You have time in between the calls to do the game. I get it. You know the background. And no, you weren't. I didn't know if you were playing the game just now. No, I'm not saying take the screen off, but I'm just saying just don't play it or pause it or whatever, or get games that you can pause. So when you can have your full attention on that person.
I heard you.
Okay. All right. But I'm just even saying get games that you can pause.
Yeah. All right. Well, appreciate you calling, Rob. If you don't have anything else.
All right. I mean, what's going on with that? I didn't really hear what y'all were talking about with what's his name, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I was playing a Joe Rogan experience, having an interview with Andrew Wilson, and
yeah, I did see the condescension that they had towards other people. I did catch that part of it.
Awful.
How they were just casually discussing, how they just casually dismissing, and these people and that. But that's the way it's always been. Because if somebody is not you, or they're doing things differently, even if they're doing things more primitive than you are, they don't deserve to continue with how they're doing it. We're going to help them.
Yeah.
We're going to help them by subjugating them.
Yeah.
And they truly believe that.
Exactly.
And they have to believe that. But they have to believe that. And they have to push that narrative through history in order to stand there and hold their chest out and put both hands on their waist. Yep.
Well, they think they're superior.
Yes, but I said you would have to think that. These people are doing that, and we're doing this, so we're superior. We're going to help them by subjugating them, and then they'll come back 200 years later. See, they would have never gotten that had we not come in and done that. But they were doing fine without you. So what? They would have done it differently. So what?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with your sentiment here. The idea of like that white supremacy concept, and I mean, let's face it, it's not like white people haven't done horrendous things in the past. I mean, bringing up the Crusades, that's a really good example of Catholicism going way too far. They literally enacted a giant genocide, killing thousands of people on the basis of a biblical arrangement. They're like, you are by holy virtue, you have a right to kill, maim, and murder anybody who doesn't believe in what you believe.
Yes, and they did it with vigor and gusto.
And there's people now that justify it. There was somebody in this chat today that was justifying that.
That the Crusades were a good thing, that it was justifiable?
Yeah.
In their actions?
Yeah.
On the Catholic, the Christian side?
Yeah.
Wow. So that means that those are the same type of people that Rogan and that guy were that come here and that say that they justify that the people that came here and colonized the United States and how they did Native Americans here, that was justifiable. Those are the same type of mindset. Have to be. Those are the same type of people, right?
Yeah, it drives me nuts. The level of carelessness, the lack of empathy. Hell, they're even weaponizing the idea of having empathy to be a problem.
Yes. Why do you think? And somebody would say that. I say to people that say like, "Oh, the United States is not racist." Okay, so you tell me this. Now, this is a real case in Texas. They actually put out textbooks that stated that Africans came here as indentured servants. A school textbook said this.
That's horrendous.
A black person's kid, a black kid showed his parents, and they had to go back, and it became there was a big feather behind it. So they went and they finally changed it. But think about this is a textbook. How many people are involved in creating a textbook?
I don't know. I would say a good deal of people.
But exactly, a good deal of people. Everything has to be previewed and approved and all of those things. And the people who are writing it are doctors in their field, right? They all have advanced degrees. But you can be an 8th grader, a 5th grader. No, that's not. A 6th grader. That's not true. Yeah. But how does it make it? How do you make through all those things and say that? Now, somebody who was trying to say, well, maybe the first couple of Africans were indentured servants. So we talk about 99.8% weren't. So why are we talking about the 0.02%?
Yeah. Well, they know it comes from
the
whole basis of it comes from white supremacy. That. It's just the same.
Right.
I think I used to think when I was younger, when I was growing up in the 90s, the 2000s, that racism was behind us, right? Because when I was in school, it was like, hey, it's all, it's all the same thing, right? And I remember, watching Captain Planet and all sorts of cartoons where they just had, they had a black kid, they had a Hispanic, they had an Indian kid.
They always had one. They had one.
Yeah, they'll have.
But
the point is that they were like they were the same as everybody else. So what I grew up with was like a presumption, effectively, that hey, racism had been beat. We're living through the good times, but I think that there was a festering malignancy that never went away. And the fact that as many people had voted for Donald Trump and on the basis of getting rid of, illegal immigration, and this, just listening to the Joe Rogan experience here with Andrew Wilson, I think there is a really deep-seated hatred that is now being shoved out in the open in 2026, which is
before Trump. Before Trump, I would have thought it was so far above it because he got more popular the more racist statements are.
Yeah, people were vindicated.
They're rapists, they're murderers and drug dealers, and some of them are very fine people.
Yeah.
When that started to be, he gained more popularity making statements like that. Now, the thing was, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I thought the same thing you did. I remember thinking, because my mother, she went to segregated school.
Holy shit.
Her senior year, they opened up the school, and they said, okay, you can go there. She was like, why would I want to go my senior year? I'm comfortable worrying. Who wants to go their senior year to do something? No, I'm not doing that. And she didn't. I don't blame her. I would do my daughter the same way. Oh no, we're not going to that thing.
Yeah.
So, and I remember I remember telling my mother this one time, man. She was talking about, I can't remember the scope of it, but it was a racial thing. And I was like, well, it'd be different for us because we're going to school together. We all working together. We're going to school together. And I thought, once you grow up with somebody, seeing them every day, you would think a certain way that, hey, you know what? These people aren't that much different than we are.
Yeah.
I thought that. And what Trump did is expose the people who kind of were never with it. Now they're just so open and vocal, and they're showing us this underbelly of racism that always existed.
And vile.
That they probably weren't right, and they probably weren't teaching the kids that racist traits, because if they go out, you get canceled, or you go out and it's going to look bad. So I think that once that happened, they were like, hey, man, the top guy is with me.
Yeah.
I can do what I want. I can say what I want. So he opened him winning, and then the thing was, it wasn't just him. What it was is a backlash to the first black president, of course. So America had a black guy be president. What can we go the furthest away from that?
Yeah.
Get the most openly racist president in the last 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
And that's what America did. And I'm a military veteran. And I just don't have the same verve I do for the country I did. The country has shown me who it is, and I believe them. I believe when people show me. I believe when the country has shown me. This is who we are. We're a piece of shit nation. We are a piece of shit nation.
I personally do not think that we're like a piece of shit nation. I think we're a nation in dire need of healing. I mean, if I think about it, there was a lot of deprogramming that happened post World War II in Germany. And basically what they did is that they just forced Nazis into schools to then deprogram their racist thinking to be more accepting of people and giving them the science and the research and the information that they needed in order to progress. Mm-hmm. And they made it illegal to, express or be a Nazi. And that actually worked. Believe it or not, it worked.
Mm-hmm. But here's what on the other hand of that is acceptance and putting it out there. In Germany, they put out there for everybody to see how they failed as a nation with Nazism, how they did it, falling behind Hitler. They never, instead of have to tell people don't never forget, they're putting it out there. They're showing you where they messed up. Never again. Never again. And now we have a government that's like, oh no, we can't have that in the book. They factually went through and said, oh, black people of significance throughout history, remove them. What is the plan for that? Why would you take out, they say it's AI. So what are the parameters that you gave AI to take out? So somebody programmed it. And they came through and they took out all the things that you said. So what parameter would you give to take out take out Jackie Robinson, to take out the code talkers, what were the Native Americans? What were they? What were their names?
There's a lot of different groups. Apaches.
No, the group, the Native Americans.
Comanches.
No. That had the code and they had in wars that they were the code talker. They gave a code and they spoke, and they were part of the military. And so they spoke in code that no one else could get it.
Oh, I don't know.
I can't think of what the names are.
I don't know.
No, I mean, I can't. The code breakers or whatever their name, but they were taken out. Women were taken out. I mean, How is it? What parameters the AI set for that to happen? So you look at all these things throughout in recent history where the removal of black people and all these aspects, and we can't talk about that anymore. What they're doing, they're going to come back and say 15, 20 years from now, well, black people, is all your fault. If you aren't as accomplished and you make more or whatever, you make less, and you don't have the accomplishments, the white people here, you have no one to blame but yourself. And if they were successful, and if they are successful in moving all these things that we all commonly know, 20 years from now it won't be so common. 30 years it won't be so common. 50 years from now, it'll be ancient history and forgotten about possibly. And remove. That's a plan. That's a plan. So
Irma just
they're
said
trying to
code
minimize, say, hey,
talkers.
thank you, Irma. I knew it was code something. If I said code talkers, I couldn't remember if I was correct or not. But thank you, Irma. But so this is a plan. Along with the other things of Project 25, it is what it is. I mean, we can't sit there and say that it doesn't exist.
No, I agree. Anyway, Rob, appreciate your call. We'll have, I hope to hear more from you.
All right. Talk to you
Appreciate
later.
it. Bye-bye.
Yep.
That was Rob, everybody. You may be able to hear it, but there is like a small kind of a buzzing sound that you're hearing. That is my cat's water fountain. It is low on water. And so usually I take that as a time to like, hey, take the time to clean it up and get it ready. So just give me a bit to kind of clean up her water bowl. It takes more time than you would think. You would think it's like an instantaneous, like 2 seconds kind of a thing. It's going to take maybe about 10 minutes to properly clean it. That, and I got a bunch of dishes and stuff that I gotta get rid of here. So just bear with me. Don't go anywhere. We got more stuff coming. I wonder if I should just play a video while we kind of wait. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find one. Well, what if the United States does it? Ah, here we go. This will be a good one. Chrome. We'll just play this for a little while. While I do this, I will return momentarily. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And if you have not liked the video, please consider liking it. I really appreciate y'all very much. I'll be right back. Won't take me long. To Venezuela, can they do it? Does it make it right if the United States does it to Venezuela?
Feeling though?
We are going in, we're taking people's property without permission or legal right, without the intent to return it. Theft. We're stealing it.
It's not getting stolen, bro.
I mean, you're just saying no. You're not really responding.
Are we live?
You are live. What's your name?
My name is Justin, bro. It feels crazy to talk to a delusional freaking liberal right now. I'm not gonna
Man, dude, you're coming in super aggro, and I would like, if
no
possible,
aggro.
that we can
No
have
aggro.
a conversation and not immediately stuff, expletives at one another over why one is bad over the other. You think we can do that?
Yeah, we can do that. I was just trying to chat about some topics. You feel me?
Sure. What you want to
how
talk
do you
about?
feel actually, it's just a broader question. How do you feel about Nick Shirley in general? Journalist.
Oh, you're talking about the YouTuber that
Yeah, the
uncovered
fraud.
fraud in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to prompt further investigation to see if fraud is really happening. And if it is happening, people go to jail. By the way, if you like debate content and listening to a more progressive perspective, consider subscribe. It costs you nothing, and it really does mean the world to me that you would do so. Anyway, on with the video.
Yeah, that's right. Did you see how he was at the oh wait, actually this was another YouTuber that was at this, but still has to do with it a little bit. He was at the Venezuelan protest in Times Square when it, like, the day after Maduro got kidnapped. He was at the protest, and he exposed that basically like 50% of those protesters were all paid protesters from a billionaire company.
Really?
So none of them. Wait, what?
Where's that?
You can search it up. Just paid protesters NYC. It'll probably come up in one of your articles that you like to read.
Let's take a look.
But yeah, it's I think George Soros is his name or something. But yeah, he basically pays all these protesters tons of money, and then like the people that they rile people up. Look up George Soros paid protesters. It'll probably come up. I don't even have to check
What were
myself.
What were they? So you said that there were paid protesters in New York City. What were they protesting?
They were protesting Trump's involvement with Venezuela. They want him to leave them alone, you know?
I mean, to be fair, right? I don't think Nicolas Maduro is a good guy. I think he should have been taken down. I just don't think that we should do imperialism after the fact. I think it's wrong for us to do so. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I don't know. I would have to think about that.
All right. Well,
But
can we go, for example, to Africa
I feel bad for
and then claim a country as our own and then start extracting of its resources? We shouldn't do that, right? Like that. Well, what I'm talking about is just imperialism of the 1800s, right? And a lot of people died, and we destabilized those regions for hundreds of years, right? So not a good time in history. We don't want to do that, right?
I mean, I don't think we're in the 1800s. Like
I'm saying that that's what's happening. I'm saying we're doing that. You don't think we're doing that?
Okay. No, I don't agree. Okay, right? So everyone, I'm not going to say everyone because you never know. But so these people in Venezuela, all the people that live there, they're very happy and celebrating that he's gone, right? He's a bad person. So if there's a person who is, I don't know the levels of things that he's doing exactly at the moment because I'm driving. I can't really check anything right now. Yeah, he treats his people extremely bad, has very bad things happening in his country. So I'm happy for the people that aren't under his reign. And I'm pretty sure the last election that he won was like extremely rigged and everything. So I'm happy for the people there.
So I wanted to go back to your idea of paid protesters. I'm looking at information on this. There do exist large activist organizations such as social justice or groups or coalitions that organize or coordinate protests. They may fund, say, for example, printed signs or transportation or logistics, but it's not individuals themselves being paid to protest. And then there's also such organizing like that is extremely common in the United States. There is no credible source that has confirmed payments made directly to individual demonstrators in New York City protests over Venezuela.
Okay, but you get
let's go back to the Maduro thing, right? I wanted to go.
Can I just say something about what you just said real quick? So basically, the way I think about it, anyone that is getting, if they're paying for your transportation, you're getting paid to go there, you know? Or
so are Turning Point protesters, are those paid protesters?
What are they protesting though?
Well, whatever it is that Turning Point USA likes to argue.
Don't do a lot of.
Turning Point USA is a large organizational body that has billions of dollars or millions of dollars funded into it on a yearly basis. And they organize, publicity stunts that, would you say that the people that are there that are arguing on behalf of Turning Point USA, are those paid protesters?
Wait, so the people that work for Turning Point, or?
What I'm trying to illustrate to you is that it's totally possible that you have like an organizational body that is pouring money into something to create further interest or civic activation, Turning Point USA being one of them. But I would venture to say the people at Turning Point USA, people that are going to those events, they're not being paid. They're showing up to events that have been organized with money. It's probably more accurate to say that than it is that they're paid protesters. So to say that people who are protesting what is going on in Venezuela were paid is, it's not really, doesn't really work that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. I see what you're saying. But the thing is, that it's like a main protest. When you think of a protest and you say BLM or something, you're like, okay, these people, nobody is paying them or giving them transportation to come here. They came here with their own car or their own way because they want to show how fed up they are. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not being swayed by anyone. They fully believe that. But when people on the news, right, there's 100 people at this protest and they all have buses or they all got sent there, it doesn't seem as authentic.
Yeah, I mean, you can have groups or entities that will assist with getting people from point A to point B. This is very common in U.S. politics. It's not just among the left, it's also among the right. That doesn't mean they're paid protesters. I think like you would have to have money going into the pocket of the protester to be paid to be there. I think that's what makes them a paid protester.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we can agree to disagree, like you said. How do you...
I mean, if you would say that then therefore Turning Point USA is just nothing but paid protesters, then you would be consistent, right? I'm saying Turning Point USA is not paid protesters, nor was the New York City protests.
Okay, but it's the same exact people at every protest getting arrested, same people trying to do the publicity stunts, like you said. Are you aware of any publicity stunts that Turning Point did?
Yeah.
Can I have an example?
They did it at my university.
Oh, is that when they have people that they want to talk to?
Set up big giant events. They pay these people to show up, and then they spend a bunch of time organizing, hiring security. I don't know if tickets are involved. There may be tickets involved. I don't know. I don't go to these events.
For some people, I believe. I don't know if you ever heard of Myron Gaines, but I think he might have something like that.
Anyway,
Obviously,
so what was the other topic that you wanted to bring up regarding now that we're done with the Venezuelan paid protesters? Oh yes, I was saying that what we're doing in Venezuela is effectively colonialism, or imperialism is probably more accurate to say. And you say it's not imperialism. How is what we're doing in Venezuela not imperialism?
But I don't even be using any of those terms, so I'm not going to be like, oh, it's this or that. I'm just saying, I'm happy that the people of Venezuela are free now from that dictator.
Listen, you're not going to find me arguing in favor of Nicolas Maduro. We're all in agreement here. Nicolas Maduro was a bad person and we don't like him and he needed to be deposed.
Trying to make it look like Trump did a bad thing. Is that not true?
So the problem that I'm having is not that Trump took down Nicolas Maduro. The problem that I have is the fact that Donald Trump is saying we're going to take their oil. It's not ours.
Well, would you rather have us take their oil? Or I don't even think we're doing that, to be honest.
We are. Donald Trump said explicitly that we're doing that, and they're looking for people to begin drilling there.
What are we going to do with the oil that we have?
Going to do with what?
The oil that has been seized. The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it.
Where's it? Are we going to sell it or put it in the strategic?
Maybe we'll sell it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also. Yeah, please.
So we are literally doing exactly that. We're pouring billions of dollars of tax money to drill oil.
Know that, right? Drilling is completely different than just taking their
That's what the United States said that they're going to do.
Reserves.
That's what Donald Trump himself. That's what Donald Trump himself said he's going to do. He said that.
Okay. That's not bad, though. There's nothing wrong with opening drilling in another country. Do you know they have one of the biggest oil
it's
reserves,
one thing
right?
where it's like you're assisting in drilling and it's voluntary, and those that own the oil process, that they get a cut of the proceeds and they agreed to everything. It's a whole other thing where it says we're going to depose this president, and then we're going to say Donald Trump is the leader, and then we're going to go to your oil fields. We're going to have foreign companies come in and divest those investments. They're going to put in their own infrastructure, and then we're going to extract the oil, and then that oil is going to go to us. You see the difference?
Completely nothing wrong with working with other countries. I mean, I don't know if you ever.
But that's the thing. We're not working with Venezuela. We're not. We're specifically doing it on our own self-interest, not because Venezuela asked for it. Venezuela never asked for this.
That's not the point, though. But I'm sure they're very happy that Maduro is gone. So it's kind of like a trade thing. Be like, oh,
but they didn't ask for that.
You guys help us out. Doesn't that make sense?
Let's say, for example, I came up to you and I said, I am trading my car for your car. And you've got like a Mustang GTI or whatever the fuck.
Okay,
I'm not a car guy. And I've got a Toyota Corolla. And then, I just trade it with you. And then I'm like, okay, well this is mine now. And then you go, well, but wait, I didn't agree to that trade. And say, well, too bad. I'm sorry. Would that be a legitimate trade in your mind?
Well, it's all like that's not a good example, sir. But like,
well, but I'm saying that they didn't agree. In order to have a trade, both parties need to agree. Venezuela, nor did the asset holders of oil in Venezuela agree.
I mean, I don't know what the asset holders are saying. To be honest,
they're saying it's theirs.
That's the way I look at it. It's like it kind of happened.
But I mean, to be fair, right? It's actually the oil industry has been nationalized. And it's basically they extract oil and then that money goes to the people. That's what the nationalized oil industry does.
Okay, but we did them a favor and y'all making it seem like it's such a bad thing.
So it would be one thing if the Venezuelans, if we're going to take that money and we're going to, give it to the Venezuelan people, you'd probably have an argument. But that's not what's happening. That's not what Donald Trump is saying.
They already have the largest reserve. They don't need more oil.
Yeah, so so what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to steal it.
Need for oil.
Because they got too much. We should go in and take it for ourselves, for our own benefit. Do you see the problem here? All right, listen,
I don't.
If you have a giant pot of gold, let's say you got a big old pot of gold, it's 500 pounds, this pot of gold. I take 2 coins. And then I say, well, you have a lot of gold. Is that justified?
No, but okay, listen. Say I have bro, you're not good at debating, bro. You just keep cutting me off.
Go ahead.
Bro. Can I just say this real quick? So yeah, if I have a very big pot of gold and say I have someone that's coming for me and wants to take all of my gold and say someone else takes them out, helps me out. I don't have a target on my back anymore, so I give them some of my gold since they helped me out. Someone was going to take all of it. That's how it is. Like, what?
Well, the difference is that you consented to that, but Venezuelans didn't consent to that.
They didn't consent to taking their oil. It's not a regular citizen's position.
I'm saying that the country of Venezuela, they did not agree to the United States extracting oil resources on their behalf. They never agreed to that. Donald Trump just did that.
Okay, well, if they don't agree to us opening drilling, then it's not going to happen.
Okay, well then great. They don't agree with that, but Trump is doing it anyway.
That's what you believe.
No, that's what I know is happening. Trump said it himself, and Venezuela says that that's not what they're interested in. If anything, they're worried at what the United States president is going to do, and so they're just kind of towing the line on this. Right. But no, they're not in agreement to taking oil. We're back. I'm so sorry that took as long as it did. I'm so sorry. We're back. All right, y'all. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. Man, I've been streaming for over 5 hours. Wow, over 5 hours. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't, please. 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 I must beg you for your up-a-doos. All right, come on. Can I win this? Can I fucking win this, dude? Damn it! I'm missing! Dude, this is so hard, bro. It's so hard, dude. It's got to be my... the controller almost feels good. What? Oh my god, my range is set to... Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. I think I can do this. All right. I can't, dude. It's so hard. Note to self, do not flick controller. This is so difficult. Maybe I just need to like temporarily use a different controller that's like not gonna give me this trouble. Yeah, bro. It's so difficult. Maybe reduce the range. Sh50 says, "What's up? I just woke up. Hello, Sh50. Welcome, welcome, welcome." All right. Come on, we can do this. I lowered the range even more. Fuck. Fucking hit him. I think I did it. Yes, I did it. That's all I needed to do is just lower the range, recalibrate. Now I got to do it again. Yeah, look how slow I'm moving. It's funny. All right. That's tough, man. That is a tough game. All right. Oh yeah, we were gonna watch some more of that Joe Rogan shit. More of that Joe Rogan garbage.
Became Mongols.
Yeah, they basically became Mongols.
Yeah, they became Mongols once they had access to horses.
Yeah.
Well, that was the whole.
Oh yeah, the argument for colonialism and imperialism.
Distinction anyway. If you reduce it all between the two civilizations, Europeans had domesticatable animals, natives didn't.
Right.
And because we had domesticatable animals, we had labor, we built these amazing societies, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Like, the difference that a work ox and a workhorse can make in labor is astronomical.
Yeah.
And so, that's the real difference. Same thing with disease. Like, the whites brought over all their diseases. Like, well, all those came from animals. Smallpox, all that, got immunity because of animal husbandry. They didn't have any immunity to any of that.
Not only that, there's real evidence that syphilis came from Native Americans, and then they brought that, at least some forms of syphilis, and they brought that syphilis back to Europe, and then all the Europeans started going crazy and getting holes in their head, losing all their hair, and that's where the big wigs came from.
And then eating mercury pills to cure themselves.
It's crazy what people used to believe.
Yeah.
It's really kind of fascinating. But the point is, even the people that lived in America before those settlers came, those people came from somewhere else. They came from Siberia. Everyone's a colonizer. Everyone, all over the world. People, you start in Africa a million years ago, whatever it is, and then people start slowly moving away from the people that were kicking their ass, looking for a better place to live.
But isn't the whole thing from the leftist paradigm just to create or to delegitimize the fact that you can say, what do you mean?
Sadly, I want to continue this. I want to continue it. These guys are such fucking douchebags. But I do want to continue it, but I need to beat this game. I need to beat this one. Like I need to just lock in and finish this mini game. All right, here we go. Fuck. Fuck. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Fuck. Hit him. Hit him. Don't lose him. No. I failed. It's so tough. All right. Maybe not frantically shoot. I think that's what's hurting my... Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Come on, hit him, fucker. I give up. It's hard. Maybe I should come back to it. All right, let's try again. Yes, I do want to play again. Fuck. Fucking hit the bird. Hit him. Come on, hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Come on. Hit him. Please. That's fucking brutal, dude. Fucking hit him. Please. No! Fuck! Ah, son of a bitch. So hard. Fuck. All right. Lock in. Come on. Hell yeah. There we go. Now we're fucking cooking. Wow. That's fucking tough, dude. Thank you. All right, now we can put our fucking sensitivity back. Because it's not good. I don't want anyone to say that I'm bad at video games. I feel like I'm pretty good at times. I have moments. All right. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. We can go back to listening to the dickhead Joe Rogan and dickhole Andrew Wilson.
My grandpa was born here.
Right.
His grandpa was born here.
No,
right.
he was a colonizer.
I'm an American, and I have a right to my nation because by birth, I have a birthright to the land that I'm on, and so do my fellow countrymen.
Sure.
Nope, it's an attempt to delegitimize that, right? That's the whole point. Just to delegitimize your claim to your own land.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier with leftists, where there's this purity test that no one can ever pass because they'll always keep pushing the boundaries further and further. You're never going to be. There's no like real Americans. Everyone who's white is a colonizer. Yeah. It's fucking goofy.
Well, actually, kind of, yeah, we are. I mean, the fact that we would all effectively be descendants of colonizers if we're white and we're in the North Americas or the Americas. So, yeah.
And it's just designed to point at someone that someone is the bad person. And this is the reason why life sucks. And also dismiss any of the...
It's not. I don't have any ties to a colonizer. I don't agree with colonizers. I don't agree with their positions, their sentiments. So what's the problem of calling out colonizers instead of playing footsie or apologetics to colonizers? This shouldn't be a difficult concept, but I guess to Joe Rogan and asshole Andrew Wilson, they've got to come up with justifications towards colonization.
The terrible activities that any of the other people participate in because like, oh, they're just oppressed. They're oppressed people, so they're lashing out.
Do you think, like, if you, again, the bird's eye view, what do you think their end goal is here?
I don't think they know. I don't think their end goal. Their end goal is their enemy is the right, and the right is Nazis and fascists. And they want to eliminate the Nazis, and they want to roll initiative.
Right, roll initiative, right.
Yeah, they want, and they
2d6 damage. It's happening.
And they think that once they get into power, everything will be fine. But it's not going to. And not only that, what would be fascinating is if someone from the left started behaving exactly like the people that are on the right, just did it from a perspective of the left, where you would think, oh, this is okay. And that's what we got during the Obama administration. I sent you this thing, Jamie, a little bit ago, the clip of Obama talking about immigration. And by the way, Obama, and I was mistaken on this. I thought that a lot of the people that Obama deported were people that were turned away at the border. That was a third. Most of the people out of I think it was 3 million over the course of his presidency that were deported were fucking deported, like arrested, deported. A lot of people were killed. Let's put on the headphones so we can listen to the speech, because this sounds very MAGA. Listen to this.
There are those in the immigrants' rights community who have argued passionately that we should simply provide those who are illegally with legal status, or at least ignore the laws on the books and put an end to deportation until we have better laws. And often this argument is framed in moral terms. Why should we punish people who are just trying to earn a living?
Yeah.
I recognize the sense of compassion that drives this argument. But I believe such an indiscriminate approach would be both unwise and unfair. It would suggest to those thinking about coming here illegally that there will be no repercussions for such a decision. And this could lead to a surge in more illegal immigration. And it would also ignore the millions of people around the world who are waiting in line to come here legally. Ultimately, our nation, like all nations, has the right and obligation to control its borders and set laws for residency and citizenship. And no matter how decent they are, no matter their reasons, the 11 million who broke these laws should be held accountable.
That sounds so Republican. In 2010, that was a Democrat saying that, and everybody was like, well...
Okay, but I could disagree with that. Like, I'm not in a cult like you guys where you have to agree with every single thing that your leaders say. All right, hold on a sec.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, and on that, Tom Homan, who is the head now, was the guy then, and he gave him a fucking medal. Find the clip of Hillary when she's running in 2012, where Hillary is more MAGA than Trump. The way she frames things is so hardcore right-wing, she sounds to the right of Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you've never seen this, have you seen this one?
I think so, but I'm going to look again.
Wonderful. It's wonderful because it just shows you how much horseshit. By the way, how good was he? He was such a good spokesperson. Like the way he talked was so measured and so noble in the way he phrased his sentences. Like it's really interesting how much perception plays a factor in what you think of as like someone being a good president, because everybody on the left thinks of him as being like the most amazing president ever.
Oh yeah,
but this isn't the one.
Yeah, no,
and he wasn't.
It keeps coming up though when I'm looking for
it. But this isn't the one. The one is she's giving a speech.
So I thought I was looking for it, but I didn't even type in what I was looking for. I just typed in 2012, and that's the thing that keeps.
Maybe it's not 2012. It might have been 2008. Don't do. Hillary is more MAGA than Trump. See if you can find it. I know it's on YouTube, but it's this amazing campaign speech. Where you got it?
This is 2008.
Is it 2008? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Here it is. Listen to this. I love this one.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
Cheers from the Democrats.
If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
You're gonna learn English. Everybody's cheering.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. And now
you're
Trump's a Nazi.
Yeah,
Trump's a Nazi.
That is more right-wing than Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, the Democrats were, I mean, there used to be labor unions that would put pressure on them, right? This was a big thing. Like there was labor unions, that was what the Democrats had.
Yes.
And the labor unions did not want the cheap labor to come in and displace them from having their nice little high-wage jobs. And so it was all about, we got to deport the illegals. Like, bro, what did Bernie...
I mean, again, like it's a bipartisan thing to deport people that are coming to the country illegally or violent criminals. That has been a bipartisan issue for pretty much forever, but the right goes way beyond that. Way beyond that. They're worried about a demographic change. They think that the country is going to get replaced with brown people, and we need to have less brown people, period. It's actually terrifying to see.
Bernie Sanders say mass illegal immigration is a right-wing Koch brothers conspiracy to bring in cheap labor. And he wasn't wrong.
Right.
Okay, he wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong.
But the thing is it's like, what the hell are we fighting over here? Well, we're fighting over the fact that the left is just trying to ingratiate itself with power, and they don't really care about what the moral paradigm is. As long as they can get their people in power, they'll use anything as a linchpin issue.
That's right. That's right. It's all about power. The whole thing is.
As opposed to what? The right, which does the exact same thing? Like, what is this argument? Like, what? What are you talking about?
About power. And that's what people need to truly understand. You're being played. You're being played. You're being played in Minneapolis. You're being played.
As opposed to being a Republican, where you're definitely not being played. Trust me, you're smart. Don't worry, you know, all the billionaires behind Donald Trump and Donald Trump himself being a billionaire, voting in more billionaires, certainly you're not being played. You're too smart. You're too smart for all this. Jesus Christ, dude. Wait, how do I hold on. Thanks for stopping by. I'll do business focus on DQ scrub clientele. Do you know what magic beans are, sir? I sell them one for 10 rupees. No. Ah, well, that's too bad. If you want any, look them up. Okay, hold on. Let me talk to him, see what he says. Thanks for stopping. You're not from here, are you? I sell magic beans. I'd like to leave my hometown. I'm hoping to find some success in a livelier place, but to open a business in another place, you need to go through proper channels first. Do you know what I mean? I think I need like that deed and go to... It might not be a bad idea. I do need to get all the heart pieces, so let's just... Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm doing the right thing. I think I'm doing the right thing. I'm almost positive I'm... Majora's Mask, Swamp, Deku, Scrub, Heart Piece. Speak with a business scrub right outside the Swamp Tourist Center while not wearing a mask. Trade title land in Clocktown for the swamp. Okay, yeah, that is the right thing to do. Okay, no problem. Back to Joe Rogan.
All around the country. It's about power. It's about them getting power. I mean, if you think that once they get complete, if they were successful, they imported millions more to all these swing states, they allowed them to vote, they completely rigged the system. Now it's only, you think that's going to be good for everybody? You're out of your fucking mind.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think then that Christians knowing this, they know that these are bids for power, when you have Christian nationalism on the rise and Christians moving towards that, doesn't that seem like it's a rational and reasonable thing to do for
every single position that they point to the left can be attributed towards them. If they're the ones making the claim, they're likely doing exactly that. Listen to what they just said and not compare that with Christian nationalism. That is literally what Christian nationalism is actively doing. They are taking advantage of fools so that way they get into power. And it's actually being they're quite successful at it too. They've been doing fabulous with it. It's actually horrendous.
For them to want the mindset of, if we're not in power, they will be in power.
It's rational from their perspective, for sure. What people are terrified of is that it would restrict the freedom of religion and that you would impose Christianity on the entire country. You know, and I don't think you should impose any kind of religion on any people. I think people should be free.
I've never seen I know that there are, of course, the people who push that there has to be an established theocracy in order for Christian nationalism to work. But the frameworks that I've seen that have political legitimacy don't seem to push for that at all. They push instead that the idea is that Christians should not be hamstrung from the ideals of holding power itself, that does not make you bad or evil or awful, no matter what the left says Christian or how Christians are supposed to act, and that when you are in power, you should rule with Christian ethics in mind. That's how you're supposed to pass policy, public policy of all kinds, is through those ethical means.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Not, hey,
right.
It's going to be a theocracy.
Right.
That doesn't seem like it's a necessary component.
No, well, people are afraid of the concept of a theocracy, and I think that people are afraid of just human nature, and that if people did get into power...
Why are you not afraid of a theocracy? Theocracies suck. Nobody wants a fucking theocracy outside of insane psychopaths like Andrew Wilson and his fucking awful ilk. Nobody wants a theocracy. Dude, who wants to... Hey, everybody, who wants to live in Saudi Arabia? Who wants to live in any of these Muslim majority countries? Who wants to live anywhere there? You think it's going to get any better with Christians? Here's what's going to happen. I feel like there will likely come a day where there will be a Christian theocracy. In the near future, it would likely happen. It would not surprise me. One country just becomes a fucking theocracy. What's going to end up happening is there's going to be infighting amongst the Christians on which one is the real Christianity and which one holds the seat of power. You're going to have the Protestants fighting the Catholics, fighting the Eastern Orthodoxy, fighting the Scientologists. You can't sit there and tell me that that's not what's going to happen. That's 100% what's going to happen. And thinking that that is a better society than a secular society, which, by the way, the highest quality of living standard countries on planet Earth are all secular societies. You don't want a theocracy. Even if you are a hardcore, unabashed Christian, empirically speaking, your life would get a lot worse by having a theocracy. So playing as if a theocracy is something that people want is, you're fucking out of your goddamn mind. Nobody wants a theocracy. And if you think you want it, you think you do, but you don't.
Or that's what it would become, just like these people are just trying to get into power, that they would use Christianity as a vehicle, and they would just use that as an ability to control people. The real concern is just human nature. Human beings, when they get into any position of power, like to keep it and expand it. It's like that's what they do. You know, I tell jokes, I talk shit. That's what I do. I like to talk shit. Sure. I like to tell more jokes.
But there have been good kings, right?
There have been, but boy, good luck. Good luck finding a benevolent dictator.
Well, not anymore. I don't think you would have to utilize a dictatorship. But if it's the case that we can point to, like, there were people who had a lot of power who fundamentally were pretty good. What was it that they're pointing to that made them good? Like, is there something we can point society towards that can make our leaders a bit better?
Like
that can make
who?
our leadership not hyper-focus on the nonsense of, like, gay marriage and stuff like that, which is completely and totally unimportant at the political level. It shouldn't be up to the...
Guys, the nonsense of gay marriage. Why do we even let them marry?
Federal government anyway.
Yeah, and I think it's a political tool too. You know, Anna Paulina Luna was on the podcast and she said something that I really didn't consider about certain political problems that exist in this country that they don't want to solve them because they want to use them to finance their campaigns. They want to run on those principles.
It needs to always be there.
It needs to always be there.
It needs to always be there as an issue. And it's like, I think a lot of these can be solved. Like if we were to have politicians in mass and their supporters in mass who followed Christian ethics, I do think a lot of those sub-issues get solved very quickly.
If it's true Christianity, if they really do follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. But I think what people are really worried about is, like, when people think about Christians, they think about the worst case scenario of Christianity, which is like evangelicals on television.
Yeah, we do. Why? Because we know that's what will happen. We know it's going to be a fucking shit show if the Christians get their way. We know this. If you convert the United States into a theocracy, I promise you the United States will be a much worse place to live. I promise you that. I give you 100%. I would put my life savings on that shit. That the world would be a worse place overall. Shit. Where am I going? Oh, yeah, that's right.
They just try to get private jets.
But how is electing atheists better, or electing socialists better, or electing any of these people better? It can't be better, right?
It's not better. Like, if someone's a complete sociopath that doesn't have any moral framework, like a Gavin.
You could have a Christian running a country. That's perfectly fine. The problem is the non-separation of church and state. Having a Christian running a country in and of itself is not an issue. In fact, I'm pretty sure most of our leaders in the United States were all Christian. So being a Christian in and of itself is not the problem. The problem is when you erode away at the idea of the separation of church and state, enabling the supremacy of one religion over everybody else's. That's the problem.
Gavin Newsom type guy. Like that's even more terrifying. Yeah.
So it's like if I'm going to be ruled, can I at least be ruled by people who have my ethics or
really believe and they're trying to make the world a better place, and they're not just trying to acquire wealth and help their donors.
The fucking smug douchebag. Fucking God, dude, man, holy shit. It's moments like that where I'm just like, this guy's such a douchebag. I hate him. I do not understand why as many people like Andrew Wilson. He's got such a huge following, and I'm such a nobody comparatively speaking, but he is such a fucking asshole. Fuck that guy.
to acquire more wealth. It's spooky. It's spooky because people that have power, it scares the shit out of everybody else, and it should, because historically it's never been good. It's almost always when people have power, they want more power, and they want to also support the people that help them acquire that power, and then they want to make sure they got that power locked down. So what's the best way to do that? Well, you restrict people's ability to express themselves, you restrict people's ability to travel, you take away as much money as possible, tax them as highly as possible, so they're always in this like state of constantly struggling to pay their bills. You keep them, no one's comfortable ever. And then, have this problem that we have to solve. This is why you have a problem. It's these people.
Yeah,
these
and we're
people
the solution, the causers.
Yeah.
The causers are the solution.
Do you, one of the things that you engage in so many fucking debates.
You could just point that back to Christian nationalism, the same exact critique. Dude, I'm telling you, dude, the fucking projection from these people is fucking wild to me. How could you even argue this?
Man, I've consumed a lot of your content online, and I always wonder, like, what does that wear on you after a while?
Constantly. Oh yeah, all the time. Well, the thing is so I argue from a worldview. My worldview is Christian ethics, and this is the foundation from which all other arguments are starting and ending. Now, I'm happy to meet people in the middle. A lot of people want to argue in the middle, right? We're going to get past all the foundational stuff, and we're going to go to the middle.
You want to argue in the middle? No, you fucking don't. You fucking liar, dude. You say some of the most abhorrent shit. You literally feel that women are lesser than you. You want to meet people in the middle? What fucking planet are you on? That is bonkers to me, dude. Bonkers. Where did you get that?
Of the argument, and start there. And I'm kind of happy to do that, to kind of move everything backwards or forwards, so we can either get to the end or we can get to the beginning and get this figured out. Yes, what wears on me the most about it is there's a lot of people who I debate with who I know don't believe what they're saying. I know for sure. And there's moments where I catch myself where I recognize it right then, that moment in the debate, and then I'll hammer them. But it happens all the time where I'm like, you don't believe that shit. There's no way. And then they'll come back with I do. And you can just tell it's disingenuous, right? I can't logically show it. There's no way for me to logically show necessarily your motivation, maybe in extreme context. But yeah, man, there's people who are pretty disingenuous about their view. And there's times where it comes out and the whole audience can see it and you can see it. And you're just like, just why? Just why are you like, you don't even believe the shit yourself. And
what is he talking about? Like, how do you know that they're saying that they don't believe in the shit that they say? I don't really understand that. Calcrapper says, every conversation with Andrew Wilson is about hurting women and hurting children. Why does he go to those weird defaults? It's very true. Very true. What can you do with that green deed? Swamp title deed. Business resides in the Southern Swamp Tourist Center. Once the Goron Village, he could trade the swamp title. Oh, so this is like a giant trade setup. Okay, well, we don't need to focus on that now. I probably shouldn't have done that just now because I'm going to have to basically redo it, I guess. But we're going to be going to... What am I doing next? Oh, yeah, we should go to... Could go get bombs. Bombs would be good. When does the bomb thief show up? Bomb thief. Bomb thief shows up. North clock down, night of the first day. Attempting to steal bomb bag around 12:15 a.m. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this and then get some stuff. All right, cool. We got a thing to do.
You're propagating it on other people, and people follow it. There's some cash there. But you're doing it anyway. You're doing it anyway. Like I've always thought in my head. You take a guy like Destiny, right? The Coomer Gremlin, as I like to call him. Okay.
What do you call him? The what?
Coomer Gremlin.
What's that mean?
No, like Coomer.
The Coomer Gremlin. Destiny, right? We're gonna talk about fucking Destiny is what a fucking douchebag. Fuck this guy. God, Jesus Christ.
Or like all he does is he
What's that word?
he's like a
Coomer.
sexual degenerate, right?
Is that what a coomer is?
Yeah, well, a coomer, it's a little more mild than that. A coomer's just like kind of one of the higher values is just kind of having sex with everyone, right? As around, like that's what you do.
But he's like
coom.
bisexual, right?
Yeah. Well, he's all kinds of sexual apparently. But the thing is like
just derogatory remarks towards people who are bisexual. I mean, it's just, if you're bisexual, obviously you're just a coomer at the end of the day. Then what the fuck do I call Andrew Wilson? A fucking gross, disgusting, fucking smoke-ridden, nasty, fucking gross. I bet you his fucking teeth are yellow with just how the horrible shit he says on a constant basis.
I've often thought that there's times when I'm talking to the guy where I'm like, you don't believe that. Like, there's no fucking way you believe that shit. You're making it up. And I know you're making it up, right? And you'll catch him at times and be like, whatever I got to say to win the argument.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. But it's like, there are people who genuinely believe their view and are excellent debaters backing their view. And I love those engagements. I live for those engagements. The problem is, it's like, it's 5% of them.
Right. A lot of people are just trying to win, right?
Well, not just trying to win, but I don't even have a problem with going into a debate with the mindset of winning it. If you're representing a view you believe,
right,
you want to win the engagement, whether it's a conversation or it's a debate. You want to win people over to your side. You want to even win the person you're talking to over to your side. Or maybe sometimes you got to be brutal and destroy the view completely so people don't move towards it. Both of those are completely. I consider them both fine, and I think they're both effective. But the issue that I have ultimately is when you're arguing with somebody and they don't believe what they're saying.
Yeah.
And yeah, that wears on you. And it's not just that, but sometimes you hear the same recycled arguments over and over and over, and I'm like, you don't even have to tell me anymore. I can get to the end before you can. I can tell you exactly where you're going to go, what you're going to say, why you're going to say it, what your justification is going to be, and I can just get to the end and take care of this right now.
It's got to be weird. Like, how old are you?
42.
So it's
just
gotta
turned
be
42.
Weird, like in your late 30s, early 40s, to like have entered into this world.
Oh yeah, dude.
That'd be so
bizarre.
strange.
It is beyond bizarre.
I mean, to be like a normal working class guy, doing
literal
your thing.
nobody from nowhere, no political experience, nothing. I had no entryway, nobody in entertainment, nobody to help me along, nothing.
And so was it just seeing how ridiculous people were being during the COVID pandemic that like motivated you to be vocal?
Let's see. Well, Destiny may be bisexual, but you're also defending Destiny, who also posts picture of women against their will. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not going to defend Destiny. I'm not a Destiny fan, but
about all this stuff.
And I had time.
Yeah.
Time's a big one. But with the layoff, it's like, oh, well, I don't really have a lot to do, and I'm listening to this, and it's like now maybe I can engage a little, maybe I can get involved a little bit. Not much. I didn't think anything would ever come of it. You know what I mean? I saw my view wasn't being represented very well.
But did you have a history of education? Like, were you just reading books? Like, where did you develop these ideas?
Yeah, well, it wasn't just from books, right? I would listen to long form, historic podcasts. I would, more than anything, I would be listening to, the medium's changed, but I would listen to what people had to say on a variety of issues, and I would watch the news incessantly, and I would be able to pick out what's true and what's not true after a while. Political education comes from a variety of sources. You can't get it from the news, and you can't get it from listening to just podcasts, and you can't get it by just talking to people. You have to take a sum total of everything, all of it, in order to at least be even moderately politically savvy and understand what's going on in the world. And I realized most people make commentary on things that they have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
Right. And so how did you transition to doing this as a job?
Well, it's about 2 years in to doing this. I was like, look, I sat down with my wife and I said, I'm not making enough money on my podcast to quit my job. There's no way, or doing debates to quit my job. There's no way. But I think I could. I actually think I could. If I just focused my time on it now, I think I could do it, replace my income with ease.
God, it's a big risk, right?
It was a huge risk.
Because you have a family?
Yeah, huge risk.
Yeah.
And she said, okay.
Wow.
Gave me a kiss. And next day I went in and quit. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck I just did. It's in some ways it was like, it's like, oh, I'm going to go be a big football star. Screw you to your boss, you know what I mean? And it's like, it wasn't the same exactly, but it was a big risk. But I just thought, I really can make a go of this. If I can focus my time and energy on this, I think I'll do really well at it.
Well, I think you have a very unique mind for it. And I think
I'm personally really I'd be so scared, bro, to fucking quit my job. I mean, I feel like I can do this while at the same time be working. Like me personally, it's too risky to just quit and go do your, I don't know. Well, we'll see, maybe there will come a day where it's like, this will make me enough money to where I can live on my own and then I can quit my job. Maybe. I love my job though. It's a good job.
I think you're very good at it. And I also think you have really good points that are very valuable for people to hear. And you're really good at points.
Like the part where you think that women are inferior to men and that they have to be subservient and that's the only way that you can save society. And also we're against brown people because they're brown and I'm white and I deserve to be in the United States. You mean those points? Are those the good points, Joe Rogan? Jesus Christ, dude. Blows my mind with just how horrendous they are, man. Zero regard towards other people. There's awful human beings, man. I hate it. I really do.
Pointing out the logical fallacies and pointing out the ridiculous thought processes that a lot of these people have. And I you know, that's important, man. It's important for society. I mean, probably don't think of it that way. Probably just enjoy doing it and feel like but it's valuable because there's not a lot of people that are good at it.
I get hundreds of DMs weekly from people, and they'll say things, and this, again, I'll never get used to it. But what I do, this is my process. I sit down every morning, I have a cup of coffee, and I just respond to every DM that's sent to me.
Wow.
So
I used to do that.
For me, yeah, you probably get too many, right?
Yeah, it's untenable.
I thought so too. I thought, well, if I start getting hundreds every day, there's just no way. But I still do it every morning.
How much time does it take you?
It takes me hours, about 2 hours.
Wow.
2 hours every morning. I'll sit down and I'll go through them. And I can't send back long paragraphs, but usually I'll read exactly what they say. Even I'll just say something like, thanks for the support. Or, you know, I really appreciate you saying that. That means a lot, you know, because it does.
Yeah.
To me, it's my privilege to have fans. It's not their privilege to be one. And so when I started to see that, and I started to see, wait, this actually does have a massive effect on people, I also began taking it very much more seriously because I understood I can also say things that do the opposite. They could move people towards the opposite of things which are good. You know what I mean? Or things which are things which you should be moving towards. And so, you know, I do take it seriously, and I understand my job is to represent a world.
Like subjugating half the population for your own personal benefit because you're a fucking man-child that can't do actual work. Could that be is that part of the things that we should move towards?
Worldview. And when I go into a debate, that's exactly what I think. Millions of people are going to see this worldview on display. I'm representing it. I need to do the best I can to represent it well.
To be an intelligent, reasonable person who's both well-read and has very good points that you can express about social issues, societal issues, it's a massive thing. It's a very important thing that you know, mainstream media is not doing a good job of filling that role.
I have been doing this stream for a good 6.5 hours. I need to cook. Jesse, we need to cook. I do. I need to cook. I need to make food for Monday. I got work. I'm going to kind of chill, wind down. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did enjoy it, I appreciate it very much. Consider subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, you know, it's all chill. It's all good stuff. All right. Sick. I will see you soon. Very soon. Thank y'all.